Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Space Fams, it is good to see you here on this Sunday fun day. As I mentioned, we got a hell of a lot to talk about here, but first, some shout-outs. Hermit Horologist Sarah Layla, Jerry McLean, 123 on the YouTube chat. The reference frame for Close Fourth. Sisyphean Task, also here. Look Bovine, Mike Toole, Vicky, Ethan Rivers Ward, Moanoip, Arvin Trevino, Rizla. Nightbot is also here on the Twitch chat. Who do we got? 123, Manda, Moanoip, Twitchy, Schmegly, Kaname Kun is also here. Hermit Horologist, Columbia Rican, also in the chat. All right, everybody, good to see you here on this Sunday fun day. I'm going to attempt to bring you all some valuetainment here this evening while also discussing the major issues of the day, the weekend, whatever you want to call it. We're going to get into all sorts of stuff here today. Things like the activities of ICE and their threat on the freedom of America. Data centers also ruining the United States, perhaps the world. Wildfires ravaging and devastating Chile. And Donald Trump, probably on the airplane right now, heading to Switzerland for the Davos Summit, the World Economic Forum. Yes, indeed, America. All right, let's start off with some valuetainment here on this Sunday fun day. A little animatic experience for you, Space Fams.
Look, these people are tiny little freaks, okay? They don't wear shoes. They're smoking crack, perhaps they live in holes in the ground, people. Hey, you see a round door with a knob in the middle. Where does it go to the side? How does the knob in the middle of the door open the door? Folks, we're gonna have a beautiful all black tower, choke the world in smoke, okay? We're gonna have Balrogs. Every orc in Mordor is gonna have a Balrog protecting you, okay? And these people, and they say Denethor, by the way, people don't know this, not a real king, not the real king of Gondor.
Make Isengard great again!
Yes, we're going to make Middle-earth great again. Folks, listen, people don't understand. I'll tell you this right now. If you ever see Denethor, and I call him Little Tomato, because if you ever see this guy eat tomatoes, what a freak. What a freaky guy. We're going to have so much poison smoke. By the end, you're going to be the age of the orc. You're going to be tired of the age of the orc, okay? We have 9 Nazgul flying. All their horses drowned in a river. Very nasty elf man, Elrond. Very nasty elf made a river come to life with horses to drown. Who drowns a horse? Beautiful horse. These horses, expensive. The most expensive horses you've ever seen. But I said, no problem.
Brennan, I think you could go on for forever. Holy shit.
Donald Trump, if he was Sauron, feels too real right now. Choke the world in smoke. You're gonna be sick of it, actually. Age of the Orc. You're gonna be saying, actually, too much Age of the Orc. Can we have the old way back? And I'm gonna say, no. No, you can't. Too late. Mordor is great again. Alright, from an animated cinematic experience there to another more serious animated, not animated, more serious filmatic experience, cinematic experience for you folks here. Next, this is a big, highly anticipated event around here at the Galactic Space Station right now. We got 12 days. We're counting down to the release of this next film, documentary.
Arguably
really.
the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Here we go again.
You can come in. Come on in. Our proudest legacy will be that of peacemaker.
Peacemaker under the fire.
Peacemaker and the fire. Peacemaker in the middle of the fire. And the fire. Peacemaker and the fire. Cheesemaker and the fire. Oh, it's lovely.
Together with like-minded leaders, we have a voice. Is it safe?
Everybody be based. Is it safe? Is it safe? Is it safe? It is safe. That's honestly one of the funniest parts of this whole. Is it safe? It is safe. Oh, thank God. Oh, everybody be based.
Safe?
It is safe.
Oh. It is safe.
Everyone wants to know. So here it is.
Everybody based.
Hi, Mr. President. Congratulations.
Did you watch it?
I did not. Yeah, I will see it on the news.
You win? Oh, good. No, I was busy. I was busy humping pool boy. You win? Oh, good. Oh, great. Everybody based then. Oh, everybody based. Oh, God. 12 days, people. January 30th in the theaters. We're gonna try and find a way to premiere this in the Discord. We're gonna find a way to premiere this in the Galactic Discord somehow. So if you're not in there, get in there. We're gonna attempt to get a hold of this puppy. Watch it together at some point in the near future. Oh, God. Cinematic masterpiece, I'm sure. $40 million, I think, Amazon spent on that. I don't know what it went to exactly, but boy, they sure know how to spend money over there, don't they? $40 million. Ow. How do you spend $40 million on that? I don't understand. Everybody based. Here we go again. Speaking of going again, let's talk about Trump's White House 2.0.
In his first year back in the White House, President Donald Trump has left an indefinite mark on some of Washington, D.C.'s most historic spaces. And no place in the nation's capital has experienced more dramatic change than the White House. The Oval Office has undergone a significant overhaul, featuring new artwork that includes portraits of former presidents and a copy of the Declaration of Independence. Gold accents now line the walls and ceiling, as well as the door and
Oh my God. 24 karat gold, that's perfect. It's like Versailles.
It's 24 karat gold and everybody loved it.
Similar decorative changes were also
Everybody
added to the
loves it.
nearby cabinet
Everybody
room.
loves it.
Just outside these rooms lies the West Colonnade, the iconic.
I'm not sure who's included in everybody, but I'm personally one of the people not included in that, I don't think. And if I am in fact being included in it, it is erroneously, as I would not lump myself in with those loving it. I think it's utterly tacky and gross and a huge waste of taxpayer funds. Why does everything in the White House need to be covered in gold? It's the White House. Might as well just rename it the Gilded House at this point, as there seems to be more gold than white.
Just outside these rooms lies the West Colonnade, the iconic walkway long used by presidents as they traveled between the White House residence and the West Wing. Along this corridor, Trump introduced a presidential walk of fame, featuring portraits and plaques honoring former presidents.
Why did they?
The portrait of Joe
so
Biden is
of it?
noticeably absent.
Why is there so much of it everywhere? Why, like, for instance, why do you need 3 of these pieces in the same spot? How does that make it better? Just more gold. It's more gold. That's how you know it's better. Because there's more. Minimalism be damned. That Marie Kondo lady can go fuck herself. I need 3. And then you want them going all along the top as well. Okay? Go to hell, Mary Kondo.
Honoring former presidents.
Maximalism.
The portrait of Joe Biden is noticeably absent and has been replaced with an image of an auto pen. Nearby, the Palm Room, which connects the West Wing to the residence, has been renovated with a new marble floor and a crystal chandelier. Additional marble was added to the walls and floors of the bathroom off the Lincoln bedroom, too. The Rose Garden, traditionally used for major announcements and ceremonial events such as the Thanksgiving turkey pardon, has also been transformed. Originally designed during President John F. Kennedy's administration and renovated during Trump's first term, the garden's central grass lawn has now been completely paved over. Trump has referred to the redesigned space as the Rose Garden Club.
We call it the Rose Garden, Club.
Other changes to the grounds include the
Much
installation
better.
of
Much better. Much more exclusive. You call it a club, and then everybody knows. Highly exclusive, great ratings, okay? You just gotta call it a club. It's brilliant. It's a marketing scheme, okay? You call it a club, and then you can charge money. You can charge money to get in, all right? Membership dues to the Rose Garden Club. $10 million a year. That seems fair.
large flagpoles on the north and south lawns. On the opposite side of the White House, the East Wing, formerly home to the offices of the First Lady, was demolished to make room for a new ballroom.
I think it'll be really beautiful.
Beyond the White House grounds, Trump's influence has extended across the city. The Board of Trustees of the Kennedy Center voted to rename the Performing Arts Complex the Donald J. Trump and John F. Kennedy Memorial Center for the Performing Arts, with the building's facade updated to reflect the change. Trump has also unveiled plans to construct a Paris-style arch just west of the Lincoln Memorial, a project intended to give him another enduring monument in a city already defined by its landmarks.
This is just disturbing. This man is deranged. Just utterly deranged. What is wrong with him? The level of like narcissism and like mixed in with like this weird like obsession with like decorating as like some like I honestly think that Donald Trump like views the decorations around him as like an extension of himself, right? Like everything has to be gold, otherwise it reflects poorly on me. Okay? That's just a fact.
Science.
What a terrible time to be alive. So that's what we can't have healthcare, but we can cover the White House in gold and make a bunch of monuments to Donald Trump. All right. Now, while Donald Trump is covering the White House in gold, and movies are being made about Melania, You would think people would be more respectful, you know, more respectful. Very nasty out there still. A lot of people out there still heckling Donald Trump in public, saying mean and nasty things.
How rude.
Hey everybody, I don't have a regular video going up today, but I did want to provide you with a small little nugget of joy, or dare I say schadenfreude, because we don't get moments like this often in this dystopian hellscape that we're living in, so when they do happen, I think that it's really important that we cherish them. So I wanted to talk about this topic that I think is going to brighten your day, because it certainly did that for me. So, as you all probably know by now, there's a viral video of Trump being heckled by a UAW worker who called him a PDF file protector. And Trump's response was predictably petulant. I'll show you the video just in case you haven't seen it yet. That was incredible. You can tell that he had a nerve by calling Donald Trump that. And really, it's a little bit too charitable, because Donald Trump isn't just a PDF file protector. He might be a PDF file himself, but it's very clearly a sore spot for him, as evidenced by the fact that he decided to say fuck you to the worker and then flip him off, which is still crazy. I get that we're all desensitized to Donald Trump shenanigans because we've been dealing with this idiot for more than a decade now. But it's still wild to see the president react that way to somebody heckling him. If this were Obama or Biden or Bush, I think they would have just let it roll off their shoulders. Maybe it bothered them internally, but they wouldn't have addressed it. But Trump did that, and in doing so, he made it go more viral, because if he just pretended like he didn't hear him, we wouldn't be talking about this.
I wish either of those guys had flicked anybody off. But yeah, no, they didn't, and it was honestly, to be fair, it was classy. It was classier than what we just witnessed from the current president. A display clearly of an unpresidential variety. Truly shameful, really, when you think about it. The man's supposed to be the most dignified person in the country. He has the most important job, and yet he is acting like a child. Worse than a child. I mean, I would expect children to behave better than that. If a child were to do such a thing, you'd put them in timeout. You know? That's, you know, that just saying. Thank you for the sunglasses over there on Twitch. And the tinfoil hat, very helpful. A lot of galactic credits spent over on Twitch just now in doing all of that. All right, we're gonna actually wait. I forgot for a second. I almost forgot. There was more to this story. Hold on. We're going back to... Oh, we're still on the screen. Both Looney Tunes and Konami-kun trying to feed Laika. I can only give her so many treats at a time, so...
Or any politician if I had the opportunity. With all of that being said, the worker was quickly punished because he dared to heckle our wannabe king. The Washington Post reports, TJ Sabula, a 40-year-old United Auto Workers Local 600 line worker at the factory, told the Post that he was the one who shouted at Trump. He said he has been suspended from work pending an investigation. Quote, as far as calling him out, definitely no regrets whatsoever, Sabula said, though he added that he is concerned about the future of his job and believes he has been targeted for political retribution for embarrassing Trump in front of his friends. And I think that he's correct. This is political retribution, because it is legal under the First Amendment to heckle, criticize, and yell at the President of the United States. And I get that saying something like that is useless in 2026, seeing as how the former Constitution that governed us for hundreds of years is no longer in effect. Nonetheless, as Americans, we've been conditioned and encouraged even to say what's on our minds. Nonetheless, where they can punish people for speaking their mind, they will. Like Larry Bushart from Tennessee, who was jailed for 37 days for posting a Charlie Kirk meme on Facebook.
Yeah, we talked about that ridiculous story earlier this year. Or actually, it was last year. Keep thinking it's 2025. Hold on, I'm just trying to find this spot. Ah, yes, here we go. This is, I think, around the part.
And call out that piece of shit. Fuck Donald Trump and MAGA.
Oh, not quite. Little too far.
And quippy. Some of us got it, some of us just don't have it. And this individual does indeed have it, but thankfully the universe rewarded him for what he did, because we don't necessarily know if he's going to be able to keep his job. He's just suspended at the moment, which is still egregious. But as of the time that I record this video, he has raised more than $400,000 on GoFundMe, which I assume is more than his yearly salary. So in the event he does lose his job,
That
which he
is
should
wild.
not, I think that he's going to be okay for a while.
That is wild. $461,000 raised in like a week. That is intense. Oh my God. Jim and Stacy donated $5,000 to the guy. Jesus Christ, Jim and Stacy.
So in the event he does lose his job, which he should not, I think that he's going to be okay for a while until he finds another job. But it's not just the money that he raised, it's the overwhelming support that he received for doing what we all wish we could do. He got messages on GoFundMe from individuals who said things like, "I have dreamed of the day I could yell far worse obscenities at that heaping piece of shit we call president. I hope this fundraiser is successful and can support you and your family for the foreseeable future. Thank you for your courage in defying that pedophile protector and traitor to the Constitution. Until I can say those words for myself, I'll support everyone that takes an opportunity to speak out and call out that piece of shit. Fuck Donald Trump and MAGA. TJ, you are the poster boy for courage. You represent what everyone who cares about our country should be doing. May all good things be yours. Labor solidarity forever. I stand with TJ." And you love to see it. And it's not just that this story makes me feel good, you know,
It makes me feel good too. He lost his job. He was fired for criticizing the president. And then started a GoFundMe and people donated $500,000. Wild. It's good to see, because we've seen too many white supremacists and racists and other sorts of despicable people out there, you know, doing actual, like, terrible things in society. And then being rewarded for it. And it's good to see the sort of the other side of the coin. For once. I missed your 10 streak chat. Oh, great job. 10 streaks. Great job. Well done. I said, oh, he was suspended pending an investigation. Okay. All right. I guess there's a distinction there. Not technically fired. But not working. Which could be equally detrimental to a person, depending on their financial circumstances. All right, let's go from people criticizing Donald Trump at work to people voting for Donald Trump and another guy. Another guy, which it's very confusing to a lot of people.
Zohran Mamdani.
That's right. Did you know that 1 in 10 voters in New York who voted for Zohran Mamdani also voted for Donald Trump.
What? What you talking about?
It's true. I wouldn't just make this up to you. I wouldn't just say it. That's a true fact. Or maybe I said it the wrong way. 1 in 10 Trump voters voted for Mamdani? That might actually be the right. I'm sorry. I might have actually said the statistic wrong. Either way, we're going to hear it correctly said by these guys at a more perfect union.
Right away, they call me a communist. They call me a socialist. Like, you're not a conservative. You're not MAGA.
That's what people say. You cannot be that. Time out. You cannot be MAGA and Mamdani. Why not? Why can't you be? To me, it's the most natural thing in the world.
When Zohran Mamdani, a democratic socialist, met with Donald Trump in the Oval Office, it wasn't supposed to go well.
The president has been repeatedly referring to him as a communist.
But then...
Congratulations,
China.
Mr. Mayor. The better he does, the happier I am. We're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come true.
People started looking at me like I was a fortune teller. Like I had somehow told the future. And I started believing it.
Something strange is happening in New York City. A new group of voters is emerging, and they're quietly challenging our most basic assumptions about politics.
What box would you put me in? I wouldn't say really any box at this point.
In 2024, New York shifted to the right, more than it had in decades. Just a year later, the city swung back to the left, electing its first ever socialist mayor. But here's where it gets weird. Some of the same voters were part of both waves.
A lot of my voters actually voted for him, and I'm okay with that.
If politics is all about which team you're on, this kind of thing isn't supposed to happen.
I mean, did you see the guy who has the MAGA from Mamdani hat?
So who are these voters? What are they after? Are they just outliers? Or are they a preview of whatever comes next?
I'm just trying to figure out what's up with these highly weird election results. How you doing?
What's up, man?
You got thoughts on these too?
Let's talk Trump and
Mamdani.
Who the fuck is that?
Finding Trump to Mamdani voters was never going to be easy.
You got thoughts on Trump and Mamdani?
According to exit polls, about 1 in 10 Trump voters in New York also voted for Mamdani.
Hi, guys.
Which may not sound like a lot, but in politics, those kind of margins can swing elections.
Quick question, I got 5 minutes. 1 in 10 New Yorkers who went for Trump also voted for Mamdani. Like, how do you make sense of that?
Mamdani.
I have no idea. I definitely did not. It does not make sense.
Time out. So basically, you're a hypocrite at that point. Like, I mean, if you did, there's something that you got to screw loose.
So when I go, MAGA for Mamdani makes me cry. My friend who's a Republican goes, that's the line I like. MAGA for Mamdani makes me cry.
Ron Barba is an actor, a stock trader, and the unelected leader of MAGA for Mamdani.
I think a lot of people, right from the jump, they look at MAGA for Mamdani and it's confusing.
That was the most beautiful thing. When I showed up at the rally, is to see the faces.
Oh my God, bro.
Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck?
Boom, a home run right from the get-go.
We had someone come to our Forest Hills rally with a hat that said MAGA Mamdani.
Different news outlets asking me questions about it.
Literally, that's one of those moments where I was like, is this AI or not? Because you never know these days, but he's real, right? Yeah, yes, this is real.
People taking pictures with me immediately, and people started commenting, this guy
Immediately,
sick.
it's
This guy
not
can't be
sugar.
MAGA. What am I looking at? I don't know why it was natural to me. That is where you could go do the psychological, analysis of me.
It's easy to dismiss Ron as an outlier. And in a way, he is.
This guy is wild.
Most Trump to Mamdani voters live in working-class immigrant communities across the city. And many belong to a group that the Democratic Party has been losing for years.
What's up, brother?
I'm staying in the
men.
race.
I was not born here. I was from Sri Lanka. I just became a citizen. So
Hey, congratulations. If you were a citizen, would you have voted for Donald Trump?
yeah, absolutely.
And you voted for Mamdani?
Yeah, Mamdani. Yeah, obviously.
What's up with that? Help us understand that.
I mean, they both want the same thing: affordability.
Affordability. Everybody's talking about it. And in New York, it's impossible to ignore.
New York is expensive as fuck. Let's start with that.
My rent right now is like $4,000 for a 3-bedroom.
$4,000 for a 3-bedroom?
Everything's going up. The food's going up. Rich people get rich and poor people get poor.
What's it like raising a family when that's so expensive?
Exhausting.
When I was a teenager, I really bought into this American dream. That small house, family, white picket fence. And the older I got, the more I realized that that was the reality of the 1950s and 60s, not necessarily anymore.
Christian Spariosu has lived his whole life in a rent-stabilized apartment in Queens. His dad's a cab driver, mom's a house cleaner, and he makes $20 an hour working at his local gym. Christian's politics are complicated.
During the 2016 election, I was super pro-Trump. I would watch like all of his speeches on TV.
The only people brave enough to vote out this corrupt establishment is you, the American people.
Even though I couldn't vote, I was super fond of him. Trump was the best. He's gonna like change America for the better. This economy is gonna work for everyone.
And we will take back this country for you, and we will make America great again.
When I went to college, I was the president of the Siena College Republicans for a few years. We did a lot of stuff with Turning Point USA. Yeah, so this one I got when I got invited to go to CPAC at the beginning of 2020. I got to see the president speak. I got to meet many folks such as Charlie Kirk.
This is wild. And actually, he kind of looks like Charlie Kirk. Doesn't have quite the same egg head shape, but it's like kind of hilarious. It's like a sort of surreal, like to watch these MAGA folk be like, actually, Zohran's got a lot of great stuff he's saying over there.
And he's someone who really got me into politics because, freedom. It was just a phenomenal time. And during that time in CPAC, every year they have a certain theme.
This is wild.
Let's talk about socialism.
Like, socialism is evil.
China!
I really bought into this. I'm like, this is like the worst thing ever. Like, some of these countries in like Sweden, for instance, Scandinavia, like I thought like they weren't doing so well. When I got to study abroad in Japan for my last year of college, that opened my eyes to how not every country's like America.
Wow. Wow, that's what it took, huh? That's what it took. Going abroad for college, studying abroad. The guy had some actual life experience, and he's like, wait, what? There's different things? No.
What you talking about?
Different?
There was one point in Japan I had to go to the hospital for a medical emergency. They have universal health care in which the government pays 70% of the cost, you pay 30% of the cost. It's a done deal. Just out of pocket, I paid somewhere between like 30 to 50 bucks for like a full day. And I got world-class care. I'll never forget. It just goes to show that we're not number one in many ways. When it comes to America first and being for the people, I don't think...
Got some work to do?
Yeah, I think we have plenty of work to do, personally.
Christian first crossed paths with Zohran 2 years ago after a heavy storm flooded his kitchen.
So my roof started leaking. For about 3 months, I would ask my landlord to please fix it. He didn't want to do it because...
He's a landlord?
Yeah, he's just a landlord. Kept calling 311, which is like the city hotline for help, and no one ever responded to me.
But then, Christian called up Zohran's office.
A couple days later, the inspector actually came, cited a couple safety violations, and because of the fines that the landlord received, he was forced to fix my leak and provide me more heat. Whoa. And that was the first time a politician actually did something for me. I would say when that happened, Zohran, he really earned my respect. He just caught my eye in general. He was polling at like less than 1% when he started running at the beginning of 2024. And during that first Democratic debate, there was a question that was asked.
The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first?
Almost every single one of these candidates said,
I would visit the Holy Land.
I would go to Israel. Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel.
My goal would be to take my first trip to Israel.
Mr. Mamdani.
Zohran, he was the only candidate that said,
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
And that was the answer that you would think is common sense, but every single one of these candidates said a foreign country, which is just crazy. I admire these folks that go against the grain. And that's part of the appeal of Trump to me initially, how he was considered an outsider.
When Trump won in 2024, Zohran broke from the script again, heading to Fordham Road in the Bronx, a neighborhood that had swung hard toward Trump.
And who did you vote for?
Trump.
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 Donald Trump.
I voted for Trump. When I asked those New Yorkers why did they vote for the president, they told me again and again it was cost of living, cost of living, cost of living.
Him freezing the rent for every rent-stabilized tenant, if he can actually do that, that'd be phenomenal. That would help a lot of people, because a lot of people are getting priced out of the story because of the gentrification. They're just all over New York. I think economics and affordability, that's what wins elections.
It appealed to you?
Yeah, it appealed to me. Like, I think one of the most conservative things you can do is trying to get people to have a family with no-cost childcare. Like, being able to have a family and afford to have kids, how is that not conservative?
Yeah, I mean, the fact is conservatives just want certain people to have kids. You know, if you're... Yeah, all sorts of group of people that they don't think should have kids. I mean, they're basically eugenicists.
So these guys, Trump and Mamdani, very different people, both talking about affordability. How do you tell who means it and who to trust?
I don't know. Superman and the Justice League ain't real, so like, I don't know who the hell gonna help us for real.
Is a lot of politicians, when they get in charge, they try to change it. We just saw that with Trump, right?
I saw very quickly, within like the couple months of his second term in office, how he's not prioritizing the American people. He cares more about bailing out Argentina for however many $1 billion, sending so much foreign aid to Israel. When we have so many homeless people here, people struggling, the economy's not doing good. I'm really hoping Zohran sticks to his promises, because I think a lot of Americans are fed up with the two-party system. It seems to be working for the millionaire and billionaire class, the top 1%, as opposed to the shrinking middle class and the working class.
Well, Zohran's already been making big moves since taking office. I mean, his first few weeks, it's not even been 3 weeks yet. He's been getting a hell of a lot done over there. At Gracie Mansion. All right, well, while we're talking New York, let's do some Sunday Funday viewing here on the streets of New York. Where an interesting sort of thing has been popping up on street polls around the city. Things of an avian variety.
The newest fad in Manhattan, duck hunting. Sort of. Kids are on the hunt for tiny plastic ducks hiding in so-called duck libraries throughout the city. An anonymous person started the trend, and then a dog walker continued their mission to spread joy through a take a duck, leave a duck policy. Eyewitness News reporter Kimberly Richardson spoke to some New Yorkers who are getting in on the fun.
Think of J.J. Cirillo as the keeper of the ducks.
I'm here to give them ducks because I'm the duck librarian.
A very prominent position overseeing and restocking these metal boxes. Meet Joe from Brooklyn. Open it.
You want me to open this? Something gonna jump out at me?
No! Inside, you'll find a load of ducks. Take one.
You want me to take one of these? Really? Oh, thanks.
See?
Wow, that's pretty nice. That is genius.
JJ tells me this all started when she crossed paths with a stranger.
I saw him once place an object on one of the railings, and I looked to see what it was, and it was a duck.
She asked the mystery man if she could do the same. He approved. Then this appeared. The still anonymous giver was at it again. Put up the very first library. JJ spotted a group of kids run up to the box mounted on a pole in Chelsea.
And there was just a whole crowd of kids. It just made my day. Like the joy that it brought me was bringing them.
It's now a movement captured on JJ's Instagram page, Chelsea Duck Mags. She added this library on Seaman Avenue in Inwood, where we left an Eyewitness News duck, and another inside the library in Chelsea Piers.
I think it'll get snatched up quick.
I think it'll be gone by the time we come back.
The one rule, if you take a duck, JJ says please leave one or several.
And here we are as adults, and we run it.
Take a duck, leave a duck. Duck Library. And here, New York's official duck librarian. Fun trend happening in New York. Ben Longstreth, member for 4 months. How are we holding up tonight, friends? Holding up. Holding up good. Hopefully you are as well. Well, let's go from private public duck libraries to other forms of entertainment in the city. The parks. Where we have a new official. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani appointing a new commissioner for city parks. CBS New York from yesterday.
And Mayor Zohran Mamdani has appointed Tricia Shimomura as the New York City Parks Commissioner. She served as the Manhattan Borough Commissioner for the Parks Department since March of 2024. The mayor made the announcement this morning from Highbridge Park.
Tricia knows that stewarding our parks means more than cutting the grass and tending to the trees. It is a daily endeavor where parks leaders must work with local stakeholders to ensure that their needs are heard.
As Commissioner, I will work to ensure that our parks aren't just free, but they're engaging spaces that New Yorkers can be proud of. We will hold every park to the same level of significance as we would our own backyard, because we know that that's what we are.
In her previous role, Shimomura led the response team for the brush fires in Inwood Hill Park in November of.
There we go. New Parks Commissioner for Sunday Funday activities in New York, appointed by Zohran. Tricia Shimomura, I believe, is the name. All right, let's go from Zohran to talking about Democrats more broadly and the elections of 2026. That's right. Midterms, they are here, folks. Primary races are really underway already. We should be expecting announcements all over the place at this point. Also, if you've got any good candidates that I haven't been talking about, do let me know in the Discord. Probably like in the politics, like the government politics section. Probably the best place. Because I would like to be as up to date on the primaries as possible. I'm going to do what I can, but there's a lot of races to cover. Right. Back to talking about the midterms. CNN 13 hours ago, new polls out suggesting Democrats have a huge advantage.
I'm staying in the race.
Brand new CNN polling giving us a fresh glimpse of the political landscape heading into this year's hugely consequential midterms. President Trump, who will mark 1 year back in office this Tuesday, has been sounding the alarms about the prospects of a Democratic majority in the House. And our poll suggests there is reason for his concern. Democrats have a clear advantage when voters are asked which party they prefer to control Congress. A big sign they are enjoying tailwinds at this key moment. They currently have a 5-point edge over Republicans, 46-41, outside the margin of error. On top of that, Democrats and Democratic-leaning registered voters are far more enthusiastic than Republicans. 66% say they're extremely motivated to vote, compared to just 50% of Republicans. And that is a huge swing from October 2024, where Republicans were motivated by 5 points. But it's not all good news for Democrats, with our poll finding their leaders are still held in very low regard. We'll break this all down and more with an excellent group of reporters this morning. CNN's Elena Treen, Zohran Youngs with the New York Times.
Jeez, I wonder how Democratic leaders could be unpopular. People like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. Oh, gosh. How could Chuck Schumer be unpopular? Maybe it's because he himself is anti-democratic and he's been running around doing the bidding of Donald Trump and Republicans. That's my take on it. These people are a bunch of milquetoast losers who refuse to do anything the voters actually want, continue to take corporate money, PAC money, APAC, all these other sorts of things. And they're not doing nearly enough to make America a place that Americans can live. They just make America a place where they can live. And that's very annoying. Speaking of annoying people running for office, let's talk about Gavin Newsom, who's currently governor of California, but many are claiming that he's going to be the fucking presidential nominee. You can go fuck yourself. Anybody listening right now, and Democratic operatives, go fuck yourself. On Gavin fucking, I'm gonna dismantle homeless encampments with my bare hands Newsom. Let's go here to the pathetic display once again at the Gavin Newsom podcast. I don't... you know what really pisses me off about all of this is not even, there's plenty that pisses me off about the podcasting of Gavin Newsom. The number one thing that pisses me off about Gavin Newsom's podcasting career is that he shouldn't have a podcasting career right now because he's the goddamn governor of fucking California. And maybe there's some other things happening right now aside from talking to people like Steve Bannon and Ben Shapiro. Maybe California has some stuff going on. I don't know. I don't happen to live there, but I assume, considering I follow the news, that there's some things in California that need dealing with.
Should we watch this third way thing or no?
I like Newsom.
Oh,
Newsom.
Okay, yeah.
You heard it here. Matt likes Newsom.
What?
He's not afraid to have conversations.
Well, what is this guy? I can't understand what this guy's strategy is. He's trying to show maybe that he's brave enough to go on these shows. But
is he brave enough to come on ours?
Well, to be fair, we were pitched him many times over the past couple of years, and I was just not interested in promoting him at that time. Haven't not so much in the past year, but back in the day.
Well, I'd be interested in holding a different, having a different kind of interview with him.
I mean, maybe we will do that. But here's Gavin Newsom on with Ben Shapiro.
One was a narrative that was immediately pushed by the Trump administration and Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem that she was a domestic terrorist who was attempting to run over officers with her car and was legitimately trying, not just this officer, but multiple officers. That was the original statement. I said at the time, I thought that was untrue. And then your press office tweeted out that it was state-sponsored terrorism, which, I mean, Governor, I do have to ask you about that. Yeah. That sort of thing makes our politics worse.
Yeah. Pause it for a second.
And
Okay, making our politics worse.
Decorum? What?
You just in the you had one kid. I mean, you guys played this video I think yesterday of the kid who lost his eye. because he was shot in the face with a pepper ball and then dragged along the wall. You have a father trying to get his kids out of the neighborhood because ICE is deploying tear gas and flashbangs, and his kid needs to go to the hospital, ends up because of what ICE has done. You have someone who has been shot in the face. You have someone who's been shot in the leg. You have ICE roaming around, going up to vehicles in parking lots because folks are black or brown and demanding to see their papers. And the idea that a press release talking about I mean, this is what it is, right? I mean, like, this is...
No, it's not
this
even...
is the whole agenda. They just shut down the San Francisco immigration court.
Yeah. Yeah.
They don't want to process these people. They want to round them up, have no due process, no process. Never mind due. No process whatsoever. And just ship them out. It could be anybody that they're going to ship out.
We just have a few seconds of this left, and then I'll weigh in. But there's just so many layers of how pathetic this is from Newsom.
I'm right. So I have to ask you about that. Yeah. That sort of thing makes our politics worse. Yeah. And it does. Yeah. I mean, our ICE officers obviously are not terrorists. Yeah. A tragic situation is not state-sponsored.
Yeah. 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 He just keeps nodding and agreeing with Ben. How does he think that this is how is this helping anyone? How do you figure? How do you think this is helping anyone but Gavin fucking Newsom? Right? Because he's making money off of these podcasts. Every time anybody watches the video, clicks the link on YouTube or whatever, wherever he's podcasting to, lines this motherfucker's pockets while he doesn't do his fucking job. Every time we see him sitting in this chair talking to somebody like Ben Shapiro, he's not doing his job that he was elected to do as governor. He's just hanging out, making money on the side here. This is a side gig for him.
Yeah, pause it again. I'm sorry. I know we want to try to get through this. We're going to have to go through it again. I'm sorry. But are they obvious? Is it obvious they're not terrorists? We don't know who they are. We know for a fact that they hide their identities to the public. And we also now know that getting hired by ICE it's virtually impossible to not get prevented from being hired by ICE. We have that story from Slate where this woman, she applied for to ICE. They did none of the supposed background checks, none of the vetting, none of it.
Well, I object to the term terrorism more broadly, given like what we have seen that term being be used to license, whether it be the genocide in Gaza, whether it be the crackdown on dissent here domestically. But can you just scroll up to the way that they caption this, the Daily Wire, just the first line here? At Gavin Newsom walks back, calling ICE operations state-sponsored terrorism. They're taking a victory lap at the Daily Wire. They really think that they got Gavin Newsom to look weak, and it's exactly what happened. Because right now, Ben Shapiro is in the midst of a reclamation project for his own career. He's repeatedly going on CNN and other main...
Seriously though, why make such a declarative statement such as that just to walk it back days later? Can anybody explain to me whose political acumen that led to this decision? Like, why? Like, it's pathetic and weak.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Interesting. I mean, I look at this and this interesting.
It's exactly what he sounded like. It's pathetic. He should be ashamed of himself. That guy sucks. That guy sucks. Honestly, I don't know who told him it was a good idea to start a fucking podcast while being governor. But it's honestly, it's wild. I don't understand. Like, I don't understand. He's not, like, it's different than Bernie Sanders having a YouTube channel and posting to it when he has messages that he wants to get to the people. He's not doing that. He's just trying to make ad money and, like, hang out with Republicans. That's all he is doing. He's not helping with Democratic. If anything, he's hurting it. If anything, this money-making operation for Gavin Newsom is hurting Democrat messaging rather than helping it. The guy is pathetic, and he honestly, I don't ever want to see this dude ever again. Like, he needs to be out of government, out of the governor's office, and certainly not in the fucking White House. Go fuck yourself. All the people who are trying to, like, put him out there as the next Democratic, like, front runner, and it's all the same people who are like Joe Biden. Joe Biden should be the president. Those are the people who are fawning over Gavin right now.
I'm staying in the race.
It's the same people who are fawning over Gavin Newsom are the same people who fawned over Hillary Clinton and Biden and, you know, like, all these people who have essentially lost the races for us in recent history. Same sort of corporate Democrat stooge that literally nobody is asking for. All right. Yeah, let's go to this next video now. Talk more about the operations of ICE. I guess really view the operations of ICE in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where they are attacking giraffes. Or at least they were earlier this week.
I love partying with the frog. It's the new woke stock. All right, they're not ready for primetime players. You got your super soakers. You got your fucking baloney. Where are we going? We want us over here? Oh, we got the power march. What are we doing here? What? Oh,
This is ridiculous!
Too many goddamn times. You have no idea what it's gonna.
Well, we tried to have fun this Sunday, but ICE once again ruining it. Robbie Roadsteamer, great patriot musician, unlawfully detained by ICE. Of course, a judge after this happened, I mean, not as a result of it, but just in terms of chronological order, days later, a couple days ago, a U.S. judge declared that these ICE thugs cannot arrest American citizens. It's not in their purview. Something we've been saying around here for quite some time. Speaking of ICE agents, let's go to Hassan's chat. This is a fascinating video.
Illegal means illegal. They could be the best people, but the law should be enforced. I just don't get the point of enforcing immigration laws. Yeah, great question. These guys are not actually enforcing good immigration laws. You can have good immigration laws and bad immigration laws, right? I think you understand that. Good immigration laws would be the most the most morally just thing that you can do. I'm an ICE agent and a member of this community, by the way. Shut the up. There is 0% chance that you are literally. I had a personal altercation with Brad Lander. He was still kind to us despite being there to confront us. I would want him to get elected, even though he would make our job much harder.
Come on!
Brother, what could you possibly be getting out of being a part of this community? I genuinely don't understand. Quit your job right now, okay? Quit your job right now. Quit your job right now, dude.
I don't know how I got muted just now. I was saying this exact same thing happened to me yesterday. Like, not with an ICE agent, but like a Trump supporter who's been watching us and like chatting in the Twitch chat for like days, and then like comes out as like a Trump supporter yesterday. It was wild. I was like, what the fuck are you? Why are you here? I don't understand. How are you still watching the stream?
How do you get any satisfaction out of this? How can you get, I call you Gestapo every day. How is that possible? You're not enforcing immigration laws, dumbass. You're just basically harassing random people. The entire point of immigration, like if Donald Trump's presented argument was correct, that like these undocumented migrants were actually an ever-present danger to regular American citizens, then it would be justifiable to actually apprehend them as long as you follow due process. But that's not the case. The people that you are literally kidnapping from their court hearings, as you have personal altercations with Brad Lander, are people who are no different than you. They're no different than you. As a matter of fact, they actually have a helpful output in general. They're a part of the productive forces. You're not. They do more for this country than you do. That's crazy. I genuinely don't understand how you could be in here day in, day out. I swear I've been here for like the past 4 to 5 years. First of all, you've been an account created December 4th, following since December 4th. So I don't know about that. I need money. It's not an easy job, but I got bills to pay. I can't just quit. I don't brutalize them. I don't harass them. I don't get joy out of it. It's my job. Brother, quit your job and get something else. Quit your job.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay? It will be better for your morality and maybe even better down the line when there might be some legal repercussions for the actions that you engaged in. Because there is going to be a point. Right now, you think there is a point where you could just be like, oh yeah, I'm just following orders. I'm just doing my job. I'm just doing my job. You are already engaging in a bunch of immoral behavior. Okay? How can you sit there and feel like what you're doing is good for the goddamn country when you're literally ripping away families in a court right after they leave the immigration court hearing? Like, how can you at any given point look at what you're doing there and go, well, a job is a job. You know, it is what it is. Like, your job is kidnapping random people who could just as easily get their paperwork done. If they had more money, then they would not even be considered illegal. Let's be real. That's the exact same thing that Nazi said, by the way. I'm just following orders. That's what they said. And that's what you're doing right now. If you've genuinely been in this community for every day at 26 Federal Plaza, we have a list of people with criminal offenses who will get their cases dismissed. We don't take anybody. We take specific people. Dude, we just showed that your own ICE data shows that the largest group of immigrants that are being detained right now, the largest growth in immigrants being detained, have no criminal background whatsoever. What are you talking about? No, you don't take specific people. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. You think ICE is taking specific people. Maybe your unit has only taken specific people. But the reality of the matter is that's not what's going on. How can you say that? They're detaining American citizens all the goddamn time. It's ridiculous. And once again, even the specific people that you are detaining, even the specific people that you think you're detaining, are being detained and being deported because of paperwork. It is ridiculous. Deportation is a very violent process in general, being ripped away from your friends, your family, your job, everything that you know. The punishment needs to be suitable for the crime. If the crime is just, sorry, we're never going to give you the proper paperwork as we use and abuse you, knowing full well, and if you've been an ICE agent for years, you know this already, ICE agents know exactly where the undocumented
it is wild to me that an ICE agent is like genuinely watching us on and simultaneously being like, actually, like, I'm just doing my job, bro. It's just insane. It's deranged. Like, I genuinely don't understand what this chatter could be getting from watching us on. Like, the guy's sitting there thinking to himself, I'm one of the good ones. It's like, dude, there are no good ICE agents. Wake up. Wake up to that fact. The sooner the better. Whoopsies, what did I just do? What the fuck? How did I do that? That was super weird. Okay.
So hot.
I want to go to another story now that we have, we've talked about a couple times now, but I actually want to go to the actual article this time. But just to remind you of what we're talking about.
Here on Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. What happens when ICE hires agents with minimal screening, then sends them into the streets, masked and armed? We look now at the agency's hiring practices as it surges agents to Minneapolis and other cities. We begin with an independent journalist who applied for an ICE job and was offered it without even a background check. Laura Jadid wrote about her experience in a piece published Tuesday by Slate magazine headlined, "You've heard about who ICE is recruiting. The truth is far worse. I'm the proof," was the headline. She begins her piece, "The plan was never to become an ICE agent. The plan when I went to the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Career Expo in Texas last August was to learn what it was like to apply to be an ICE agent. Who wouldn't be curious?" she said.
Yes, indeed. And what she uncovered was incredibly disturbing. This is the Slate article.
This is the new Weight Watchers. It works for members like JoJo, who's learning.
Aww. 80 seconds of ads. Screw that. I'll just read it. Wait, hold on. Son of a bitch. How do I...
Simple, healthy habits. Cherie.
Where's the actual article? Here, I'm just going to play this while I try and figure this out over here. I had it. I had it on
Laura
my phone, but I don't have it on my computer.
joins us now from Portland, Oregon. Laura, would you take it from there? Explain what exactly you did, what this fair was, and then how you applied to work for ICE and what happened.
Absolutely. So the hiring event, basically, you brought your resume in, you handed it over, they were going to do an interview, and they were promising on-the-spot hiring to where you could, in fact, walk out with your $50,000 bonus that day, possibly. I went in, I handed in my resume, which was, I did a skills-based resume. I'm a veteran. I served 2 tours in Afghanistan. So on the surface, the resume looked pretty good. had a very brief interview, took all of 6 minutes. They didn't ask very many questions. And then I left, assuming I would never hear back, because I'm a very Googleable person. I have an...
Yeah, she does have an unusual name, Jadid. She does seem very easy. It would seem she's very easy to find. Frizla, super chat on Twitch. Thank you very much. Skibidi beady dum dubba dub dum dub dubba dub dub. Thank you, Frizla. You're the quack man. I see what you're doing. I see. All right, here's the article. Ah, shit, hold on, I gotta do it this way. All right, here's the Slate article. You've heard about who ICE is recruiting. The truth is far worse. I'm the proof. What happens when you do minimal screening before hiring agents, arming them, and sending them into the streets? We're all finding out, by Laura Jadid, January 13th. The plan was never to become an ICE agent. The plan, when I went to the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Career Expo in Texas last August, was to learn what it was like to apply to be an ICE agent. Who wouldn't be curious? The event promised on-the-spot hiring for would-be deportation officers. Walk in unemployed, walk out with a sweet $50,000 signing bonus. A retirement account, and a license to brutalize the country's most vulnerable residents without consequence, all while wrapped up in the warm glow of patriotism. At first glance, my resume has enough to tantalize a recruiter for America's Gestapo in waiting. I enlisted in the Army straight out of high school and deployed to Afghanistan twice with the 82nd Airborne Division. After I got out, I spent a few years doing civilian analyst work with a carefully arranged, skills-based resume, one which omitted my current occupation. I figured I could maybe get through an initial interview. The catch, however, is that there's only one Laura Jadid with an internet presence, and it takes about 5 seconds of Googling to figure out how I feel about ICE, the Trump administration, and the country's general right-wing project. My social media pops up immediately, usually with a preview of my latest posts condemning Trump's unconstitutional authoritarian power grab. Scroll down and you'll find articles with titles like "What I Saw in LA Wasn't an Insurrection, It Was a Police Riot," and "Inside Mike Johnson's Ties to a Far-Right Movement to Gut the Constitution." Keep going for long enough and you might even find my dossier on Antifa Watch, a right-wing website that lists alleged members of the supposed domestic terror organization. I am, to put it mildly, a less than ideal recruit. In short, I figured at least back then that my military background would be enough to get me in the door for a good look around ICE's application process. And then even the most cursory background check would get me shown the same door with great haste. The ICE Expo in the Dallas area where my application journey began required attendees to register for a specific time slot, presumably to prevent throngs of eager patriots from flooding the event and overwhelming the recruiters. But when I showed up at 9 a.m., the flood was notably absent. There was no line to check in and no line to go through security. I walked down nearly empty hallways, past a nearly empty drug testing station, and into the event, where a man directed me to a line to wait in for an interview. I took my spot at the end. There were only 6 people ahead of me. While I waited, I looked around the eSports Stadium Arlington, an enormous blacked-out event space optimized for video game tournaments. It has a capacity of 2,500. During my visit, there couldn't have been more than 150 people there. Jesus Christ, they rented out an entire stadium, and 10 people showed up. That's wild. That's wild. Hopeful hires stood in tiny groups or found seats in the endless rows of cheap folding chairs that faced a stage ripped straight from Tron. Everything was bright blue and lit up and sci-fi future angular. Above the monolithic platform hung 3 large monitors. The side monitors displayed static propaganda posters that urged the viewer to, all caps, defend the homeland and join ICE today. While the large central monitor played 2 short videos on a loop, about 10 minutes of propaganda footage, again and again and again. After about 15 minutes of waiting, an extraordinarily normal-looking, middle-aged woman waved me forward. I sat across the black folding table from her on one of the uncomfortable black chairs. She asked for my name and date of birth. Whether I was over 40 years old. Did I have law enforcement experience? No. Military experience? Yes. Did I retire from the military at 20-plus years or leave once my enlistment was up? The latter, I told her. Then repeated my carefully rehearsed, completely true explanation for why the resume I submitted had a large gap. Quote, I had a little bit of a quarter-life crisis. Ended up going to college for part of that time, and since then I've been kind of gig economy stuff. Unquote. She was spectacularly uninterested. Okay, and what location is your preference? After some dithering, I settled on my home state of New York. That was the last question. The entire process took less than 6 minutes. The woman took my resume and placed the form she'd been filling out on the top. They are prioritizing current law enforcement first. They are going to adjudicate your resume, she told me. If my application passed muster, I'd receive an email about next steps, which could arrive in the next few hours, but would likely take a few days. I left, thanked her for her time, and prepared to hear back. Never. The Expo event was part of ICE's massive recruitment campaign for the foot soldiers it needs to execute the administration's dream of a deportation campaign large enough to shift America's demographic balance back whiteward. You've probably seen evidence of it yourself. ICE's quote-unquote defend the homeland propaganda is ubiquitous enough to be the Uncle Sam I Want You poster of our day. Though somewhere in there our nation lost the plot about the correct posture towards Nazis. When Donald Trump took office, ICE numbered approximately 10,000. Despite this event's lackluster attendance, their recruitment push is reportedly going well. The agency reported 12,000 new recruits in 2025, which means the agency has more new recruits than old hands. That's the kind of growth that changes the culture of an agency. Many of ICE's critics worry that the agency is hoovering up pro-Trump thugs, Jan 6th insurrectionists, white nationalists, etc., for a domestic security force loyal to the president. The truth, my experience suggests, is perhaps even scarier. ICE's recruitment push is so sloppy that the administration effectively has no idea who's joining the agency's ranks. We're all, collectively, in the dark about whom the state is arming, asking with the most sensitive of law enforcement work and then sending into America's streets. And we are all collectively discovering just how deadly of an arrangement that really is. At the end of my brief interview, the recruiter mentioned I could talk to a current deportation officer about what the job would look like. There was no line to talk to a deportation officer. Did I mention how empty the place was? And so I walked up, introduced myself to one of them, and asked about day-to-day duties. I shouldn't expect to hit the streets right away, the agent told me. Odds were good I'd get a support position first, something like a criminal alien program office. Quote, let's say a local police officer arrests someone out in the field for a DUI, extremely common, or beating their wife or whatever, all the typical crimes they commit, unquote, he said. The they here being undocumented immigrants, and while it's extremely difficult to measure, evidence suggests that they actually commit crimes at a lower rate than U.S.-born citizens. Yeah, we know that. If the cops suggest that they're dealing with an immigrant who doesn't have permanent legal status, they alert ICE, whose agents conduct interviews and run record checks. If this preliminary investigation suggests that a person ends up in the criminal alien program office for processing, which is where I would come in. Quote, what you see on TV with us arresting people and doing all kinds of crazy things, that's maybe 10%. The other 90% is essentially doing a bunch of paperwork, unquote, the agent said. Quote, it takes a lot to remove somebody from the United States. Some people are subject to due process, unquote. Oh, some people. Some people, how American of you. The officer ran down other departments I might end up in. Prosecutions, removal coordination unit, or detention. The point being that I should not expect to be a badass street officer on day one. Quote, I got so many guys that come over to me, they're like, I'm going to put cuffs on somebody. I'm going to arrest somebody. Well, you need to master this first, and then we'll see about you getting on the field. Unquote. I told him that I was fine with office work. With my analyst background, it seemed like a better fit for my skill set anyway. His attitude shift was subtle, but instant and unmistakable. This was the wrong attitude and the wrong answer. Quote, just to be upfront, the goal is to put as many guns and badges out in the field as possible. Unquote, he said. The agent then told me a bit about his background. Like me, he enlisted straight out of high school, then got out and vowed to get as far away from the violence of the military as possible. Like a lot of veterans, he had trouble assimilating into the civilian world. Quote, after about 6 months, I was like, these people aren't like me. I want to be around like-minded people. He found his way into law enforcement. That was well over a decade ago. He's on his way to a very comfortable retirement, and he enjoys the work. Quote, I like the innocent gratification of, hey, that guy committed this crime. These X, Y, and Z, and he's not even supposed to be here. Unquote, he said. I do not agree with his framing, but have no trouble understanding the appeal. Hell, it's why I enlisted in the first place. Thankfully, Afghanistan beat it out of me. If I believed what he believed, I would surely do the same thing that he's doing. I thanked him for the information and time, shook his hand, and took a seat on one of those uncomfortable folding chairs. I had a few hours before my flight back to New York City, and it made more sense to hang out than to flee the building and get good and airport drunk, regardless of how desperately I would have preferred the latter. Instead, I settled in to do what everyone does at the DMV, check my phone and people watch. The aspiring officers fall broadly into these three categories. Thick-necked law enforcement types who look like they do steroids but don't know how to work out. Bearded spec ops wannabes who look like they take steroids and do know how to work out. And dorks. Pencil-necked misfits. I couldn't tell whether there were more white or Hispanic people waiting for their email, but it was close. A few black applicants rounded out the overwhelmingly male group. I'd been sitting around for about an hour when the video suddenly stopped, and a bearded man in a black suit stepped onto the stage. He did not introduce himself. We were, I gathered, supposed to already know who he was, but it became clear that he's a senior agent of some sort. Quote, I figured it would be best if I break up the same video you've been watching for the last 4 hours, he said, and offered to answer any questions we might have. One person asked about work-life balance, which the agent said is possible, but not the route he's chosen. No kidding. Someone else wanted to know about travel opportunities, and he talked about the many places he's gone as part of the job. Every other question during the 45 minutes the agent stood on stage pertained to the hiring process or what we could expect in training. Law enforcement types seemed especially concerned about the painful parts. Would they have to get pepper sprayed again? Would they have to get shot with a taser if they'd already qualified? Yes, and probably not, respectively. The agent took the opportunity to gush about ICE's new state-of-the-art semi-automatic tasers and brand new pepperball guns. It's mostly very liberal cities, San Francisco, Los Angeles, where groups will come and try to stop ICE officers from arresting somebody. They're like, we're gonna try and form a human wall against you, he said. When they do that, you can just pop them, let them disperse and cry about it.
Illegal.
When during a moment of protracted silence, the agent threatened to put the video back on if no one had questions, I asked about harassment and doxing. Quote, we will prosecute people to the fullest extent of the law, he assured me. And then people like myself will go on TV and publicly talk about how that person is now in prison to dissuade other people from doing it. As empty as the place had been when I arrived, it was even emptier by the time the senior agent ended the Q&A. Somebody vastly overestimated the number of Americans willing to take a job brutaling and disappearing hard-working men and women, even with a potential $50,000 bonus in this economy. That may have something to do with what happened to me next. I completely missed the email when it came. I'd kept an eye on my inbox for the next few days, but I'd grown lax when nothing came through. But then, on September 30th, it popped up. Quote, please note that this is a tentative offer only. Therefore, do not end your current employment, the email instructed me. It then listed a series of steps I'd need to quickly take. I had 48 hours to log on to USA Jobs and fill out my declaration for federal employment, then 5 additional days to return the forms attached to the email. Among those forms, driver's license information, an affidavit that I've never received a domestic violence conviction, and consent for a background check. And it said, quote, if you are declining the position, it is not necessary to complete the items listed below. As I mentioned, I'd missed the email, so I did exactly none of these things, and that might have been where this had all ended, an unread message sinking to the bottom of my inbox. If not for an email, LabCorp sent 3 weeks later. Quote, thank you for confirming that you wish to continue with the hiring process, unquote, it read. To be clear, I had confirmed no such thing. Please complete your required pre-employment drug test. The timing was unfortunate. Cannabis is illegal in the state of New York, and I had partaken 6 days before my scheduled test. Then again, I hadn't smoked much. Perhaps with hydration, I could get to the next stage. Worst case scenario, I'd waste a small piece of ICE's gargantuan budget. I traveled to my local LabCorp, tea'd in a cup, and waited for a call telling me that I'd failed. 9 days later, impatience got the best of me. For the first time, I logged into USA Jobs and checked my application to see if my drug test had come through. What I actually saw was so implausible, so impossible, that at first I did not understand what I was looking at. Somehow, despite never submitting any of the paperwork they sent me, not the background check or identification info, not the domestic violence affidavit, none of it, ICE had apparently offered me a job. According to the application portal, my pre-employment activities remained pending, and yet it also showed that I had accepted a final job offer and that my onboarding status was EOD, entered on duty, the start of an enlistment period. I moused over the exclamation mark next to onboarding, and a helpful pop-up appeared. Your EOD has occurred. Welcome to ICE. I clicked through to my application tracking page. They'd sent me a final offer on September 30th, it said, and I had allegedly accepted. Quote, welcome to ICE. Your duty location is New York, New York. Your EOD was on Tuesday, September 30th, 2025. By all appearances, I was a deportation officer without a single signature on agency paperwork. ICE had officially hired me.
This is ridiculous!
Perhaps if I'd accepted, they would have demanded my pre-employment paperwork, done a basic screening, realized their mistake, and fired me immediately.
If not sooner.
And yet, the pending and upcoming tasks list suggested a very different outcome. My physical fitness test had been initiated on October 6th, it said 3 days in the future. My medical check had apparently been completed already on October 6th. The portal also listed my background check as completed on October 6th. Had I preemptively passed? Was ICE seriously going to let me start training without finding out the first thing about me? I reached out to ICE for an explanation, but never heard back. The only thing left for me to do was press the green accept button on the homepage. And maybe I should have. Maybe no one would have ever checked my name, and I could have written the story of a lifetime. Or maybe the agency infamous for brutalizing and disappearing people with no regard for the law or basic human rights would have figured out exactly who I am while I was in one of their facilities with no way to escape. I'm not actually a domestic terrorist sent straight from Antifa headquarters, but to a paranoid fascist regime increasingly high on their own supply. I surely look like one on paper. Self-preservation won out. I hit decline, closed my browser, and took a long, deep breath. What are we to make of all of this? To be clear, I barely applied to ICE. I skipped the steps of the application process that would have clued the agency in on my lack of fitness for the position. I made no effort to hide my public loathing of the agency, what it stands for, and the administration that runs it. And they offered me the job anyway. It's possible that I'm an aberration. Perhaps I experienced some kind of computer glitch that affected my application and no one else's. But given all of the above, it seems far more likely that ICE is running an extremely leaky ship when it comes to recruitment. With no oversight, and with ICE concealing its agents' identities, it'll be extremely difficult for us to know. There's a temptation to take some comfort in ICE's sloppiness. There's a real argument here that an agency so inept in its recruitment will also be inept at training people and carrying out its mission. We're seeing some very sloppy police work from ICE, including an inability to do basic things like throw someone down and cuff them. On some level, all of this is a reminder that their takeover is neither total nor inevitable. But if they missed the fact that I was an anti-ICE journalist who didn't fill out her paperwork, what else might they be missing? How many convicted domestic abusers are being given guns and sent into people's homes? How many people with ties to white supremacist organizations and are indiscriminately targeting minorities on principle, regardless of immigration status? How many rapists and pedophiles are working on ICE detention centers with direct and unsupervised access to a population that will be neither believed nor missed? How are we to trust ICE's allegedly thorough investigations of the people they detain and deport when they can't even keep their HR paperwork straight? And if they're not going to scream me out, what hope is there of figuring out which recruit might one day turn into a trigger-happy agent who would forget the law, forget that law enforcement officers are trained not to stand in front of vehicles, get jumpy, and shoot a 37-year-old woman to death on the streets of Minneapolis? That's exactly what happened last week, and why Renee Good will never have a 38th birthday, and why her children will never again be hugged by their mother. By all appearances, the only thing ICE is screening for is a desire to work for ICE, a very specific kind of person perfectly suited for that kind of mission. Good's murder is not an isolated incident. The American Civil Liberties Union reports a nationwide trend of ICE pointing guns at, brutalizing, and even detaining citizens who stopped to film them. A Minneapolis pastor who protested ICE by chanting, "We are not afraid," was detained at gunpoint by an agent who reportedly asked him, "Are you afraid now?" "I am." We all should be. That's a disturbing picture. Incredibly disturbing. What it makes me think almost is that leftists should like flood ICE with applications. See if you can't get that $50,000. You know, maybe they'll send you a $50,000 check and a gun in the mail, and you'll never have to show up for a single day of work. Could be good for the left, honestly. Get a little injection of funds, I guess. Incredible incompetence over there. All right. Boy, I broke through the first break already. Jeez. All right. We got to take a quick galactic intermission, everyone. Do not worry, though. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Why does that sound so fucked up? All right. All right, everybody. Hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Twitch Prime subs, Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. Break over. Second half about to begin. So hopefully you are ready and are back in your seats. All right, everyone, we are back. Second half about to begin. And hopefully you're prepared for it. All right, let's go back to talking about politicians and their takes and what's been going on lately. One guy trying to get reelected to Congress, Richie Torres, had some fascinating stuff to say, and he's getting
checking in on Richie Torres.
He's getting destroyed.
Right now, we're pressuring the Democrats in Congress to hold the line on Department of Homeland Security appropriations ahead of the January 30th deadline, saying you have to make demands to rein in ICE. We're not funding DHS until X, Y, Z. Sam had a suggestion: no masks, right? No masks. There should be, I think it should be more than that, even more maximalist demands about really cutting into their budget, barring them from moving certain kinds of money over to detention and using funds in that capacity, putting in guardrails about protecting people's civil liberties. These are the kinds of asks that Democrats need to have.
That they should have and should be able to ask for it, but we have the Senate Democrats.
Well, Richie's in the House, and he's going to get creative here in just a second. But this needs to happen. We're already seeing a complete transformation of public opinion around ICE. This YouGov Economist poll now has it as the plurality opinion of abolishing ICE. But you see even in more conservative polls, a 20-point shift in a year and change from when Trump got elected in support of abolishing ICE. This is the kind of energy that a competent opposition party would harness and get behind. Let's get rid of ICE. This money should be going to your family. It should be going to your health care. It should be going to child care. Copy paste that argument for Israel. Why are we sending them billions and billions of dollars when you can't afford your groceries? These are simple, easy messages for a competent, non-corrupted political party to get behind. And simplicity is important. We saw this from the Zohran Mamdani campaign. It's not that he talked down to voters, but his platforms were clear, and what he was trying to do for people was clear. And it wasn't like, We'll lower the Pell Grant requirements for you and your family if you
you're in a
meet
disadvantaged
eligibility and if you're in this zone. But Richie Torres, he's figured it out. He's figured it out. His solution here to rain and ice. I am introducing legislation, the Quick Recognition Act, QR, that requires ICE and CBP officers to wear uniforms featuring QR codes. When scanned, the code would generate a digital ID displaying the officer's name, badge number, and law enforcement agency. ICE and CBP should be unmasked, not only physically, but digitally. Okay. Transparency is not an option, but an obligation. Now, they should be unmasked. I like that addition, but can we just show the quote tweet from his primary challenger, Michael Blake? Excuse me, ICE officer, can you please lower your gun for a sec so I can scan your QR code?
Yeah, seriously though. Seriously though. Michael Blake coming in with the heat. Yes, exactly. How are we supposed to scan those codes while we're getting brutalized? It's fascinating. Wait, 1 second. 1 second. Let me just pull out my camera app real quick. I know you're trying to detain me right now, but I gotta get a complete an unobstructed view of your QR code, sir.
Michael Blake is primarying Richie Torres in the Bronx. Torres didn't have a primary challenge. We had him on. I was out.
Honestly, like, Richie Torres is too young to be coming up with boomer ass ideas like this. It's like one of the dumbest things I could have thought. Like, I would never have thought of this in a million years because of how dumb it is. Like I would have had to be setting out to come up with dumb ideas to even get close to this level of stupidity. But my God, Richie Torres, gotta get these guys out of here. I am so sick of it.
Unfortunately,
They're
but
useless.
Torres's last primary was uncontested. He's got a large war chest, but people are pissed. And I just like, QR codes are the bane of everybody's existence in their regular life. Like,
seriously, everybody hates them.
Uniforms with QR codes on them.
And I just
people also,
yeah.
No, I was gonna say people even like them at restaurants when they
I know
the menus.
I know. I
Yeah,
mean,
everyone hates them. Everyone hates them. Nobody wants another QR code to scan. Please, just hand me something to look at. Like, do something real. Like, please. Please, we're all begging for it. QR code is the furthest thing from it. What a dumb idea from Richie Torres. Oh, that'll solve it. That'll solve the brutal assault by ICE. QR codes. What a fucking moron. One of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Also, you know, QR codes, I mean, they have to be flat. They have to be flat. And they cannot be obstructed. And they can't have any dirt on them at all. I would point out to dumb fuck Richie Torres. You know, you get some protester blood on there. You know, you get some dirt while you're dragging Americans along the street on there. All of a sudden, that QR code doesn't work. You know? What a fucking stupid idea. If we were to implement such a thing, it would, in 95% of circumstances, I'll bet you it doesn't work. Because how do you put like, so stupid, on a garment of clothing? So, oh my God. Mystifying levels of stupidity from him.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. QR code sounds like an abundance dem idea. Just like the general of stupid centrist Dems James Carville who wants to train ICE instead of abolishing ICE. I'm so done with centrism. They provide no good ideas.
Seriously, Columbia Rican, absolutely right. Thank you for the bits as well. We've only seen donations on Twitch tonight. Shocking. Only progress happening on the Galactic Content Goal happening on Twitch. Even though YouTube is utterly trouncing Twitch in views right now. Alright, speaking of brutality, Let's talk about police brutality momentarily, switching from ICE to actual police officers. In LA, the LAPD is banned from using a number of different devices in dealing with protesters. You might be asking yourself, why? Why is the LAPD banned from using certain devices when dealing with protesters? Let's talk about it. NBCLA, here to explain it to us.
NBC4 Investigates has learned about a change at the LAPD. Officers are now banned from using a type of less lethal gun on protesters.
It comes after a decision by a federal judge. Our investigative reporter, Eric Leonard, covers the LAPD for us. He joins us live from the newsroom right now with how this all happened. Eric.
Hi, Colleen and Michael. Well, this is a highly unusual happening here. The department now ordering that these less than lethal weapons shall not be used during crowd control situations after the judge ruled that officers have repeatedly violated her previous orders that were supposed to limit their use.
Illegal.
U.S. District Court Judge Consuelo Marshall writing, the plaintiffs in this lawsuit have shown evidence that the LAPD has continued to use 40-millimeter munitions on protesters who did not pose an immediate threat of violence toward officers, that police did not provide warnings before using the munitions, and that officers hit protesters in restricted areas of their body. The court order also includes a list of recent violations. Many happened during recent immigration protests against immigration enforcement, including one officer who shot a protester while he had his hands up, then shot him again in the face, another officer who shot a woman, then shot her again when she was on the ground, a third officer who shot a protester in the head while she was holding a sign, and a fourth officer who shot a man in the groin, then shot a lawyer in the groin after the lawyer asked the first officer for his name. Now, the lawsuit that led to this ruling was filed back.
Oh my God, they are such thugs. It's not just ICE, it's the police. And this is why I've been saying, if there's any police out there hearing my words right now, you better start protecting protesters. You better start protecting the Constitution, the First Amendment, the right to assemble, the right to criticize our government in public. Otherwise, you're going to get lumped in with ICE. ACAB. ACAB till the police start actually protecting and serving society. These motherfuckers are no better. And until they prove otherwise, they're just as despicable. Repeatedly ignoring court orders, you know, essentially the Constitution, legally mandated. By the way, those court proceedings cost money. Got to pay the judge, got to pay the clerk, got to pay the stenographer, got to pay the district attorney, got to pay a bunch of people. Got to keep the lights on at the court. And then these fucking assholes violate it. And that's why they're not allowed to use less than lethal munitions against protesters anymore. Full stop. If they do, it's a crime. And honestly, we need to get rid of qualified immunity, so every time these guys do commit a crime,
right to jail, right away.
Speaking of illegal force against American citizens, let's go to Democracy Now! Now, from 2 days ago, back to talking about ICE.
We begin today's show looking at ICE's escalating use of violence and force. Last week, an ICE agent fatally shot Renee Good, 37-year-old mother of three, in Minneapolis, sparking nationwide protests. On Thursday, President Trump threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act and send troops to Minnesota. Following the shooting of Renee Good, ICE's violent tactics have come under increasing scrutiny. A new investigation by ProPublica documents more than 40 cases of immigration agents using banned chokeholds and other moves that can cut off breathing. In one case, ICE agents violently arrested an ICU nurse in California named Amanda Treback while she was documenting ICE operations in the Los Angeles area. Two plainclothes masked agents were filmed pinning her against the pavement as they knelt on her back. One agent put his knee on Treback's head for a brief moment.
Filming you. Get off her head! Get off Your knee is off her head. Get it off.
Get back. Get back.
Get off her head.
Get back. Get back.
Get off of you. This is public property, sir. This is public property. Streaming live. This is ICE beating her up. They got her knee on her head. I'm where I need to be 10 feet. So.
You guys get her in the van.
Sir, you okay? Yeah.
Amanda Trebek was then held in federal custody. After her release, she appeared on Democracy Now!
They came out in a convoy. They jumped out of the vehicle. As you could see, they pinned me to the ground and they handcuffed me. They took me into an unmarked vehicle. They did not read me my rights. They didn't tell me where I was going. They shut the vehicle.
This is the very
they drove me to the other side of the non-civilian side of Terminal Island. And basically, they kidnapped me.
We're joined now by ProPublica reporter Nicole Foy. Her latest article.
I know it's a sound shot, but this is genuinely the very definition of totalitarianism, of authoritarianism, of dictatorship. This is no longer a democracy ruled by the law. American citizens seemingly have no rights when facing federal agents anymore. Apparently, the second you're in proximity to an ICE agent, now you literally have no rights to, First Amendment, all go down the list. Due process.
We found more than 40 cases of immigration agents using banned chokeholds and other moves that can cut off breathing. In October, Nicole also revealed how ICE detained more than 170 U.S. citizens. Nicole Foy, welcome to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. Why don't you lay out your latest findings? Talk about these potentially lethal chokeholds, which are, in fact, illegal?
Yes. My coworker, Mackenzie Funk, and I, we've spent most of this last year documenting aggressive tactics by immigration agents. And what we found is that over the last year, immigration agents across the country have used these really dangerous and banned by their own policy chokeholds and carotid restraints, as well as many of these also dangerous kneeling on people's necks, kneeling on backs like we saw with Amanda, in ways that can really restrict your breathing and your blood flow, which is one of the reasons why their own training actually highly discourages this types of arrest, but we've seen it across the country.
And Nicole, can you talk about some of the specific examples that you document? For instance, Arnaldo Bazan, a 10th grader in Texas?
Yes, he was. That's a case that I think really sticks out because he is a 16-year-old U.S. citizen, and he was really violently arrested with his father in a store in Houston. You can hear him in the video as officers are putting him in a chokehold, screaming that he's a minor, that he's 16, he was going to school, that he's a U.S. citizen, and yet he told us that that didn't matter. The agent continued to use a chokehold on him that, again, is banned unless there is a call for deadly force. And when we showed videos like this one to a number of police officers, other former immigration officials and top DHS officials, they were really appalled, and they had no idea what could have prompted this level of deadly force, especially against someone like a 16-year-old U.S. citizen who really had really difficult and dramatic injuries to deal with in the aftermath.
Now, there is a federal ban on chokeholds and similar tactics. Have any officers from your reporting who've used these tactics faced disciplinary measures?
We've yet to find any evidence that they have. We asked the Department of Homeland Security if they have disciplined any officers, especially in cases where we showed them these videos and said your own policy bans the use of a carotid restraint, the use of a chokehold. What have these officers been disciplined? And they did not answer us, would not tell us if any had been disciplined for these tactics, and they stood very firmly behind their officers' actions and said that they were acting with the utmost professionalism and even using a reasonable amount of force.
I wanted to read from
Shock of shocks. ICE, the agency that can't seem to check its own documents when they're hiring people, is also not disciplining hirees, agents, for their illegal behavior. Shock. Federal government still not holding these lawless thugs to account.
Peace. Immigration agents have put civilians' lives at risk using more than their guns. An agent in Houston put a teenage citizen into a chokehold, wrapping his arm around the boy's neck, choking him so hard his neck had red welts hours later. A black masked agent in Los Angeles pressed his knee into a woman's neck while she was handcuffed, then appeared to pass out. An agent in Massachusetts jabbed his finger and thumb into the neck and arteries of a young father who refused to be separated from his wife and one-year-old daughter. The man's eyes rolled back in his head, and he started convulsing. That's what you wrote. Tell us more about these cases.
I think the case of the young father in Massachusetts is particularly disturbing and was really disturbing for so many of the bystanders who were there witnessing it and recording it. Like you said, he refused to be separated from his young daughter, a one-year-old who was in the car with him, in between him and his wife. Agents had come to arrest his wife, but she also didn't want to leave her one-year-old behind. She said that she was still breastfeeding and she couldn't leave the child behind. And in an effort, and we know this because we reviewed body cam footage and bystander footage, we know that officers really wanted them, specifically this young man, Carlos, to let go, and he wouldn't let go of his daughter or his wife. And you can see in the video the moment when an agent decides to reach around from the back and press his fingers and thumb into his neck. And he appears to start having a seizure. And he shakes so violently that his young daughter, who is of course crying, is shaking with him. He did.
That's child abuse. That's child abuse. That's endangerment of a minor. A one-year-old baby getting shaken. You can go to jail for that. You can absolutely go to jail for that. 100%. That is a crime. So many crimes being committed all at once. It's sort of overwhelming. It's all being done by the supposed federal government. People who are supposed to uphold the law are completely dashing it to the ground. They have a complete disdain for the law and for America and freedom. Now, a new bombshell report done by, oh God, I can't remember the name of the journalistic outlet that did it. Was it Slate? It might have been Slate again. I can't be sure. But one of the journalists who helped in making this bombshell report on the murder of Renee Good made an appearance on CNN. This is from yesterday.
There's still many questions, outstanding questions, about what happened in the critical moments leading up to the killing of Renee Good during a confrontation with ICE officers last week. As additional videos of the shootings continue to surface, the New York Times is out with a very detailed new analysis, syncing up multiple videos from different angles, going frame by frame, and creating really the fullest video image picture of what transpired. Here's a portion of their analysis centering around the position of the officer in relation to Ms. Good's vehicle. This is from the New York Times.
The cell phone is focused squarely on Miss Good. She looks down, shifts into drive, and begins turning to the right, away from the engine. Cut to this high angle and zoom in. We can make out the agent's body and his arm filming. We can also see, at the same time, he's beginning to lift his other arm. On these cameras, we can see what's happening around Agent Ross. The other agent is yelling orders and reaching into Miss Good's SUV. Her front tire spins as she continues turning right. Agent Ross is at least a few feet away from Miss Good's SUV. He does not appear to move out of the way.
And I'm joined now by one of the reporters who worked on that video analysis for the New York Times, Devin Lum. Devin, so that video that we just saw, what is the significance to you in that?
Right, so what we're seeing in that video is the agent who eventually shoots Renee Good moving from his position near his own SUV in front of her vehicle as it's moving. So law enforcement agents are not instructed to do that. They're told the direct opposite because it places them in danger, like we see in this.
It also, I mean, what you're saying in the video is that she is turning the wheel almost like a three-point turn.
Mm-hmm.
She had backed up and now she's turning. Does it indicate in the video that she was? I mean, this is one of the questions. The president said that she ran over the officer. That's clearly didn't occur. Was she aiming for him? Was she trying to turn away?
Right, so we can see in the video, there's a split second where, the tires of her car are pointed towards the agent, but it's not because she's angling those tires at the agent. It's like you said, she's in the middle of completing a three-point turn. So she was reversing with the wheel turned all the way to the left to flip the front of the car to the right and was in the process of turning to the right. So if you play the video further, you can see those wheels are moving away from the agent.
There's also the question of, was the agent who killed Miss Good, was he actually hit? That we've seen his cell phone camera video. There seems to be, a jostling at the camera, whether that's him, it smashing against the car, I'm not sure. Well, I want to show this other video that's part of your analysis.
This is also the moment many have said looks like Agent Ross getting run over. And it does when watched at full speed. But looking more closely, we can see
we had some problem with that. Can we try to re-rack that and play that again? Because that's important.
Come on!
This is also the moment many have said looks like Agent Ross getting run over. And it does when watched at full speed. But looking more closely, we can see in multiple angles that there's a visible gap between the vehicle and his legs, indicating his feet are positioned outside the SUV's path. The agent's left hand is still against the vehicle and gripping his phone. We see as he fires, it's recording the clouds and the trees overhead. It's not because the agent is knocked to the ground. The other angle shows he's still standing, continuing to maintain his grip on his phone and his gun, and we see a clear and growing gap between his body and the SUV as he fires a second shot.
And
yep, he stays on his feet. He has no problem staying on his feet the entire time. It's very clear if you're not, a delusional lunatic who's in the middle of, gobbling Donald Trump's balls. It's quite easy to see this for what it is. It's plain as day. It's a murder. This guy was in complete control the whole time. He's the one who was armed. He's the one with the badge. There was no reason. This woman posed no serious threat to anyone, including him. Apparently the murderer and his family are in hiding. Yeah, we talked about it. Jonathan Ross and his family are basically in witness protection right now. DHS went to his house, emptied it of its belongings, and drove away his car. And now nobody knows where he is. A guy who just committed murder is being hidden by the federal government so that he doesn't have to face consequences for it. It's insane. When's the last time the ICC or the ICJ presided over on him? No, yeah, okay. But I think when people are saying we need a Nuremberg, we need like some sort of a Nuremberg trial for these guys, I don't think they're literally saying the ICJ needs to preside over it. I think what people are saying, generally speaking, and maybe I'm misinterpreting it, but I mean, I've said it myself. At least when I'm saying it, it's coming from a place of the United States needs to hold trials over this internally and hold these people accountable. It doesn't have to be at The Hague. Being at The Hague would absolutely change fuck all for me. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't make it better or worse to me. But I just think it'd be, honestly, actually, I take that back. I think it would be better to have it done here in the United States. But honestly, it really, in the long term, honestly, if somehow we can extradite ICE agents to the Hague, fine. But really, I mean, internal trials are perfectly good enough for me. At least for now. I think it would have to get dramatically worse for me to say, actually, we're not equipped to handle this. Okay, now let's go back to the personal experiences of individuals interacting with ICE. A Minneapolis man was detained and held by immigration enforcement. He is now free and talking about his experience.
Yes, they told me I was going to Texas to be deported. And I said, like, how can y'all deport me? And I've been following all these instructions for all these years. And the guy was like, it's above my pay grade. I'm not a violent person. If I was a violent person, I would not have been out these past 17 years checking in. Like,
if he was a criminal, he would have.
I'm a nice person, man. Everybody that knows me know I'm a nice, laid-back person.
Honestly, if you had told me this guy, I mean, it's sort of, there's no telltale signs that this man's even an immigrant. I assume it must have been based upon his status or something. I mean, he sounds like an American, you know, he appears to be an American by all means. When I look at the man, and this guy's an American. Apparently he has some sort of immigration status. I don't know from where. I didn't get a name on this guy, so I haven't been able to figure it out yet. But he's been here for decades, it sounds like. Almost 20 years. He said 17 years he's been here. And the way he's talking about it, it sounds like he was picked up at an immigration check-in, right? At like, you know, like with your, whatever you call it. It's not parole officer. It's something, I can't think of what it is. Immigration something. I can't think of the name of that job. The point is, this guy was just doing nothing. He was doing nothing wrong. In fact, he was doing
everything right, and they indicted me.
All right, let's keep talking about the activities of immigration enforcement once again with the majority report.
What's happening in Minnesota, we're basically watching ICE, as far as I can tell. I mean, they are expanding their violence. And part of it is a function of, I think that the pressure for them to increase their numbers is growing. My understanding is that despite the fact that they've been offering tens of thousands of dollars to hire new ICE thugs, they're not getting as many recruits as they want. They've cut down the training time to literally 5 or 6 weeks.
Good news is they're not carrying any
Immediately,
weaponry,
if not
right?
sooner.
Yeah, at least they're not.
Just kidding. They're dressed like they're in the middle of a war zone.
It does seem like they can go just to like some weapon store and pick out what you want. We got you covered. Whatever you feel comfortable with, guys. And reports are that they're coming from Minnesota as far west as Oregon. I'm also hearing from folks who work in the immigration field that they are now going after people who are in the process of having their asylum claims adjudicated. So in other words, they are here legally. They have done no crimes. They have done no violations. They have followed the law. And the law is, if you apply for asylum, you get a hearing. You get, they adjudicate that claim. People who are in the process of that now are getting rolled up. Here is ICE, though. And again, this is, we've talked about the Kavanaugh stops. We'll talk about it more. ICE is going around. They're walking through parking lots. In this instance, they're walking through a charging station for EVs, presumably looking for Uber drivers or Lyft drivers or other rideshare drivers. And they're looking for ones that are not white. And that's how they are deciding as to whether they go up and approach people for their ID. Now, look.
Is there a new Daily Wire movie coming out right now? I think I just got a Daily Wire movie commercial on the channel. It's hilarious. We're getting Daily Wire's running ads on the channel. The Melania movies running ads on the channel.
You are not obligated to give your ID to ICE. They are border enforcement or they're immigration enforcement. And you're not obligated to do that unless they have probable cause. And the fact that you are black or brown is not probable cause. Now, of course,
I think I just got an advertisement for the Pendragon Cycle, Rise of the Merlin, premiering January 22nd. Oh, the Rise of the Merlin.
A lot of people want to avoid getting beat up, and a lot of people don't know their rights. And so this is what's going on. But watch these guys just patrol this. I mean, it's so grotesque.
Looking into cars. Papers. Hand over your papers. There you go.
Just want to point out all the people with whistles in the background.
Yep. Your papers, please.
Your paper. I mean,
it really did sound better in the original German.
That's in Casablanca, right?
What's that? The Casablanca.
Well, I mean, that's the phrasing, but whatever. I'm but not to be downplayed at all. Obviously, it's deeply authoritarian and scary, and it's not hyperbolic to compare it to the Nazis.
It's insane. These guys are just fascists running around. Honestly, we need to do something about all of this. Genuinely. This is the end of the American democracy. What is happening right now is a complete... It's a fascist regime. There's no other fucking word for it. We keep using the word over and over again because that's what it is. We're a papers country now. You're minding your own fucking business. Show us your papers. Megastar gifting 5 sweet galactic memberships over on the YouTube vertical stream. Adam Westish, Will in Detroit, Scotch to Gmail, Adrian Vixen, and the Baker's Dozen Cats. All getting sweet galactic memberships courtesy of Omegastar. Much appreciated, Omega. Much appreciated. Helping us greatly in our galactic content goal right now. We got those 5 memberships gifted. We got 1 super chat over on the YouTube as well. And some biddies donated over on Twitch. We're making progress. Also, Ramona Dabs. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch. Okay. Let's keep going through this now. This is footage from the other day. Jake Lang, white supremacist, Jan 6th insurrectionist, was in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, attempting to declare victory over the city, a city that he is not from. Things got pretty crazy there. There was also a number of other white supremacist right-wingers hanging out with him.
Children's future is at stake, Minnesota. The Democrats, the Marxists, the communists have been raping our country for generations. White Christian men, you must stand now.
America loves immigrants. America was built by immigrants. America loves immigrants.
Crusade or be replaced.
We're going up into a parking garage.
Get up, no cameras in here. No cameras.
I don't quite know who's who in that scuffle that just happened over a flag. Who are you? What brought you out here?
I just came to support ICE and, the people of Minnesota.
You support
Came
ICE's
here to
raids,
support ICE and the
on
people of
in
Minnesota. I love how these guys, they come from other states claiming to support the people of Minnesota, while the people of Minnesota scream in their faces and tell them to get the fuck out. It doesn't seem like you have the support of the people of Minnesota. So I don't know what you're talking about, stupid.
them out in the street?
I just think that they're doing the right thing. Maybe they're doing it wrong. I don't know, but whatever.
Maybe they're doing it wrong, but whatever. These people are just insane. Just deluded idiots. Willing collaborators. Whatever. Even if they're violating the law, whatever. They're doing the thing that I like, so I don't care. Whatever.
Whatever.
Clearly looked into it before he came here. And now we're back in the cycle, back to the parking garage. I'm not quite sure if he knows where he's going.
You little kitty fucker! Fucking pedophile Nazi piece of shit! Look at you got your ass beat! Where's MPD at to save you? Where's MPD? Can you hear? Hey, where's ICE to save you, bro? Where's ICE? Why your homies ain't helping you? Hey, where's ICE and where's MPD to help you? Why your homies ain't helping you? Where you at? Where you at, you little bitch? Split. Oh, right there. Yeah! Oh, I'm gonna have fun with you. Where you going, boy?
Still seem to not know where the heck we're going. Following one of the right-wing agitators that showed up in Minneapolis to support ICE, supposedly.
Three. Nice. Oh, that's so cute.
Are you with a group or anything?
We're doing it peacefully. We're not trying to
fight.
fight.
What are you guys are showing people?
Everybody's sorter. Where's Nick and Nick?
Jake Lang showed up with a shield and like a baton, and he's like, "We're trying to be peaceful. We're just trying to be peaceful. We don't know why everybody's being so mean to us."
Do you think that ICE is peaceful?
They can be, yeah.
Oh, they can be. Hit the blue line. Dude. Hit the train.
Where's can be?
You gotta get on the train and get out of here. Is killing people peaceful? No, we're not gonna back up.
Run into the fucking police.
We're not gonna back up until y'all fucks do. Get the fuck out of my Get on the train and go, dude. When you get outside, take a left.
Are you parked here or like what are we doing?
Walking around.
They're just running away. Cowards. Get down to the floor, get on the train. We gotta go.
This dude is gushing over here. Oh man. He is bleeding like a... Oh my god, like a balloon.
Illegal.
They're just running over protesters, and honestly, I'm not even sure that was a protester. It looked like they were holding a camera. They may have just been filming events. It's not clear who this person was. Just running them over. All right, let's talk more about these Nazis that came to Minneapolis and then ran away. What are we watching now? We are watching Nazis in Minneapolis, there to support ICE, getting chased out of the city.
This is Jake Lang.
We'll be burning Qurans, standing up against the Somali invasion of Minneapolis, the immediate deportation.
Once again, Twitter is not real life. This dip gets 7,000 likes on Twitter, but in the real world, he got 7 people to attend this Quran burning protest. Okay, and as a counter to this dip pro-Nazi protest, guess what happened? Thousands of people came out and told him, shut the fuck up. So I need you to understand that. These guys do not have motion. They do not have motion. And that's precisely the reason why the government has to step in, okay? The government has motion. It's the goddamn government. But these guys don't. The government has to fund ICE by $75 billion. Shouts out to the Democrats that are also paying for it. Very cool. Or already paid for it. But the people don't like it. They don't like it at all. Twitter likes are nothing, okay? They're botted into oblivion. They're boosted into oblivion. All of this stuff that you see on the internet from the sweatiest losers that make you go, who could possibly agree with this worldview? When you see something online and it makes you go, huh, do these guys actually believe this? Like, they're saying some heinous shit. Just remember, most likely the average person is repulsed by that sort of behavior, okay? You have to remember that. It's that simple. But the real problem is the government. The real battle here is the actual government. That's what's so frustrating about this process. It's not like they don't have the popular mandate. They try to make it seem like they have a popular mandate by flooding the media with pro-regime propaganda, and they're flooding independent media with pro-regime propaganda. Asmongold is a great example of this. Yes, Jake Lang, this is what happened when Jake Lang actually went and tried to do a pro-Nazi rally. As a Nazi, as an out and about Nazi, he tried to do a pro-Nazi rally. Well, this is how Minneapolis welcomed him. Just in, anti-Islam protest organizer Jake Lang just got dragged into a crowd and assaulted multiple times. Police are doing absolutely nothing. It's total anarchy. Minneapolis police are standing down because corrupt Democrats refuse to protect conservatives. The feds are needed. Also, they're saying like he got his ass beat, he got assaulted, but like think about it this much. Jake Lang is out there to agitate, he's out there to protest. And the fact that he was in such a ginormous crowd and he survived, yeah, he got shoved a little bit. Maybe he fell. Maybe he tripped and fell. But the fact that he survived this situation implies that, you know, maybe they are actually a fairly peaceful crowd, okay? I'm just saying. You go into someone else's backyard and you try to specifically, aggressively posture, try to make them feel not welcome in their own home. People are going to want to clean that up. You're going to be a piece of shit. You're going to get picked up.
Seriously, though. No, seriously, though. That is not a recommended idea. You don't walk into your neighbor's yard and declare victory while carrying a shield and a baton. Not expect to get your ass kicked. Like, honestly, these are the same people who are like, oh, God, Jake Lang has been brutalized by the left, are the same people who think that you have the right to blast somebody if they step, like, on your property looking the wrong way. Like, the same people stand your ground. This guy showed up with a shield and a baton to try and fight protesters. Like, he thought he was going to have 1,000 people with him. Instead, he had 7. And he was outnumbered, and it sucks to suck.
He came out to Somaliapolis, baby. Murderapolis. Hey,
Somaliapolis.
You did not check in with Abdul at Murderapolis. This is what happens, bro. This is what happens when you refuse to twerk in Murderapolis. This land was promised to them 3,000 years ago, buddy. Buddy, this land was promised to the Somalis 3,000 years ago. Get the f out of here. It's their ancestral home.
Yep, Jake Lang was chased out of Minneapolis, him and his 7 friends.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us on this Saturday. We are following several developing stories tonight, but we begin in Minnesota and the tense showdown over President Trump's immigration crackdown. Today, pro and anti-ICE demonstrators clashed in Minneapolis as the governor's office announced the National Guard had been mobilized and stood ready to assist state law enforcement. Adding to the mayhem, the freezing January weather. CBS's Ian Lee is in Minneapolis tonight and leads us off. Ian, how are things looking?
Sharika, it's brutally cold, feeling well below zero, but the deep freeze did not stop demonstrators today, protesters for and against the ICE crackdown in the state.
In America!
Today, new rage on the streets of downtown Minneapolis, sparked by protesters in support of the anti-immigration operation.
Not everybody deserves to be here.
Leading the cause, Jake Lang, a January 6 rioter convicted and then pardoned by President Trump. Why are you out here today?
The replacement of white Americans by Somalians in Minnesota is a tragedy.
His supporters today outnumbered by counter-protesters shouting for them to leave the city. Some 3,000 federal officers and ICE agents have been deployed to this state. More than 2,500 people arrested, tensions still red hot after an ICE officer fatally shot Renee Good 10 days ago. Today, protesters said the Arctic blast helped their cause.
We're ready for this. This is just, again, normal winter for us.
This as a federal judge in Minnesota ordered immigration agents to stop using tear gas and detentions against peaceful protesters. The judge also ruling that agents cannot stop drivers or passengers without reasonable suspicion, and protesters can follow agents. Border Patrol Chief.
Yes, indeed. Now, Jake Lang, I had to look it up. Jake Lang is apparently from New York, which I find fascinating that he decided to cross multiple state lines to get to Minnesota to complain about Somalis in a place that he does not spend any time. Now, apparently, active duty soldiers are on standby, as Donald Trump is threatening to deploy the National Guard once again to help ICE agents terrorize people in Minnesota now. This is from earlier this evening.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us on this Sunday. We are following several developing stories tonight. First, outrage in Europe over the president's threat to take Greenland. And here at home, the Pentagon now poised to send troops into Minnesota to crack down on protests over the administration's massive ICE immigration raids. So how do Americans feel about it all? A CBS News poll just out shows voters have strong opinions about Trump's plan to annex Greenland. Just 14% approve, 86% disapprove on immigration and...
Sorry, this is not what we're here for. I hate you, CBS. Why do you insist on doing this sort of thing to me? Oh, and you put this right next to it. I forgot about this video. All right, let's just take a look at this graph. ICE is making communities, 52% of people say less safe. 31%, 100% of idiots say more safe, and 17% of Americans say no change. The majority of Americans think ICE is making America less safe. It's a huge shift in polling numbers, in popularity of ICE and support for ICE in a year. Aztec. What the fuck? I'm getting some crazy commercials over here right now. Oh my god. I love looking at what YouTube thinks galactic viewers enjoy watching. Or want advertised to them. Is anybody buying Aztec death whistles? I just got an advertisement for something called Aztec death whistles. Something I've never heard of before. Aztec death whistle. Thought to be used for sacrifices and striking fear in combat. Oh, interesting. Maybe those are the whistles we should be bringing to protests. Aztec death whistles. I wonder what it sounds like. I'm curious. Seems like people in chat know about the Aztec death whistles more than I do. Seem like a big dummy now. Apparently I'm the only person who doesn't know about Aztec death whistles. Okay, interesting. All right, staying Minneapolis. Status Coup once again live streamed 4 hours ago. Live Stop ICE protests as Trump readies 1,500 troops.
Okay. Hello, this is Zach Roberts with Status Coup. StatusCout.com/join. Support our work for $5 a month. We're on the Midas Touch Network. We're here once again at Whipple. I'm just keeping an eye out. We got a lot of whistling going on. No big surprise there. So we're surrounded almost all around by sheriff of the sheriff office of Hennepin County and their SUVs and pickup trucks. Let's show that for 1 second if we can. Right behind us. They've got everything taped off, and now we have metal barricades along the side here. These are the gentlemen who last night were really obsessed with putting out 2 little fires that they had in fire pits over here. They get it like at Home Depot or whatever. They were also, if you saw on our live from yesterday, it was the guys that picked up a person who fell or got hit and scurried him away. And we have some suspicions about who they picked up and whether they were somebody. Anyway, so we do have a update on things that are happening. Apologies, it is what are we at? I think it was 13 degrees with like way in the negatives when it comes to wind chill. -3 is Will's
winter is coming.
With the gloved hands that we have.
You think that was an Incan? That sounded more Incan than Aztec? Wow. That's a very specific complaint about that whistle. More Peruvian, less Mexican,
I have,
you say.
Hand warmers inside here. Oh, we have an eagle flying once again above. Oh, my God. The eagle did actually fly over the other day overhead. It was quite a sight. Let's move over this way so we get the crowd a little bit. So I have a report here. Actually, get it with my glove here. We have an update. So we have Governor Walz has the Minnesota National Guard, State National Guard ready.
Eagles. The American bald eagle. Here to protest ICE as well, apparently.
They have been spotted by some people, like kind of just traveling around. But of course, Trump administration has to one up that. And according to ABC News, some 1,500 active Army paratroopers have been put on alert for a potential deployment to Minnesota, according to two defense officials. The soldiers are from the 11th Airborne Division at Joint Base Almendorf-Richardson in Alaska. One of the Army's premier infantry formations and a frontline force in military presence in the Pacific, positioned to help deter China. They're the cold weather crew that are able to kind of deal with this.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead on this thing. We got American Eagles flying over the skies. Above the great patriotic protesters here in Minneapolis. Let's see what some of the protesters have to say.
We mind talking to us for a second? Okay. Really enthusiastic.
Just got a shout out. Woo! Status quo, she says. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So what brings you out here? You're very prepared.
Yes, I am. I actually went to warm up and I left my respirator in the car, but, you know, I think we're all right. We're all right.
Yeah, I haven't seen I don't know, have you seen the Hennepin sheriffs? Have they done anything since, for the last couple hours?
So when I showed up, they weren't really here. And then I heard in the crowd someone was coming.
Omega Star
that's
just
probably
cheered
2 hours ago.
100 bits. Nazi punks, fuck off.
Indeed, Omega Star. Thank you for the bits. I think we're getting pretty close to half. I think we're just under halfway through the goal right now.
I heard in the crowd.
And just a reminder to everybody, while we are running, of course, the Galactic content goal, you could contribute to both that and the financing of the Galactic deficit, something that we do have to do right now. We still got to we got to pull together, like, close to $20 a day between now and the end of the month, unfortunately. But you could donate to that on Cash App, PayPal, or by becoming a Galactic patron, as we see all of that
Immediately, if not sooner.
Someone was coming, and then that's probably like 2 hours ago, and then slowly sheriff started to come, and yeah, I don't really know what's going on, but obviously we're doing nothing but you know, exercising our right to free speech. So I don't know what's going on, but they brought in a ton of lights, like big lights, which I'm guessing they're going to put up tonight. But as far as it goes for protesting, nothing's been thrown. There hasn't been anything crazy since I've been here.
That's good. It's good to hear. The other night we were here and they had 2 fires out and they just kept coming out. They were really, really irritated.
Tons of supplies. I mean, there's coffee, there's pizza, there's hand warmers, there's snacks, there's everything. But I did hear that last night they came and took like hand warmers and stuff. So I don't know, but we're prepared. Yep. When people are picking up their garbage, people are.
This is insane. This is what I've been saying this whole time. Governor Walz, Mayor Fry need to be directing the police to help protesters, not keep them in line, not put out fires, not steal hand warmers. Help them. Maybe, you know, although I can think of all sorts of things, honestly. But just by not bothering protesters, you are helping. I don't know, maybe they could go get some coffee. You know, they got cars. They're getting paid. Maybe you go pick up some coffee for everybody. How's that sound? I don't understand why they are being used to like repress and suppress protesters right now in this moment. Considering all the fucking things we've been hearing from Mayor Fry and from Governor Walz, it is impossible for me to understand how that's still happening right now. They must be aware of it. They must be aware of what's going on to some degree. It is their state, their city, right? All right, we're going to see what else that people are saying in here. Yes, thank you for plugging the throne over on Twitch, Omega Star. It's true, we are trying to fund transportation, Earth transportation for me on Throne. You can contribute to that. I've added an e-bike onto Throne. You can help, I mean, any amount. I think you can donate like less than $5. Might be able to do less. I'm not actually sure. But you can, you know, a few bucks over there helps contribute to that situation. We're already 10% of the way through it. And you know what? We're going to come back to the protest in the third half, but we're 3 hours into the show, which means we got to take a quick break. You kicked a little over to me the other day. Yes, I noticed the donation on Megastar. I appreciate. I actually shouted you out. I noticed it on stream, and you must not have been here for it. But I am appreciative. How much is the e-bike, if you don't mind me asking? I mean, it's not cheap, unfortunately. These e-bikes, I mean, they can get really expensive. I tried to keep it sort of middle of the road, but like having the features that I was looking for. So it's like $500. We've already raised $50. I mean, I don't need it. It's not something I need immediately. It would just greatly help me out with transportation, getting places down on Earth. And we got all the time in the world, technically, to fund it. You know, no donations won't go anywhere. You know, I mean, I assume. I assume Throne it just stays up, my understanding, until the crowdfunding goal gets completed. Less shout, more death whistle. Yes, more death whistle. All right. All right, everybody. Quick galactic intermission. We will be right back after these brief messages. All right, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit that bell icon too, so that you can get the latest notifications from the Galactic News Network. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Independent media, as they call it. So many great ways out there for you to show your support to help us out in the production of this show that your eyes are currently enjoying. Things like YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, Twitch, with the bits, the power-ups, the subs, the gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. But of course, we got Throne now, we've added, we were just talking about that. But the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is, as always, Patreon. Where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the intermission screens, like the pool or the bar or the lake or the street. Shout out at the end of every show. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. So go on, click the link, find out what lies in store. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. right, everybody. You know what that sound means. That beeping in your ears is, of course, intended to alert you to the fact that the Galactic Spacecast is about to begin. That's right, the break is over. The third half is about to begin. It's about to start very soon. Some say immediately, if not sooner. So get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Also, thank you to the raid from Walking Stick Library over on Twitch. Much appreciated. Hope your stream was good. Hope you walking stickers are doing good. Second longest stream we've ever did. Congratulations. You love the dancing kitty. Hell yeah. Cat Jam advertisements. Cat Jam is paying for ad space over here on the Galactic Billboard.
You are not funny.
I thought it was funny. I'm sticking by that. Four hours, 12 minutes. That's a substantial stream. I know I go super long, but I understand. 4 hours is a long time. It really is. You deserve one of these. Another one. Another little round of applause for you there. All right. We're going to go right back to Minneapolis here, folks, in the third half. Status quo news on the ground, talking to protesters, Bernie, Barbie, B-Cat, trying to feed Laika. Immediately noticing she's not snacking. So thoughtful. Such a loving puppy aunt. Such a loving puppy aunt that you are, B-Cat. So thoughtful. Look at her. She loves us. She loves the treats. She loves her little bagel-shaped treats for some reason. Uh-oh, I've got no sound. No sound.
It's cold out here. Why are you braving the cold here for today?
I'm a human first, and I think what's going on is just despicable. It makes me sick, and this is what I can do, so I'm showing up and I'm going to do it. I'm a nurse, so I care about other people's lives and how they're treating people. It's a violation of human rights. It's tantamount to Hitler. This whole thing reminds me of Operation Barbarossa. They're coming into a winter state. They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
What? There's so many people out here today. I did not think the crowd was going to be this big. Does that at least warm you up a little bit that there's this many people?
Warms up my soul. Yeah, there's good community here, and everyone is on the right side. Over.
God damn it! I'm muted over here. That was a deep cut from her out of the blue. Reminds me of Operation Barbarossa, she says.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Here, and we're hoping to convince these guys to get on the right side.
The polling has been very strongly moving against ICE and against what their actions doing. Do you think that what's happening here and what's happening out in the streets, that what activists or commuters they call are kind of bringing attention to the daily actions and kind of the
crowds are a democratic hoax, says Lunar 2. I don't know. You appear to be a new chatter, Lunar 22, but I'll give you one of those.
Little terror raids that they do.
I think the more people speak up and the more loud we are about what's going on, they won't be able to continue to get away with it. Not all the time. Trump's only in office for so long.
Trump is now kind of readied 1,500 troops up in Alaska, Army, not Army National Guard, but Army, to potentially come here what he kind of, I think, wants to happen happens.
That is a literal invasion. I honestly, when I breezed through that story earlier, and in my mind, up until this moment right now, I've been thinking they're National Guard. I've been thinking they're Army National. He's invading Minnesota with the actual army? Are you joking me right now? Why don't you just have NATO invade Minnesota?
What do you think the Minnesotans' response would be to that?
I mean, everything I've seen today has been nothing but peaceful, and I think it's going to continue to stay that way. So if he wants to send them, he can send them, but there's no reason to.
Do you feel as though that we saw the huge protest counter protest? I'm sorry, yesterday with only like 10 far right agitators, and they're all failing absolutely miserably. And do you feel as though that the police are here to protect you, or do you feel as though that they're here to protect ICE?
I haven't seen them protect us yet. So what I see as of now is they're here to protect ICE. ICE.
Absolutely. And I mean, I'm sure she has a much better view of it than we do, but we've been watching all of the live streams from Status Goo and all the other footage that's available on the internet, and it seems like they're not there to help anybody but ICE. Prevent the protesters from exercising their First Amendment rights to assemble and to protest the authoritarianism of our government. And honestly, and to criticize our government in any context, doesn't matter which context, you have the constitutional right to do it. Oh, right, like the sign says back here, defend the Constitution. Whoa! Whoopsies, I just knocked over my...
See people go out there try and lay flowers, they push them back, so I can't disbelieve what my eyes are telling me.
What do you think? I mean, you've had Governor Walz and Mayor Frey come out and say basically things like, basically everybody needs to not get in their way, not agitate, not cause problems, or was that
in their way right now? Like we're standing here minding our own business. So I think that's where nobody is getting in their way. We're telling them that what they're doing is wrong, and they don't want to hear the truth of what people have to say because we're a mirror. No one wants to look in a mirror.
What would you hope that the governor would at least say, or at least kind of support, or the mayor for that matter?
Listen, I'm not elected to public office, so I can't tell you what to say. I just think they should be here with us, standing.
Great. Thank you so much for your time. Thanks. They're shoveling the ground, keeping everything clear, because obviously everything's becoming extremely slick and extremely, icy, obviously. But this is part of the kind of continual upkeep and clean. We had people, while we were talking to another person, people come by with a little trash pickup and making sure that cups and stuff like that were clean. Trying to give no excuse. Also, just generally keeping the place clean as people should, but also giving no excuse to clear the area or whatever. We can see. I don't know if you can show over there. Two of the officers have guns that shoot. Rifles that shoot rubber bullets out. It looks like, right? Am I wrong on that? Maybe they're gas canisters.
Yeah, it's weird. It seems like these guys aren't really here to protect anybody, and just to keep the people in line. Even though, people like Governor Walz, I mean, the things that Governor Walz has come out and said about what ICE is doing and what people should be doing, he literally told the protest, in the same sentence earlier this week, he came out and said that ICE is basically the Gestapo and that they're murdering people in the streets and they're brutalizing protesters, and that protesters should go back out there and keep protesting, but did not say that he would protect them with the police or with the military, with the Army National Guard. So basically just telling people to sacrifice themselves without putting out any sort of support. It's all just in theory. In theory, he supports you. In spirit, he's with you. The vibes, oh, they're immaculate. Oh, he's so support the vibe. He supports your vibes so hard, but that's as far as it goes, I'm afraid. It is cowardly. I agree, Boku. It is cowardly. Those whistles mean ice is nearby. It's true. Those are the whistles of freedom and or tyranny, depending on how you want to interpret it. Great patriots, of course, blowing those whistles, using their freedom. The last dregs of it, I guess. All right, more protesters. It's getting dark over here on the stream. They were going for a while here on Status Coup.
Let's take a journey to the other side. We haven't kind of made it over that way yet. Reminder, as we're walking, that you can go to statuscoup.com/join as a ice caravan heads out on these icy roads. Notice all black tinted windows, SUVs. They really watched the movie Sicario and thought it was a good thing. Great movie, but not a great thing that they were doing. But yes, as I was saying, you can go to statuscoup.com/join, just $5 a month, and support our work. Keep us here out on the ground, covering.
Speaking of supporting people for covering things and doing stuff, I just looked it up. I just tested it real quick, and Throne allowed me to add a $1 donation to the crowd fund over there on Throne. So it looks like you could donate as little as $1. So that's cool. Cookies rule everything around me. Really, Boku. Cream, get the money.
The protests and the reasons for
$1 bill, y'all.
Hey, brother. Hey, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Instagram. Yeah. Daughter, hi. Nice to meet you. Hey. Yeah. So,
wait,
you might
I know this guy. I just
get you in some more trouble.
I just realized I know this is the same guy that was out here the other day. Yeah. Oh God, it's oh my God, it's Mr. Petty Bourgeoisie over here. We watched this video the other day, and he lost it. This guy, he lives in like a 10,000 square foot mansion or something in the suburbs of Minneapolis, but all this shit he just snapped, and now he's in the streets. now Mr. $500 coat is out in the streets, and his daughter's here too with, honestly, awesome looking head covering here. Some sort of like a bear type situation going on.
So, you mind talking to us again? Get you in some more trouble?
I already got in trouble, actually, because I was down there yelling at CBS News, and Don Lemon was trying to calm me down.
Oh, no.
Down there, and every time CBS News shows up, they put on a spectacle to get that propaganda out there. Yeah.
When Don Lemon is trying to calm you down, that might be...
Yeah.
I think it was the other guy, really, that was...
Oh, the other guy was trying to cause a fight. I wasn't. I was just yelling. And I told those guys, I'm like, I'm not going to touch you guys. You guys got to get out of here. You're not here reporting the real stuff. You're not interviewing people. You're just trying to create problems on TV.
Come on!
So what, sorry, I just hit myself in the face. What brings you out yet again out here tonight? I've been hearing that you've been coming out to protest again night after we talked to you for the first time out at a rally.
I'm here for the same reason, man. This is wrong. It's not right or left. It's right or wrong, and this is wrong. This is just plain wrong.
So what has it been like? we got this clip, and now everybody in the world wants to talk to you. What has it been like, kind of getting this kind of attention after just your first protest? You were holding a couple munitions in your hands. What has been your kind of like reaction to it?
Well, I'm not one to search out attention, so it's kind of it's weird, but at the same time, I think you guys gave me a platform to try to get the everyday average person out here like I did, and that's what I'm going. That's what I'm trying to do. You know?
That's what, like, based on the thousands and thousands of comments on all the video posts and cross posts, is that it seems like, well, this is the guy we need in this moment. Like, this is like you're kind of the example of the people that we need to, that, you know, everybody else here needs to reach for there to be change.
Right. And that's true. We need people off the couch. We need 100,000 people out here. 100,000 people on the streets, and that's how this is going to change. You know, but it's got to remain peaceful. You can't have rabble rousers out here causing problems. You know.
So you have a megaphone.
Okay, we're going to keep listening to more of the protesters here at the rally. Actually, let's hear from his daughter. Let's see what this young lady here has to say. Might as well. I'm trying to hit all the protesters that they're interviewing.
Bringing you out as well.
I'm Paige. I'm the angry Minnesota dad's daughter. I've been coming out here because it affects people that are, like, close to me. I mean, I'm part Ukrainian, Iranian. My family came from Ukraine all the way here for, like, a great state to live right next to the Mississippi River, and they did not come to deal with this.
For a better life.
Yeah, for a better life. And this is exactly why people come to this country, for a better life. And right now, this is not the life anybody wants to be living. So I come here to try to, like, support the community, the people, and bring awareness that we need to change. We need change now. And, like, in my car, I have to carry my birth certificate and my passport because I don't look like, in the winter, yeah, I have, like, lighter skin, but in the summer, I'm not your typical white person. So to keep myself protected and everybody else protected, I come to protest to use our voice because they can't silence us.
By the way, we're getting a much heavier snowstorm coming in. So if you're seeing it on the camera, we're all getting coming down. What what has it been like, though, to see kind of this incredible turnout, like, in literally a winter storm right now? I'm sure a very light winter storm for Minneapolis, Minnesota, I know. But at people of all walks of life kind of coming out and supporting, they come across here with tear gas and pepper spray and kind of putting their self on the line.
It's beyond, like, heartwarming to see everybody come out. There's a news reporter from France. There's Tokyo News that came out because the rest of the world can't believe what's going on here. It's literally like 1930s right now. It's beyond insane. But it's heartwarming. Like my dad was saying.
I like this girl. All right, let's keep this puppy moving. Let's see who else they found out here on the street. On the sidewalk, really. Oh, God. Yes. Yes. No, this is... Okay, hold on. We have to look at this. This is brilliant. So, you know how for the last couple days, the police have been coming over and throwing water on and or using fire extinguishers on the fire? Well, the protesters are innovating, I believe is the term.
It's science.
Wait, no, sorry, hold on, we gotta go a little bit. There it is.
With the fire.
Yeah.
Oh, it was 2 nights. Yeah, it was 2 nights.
Yeah, before, there was like dozen guys and 7 cruisers. And they weren't unreasonable, but it's still kind of a dick move when it's 12 degrees out.
Yeah. Do you think that was a reasonable response?
I haven't read the fire ordinances. I do think that their job is to protect and serve. Whether or not they agree with me, well, it's something else entirely.
Oh God. I think I think that it is attacking. I think it's like electrically attacking the microphone. You can hear it. The crackle is out of control. I'm gonna skip past this, but I love this. Innovation. It's innovation right there. Heat lamp. Heat lamp. It's brilliant. It's genius. You can't put that out with a fire extinguisher. It's smart. It's smart thinking is what that is. Leftist audio. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Wow, it sounds windy. You hear that? It sounds so windy.
No, we're not using SPI, we're using HDMI. Open that up. That's all I'm doing. I'm not trying to hurt you. And they really like it. When they get all fired up, could you guys
Boku, are you trying to say backiotomy? I keep seeing you over here trying.
Alright, thank you. Of course, I can't do a place where we are professionally. I agree with you. That wasn't Jordan. That was someone who I haven't met yet. And yo, what's up?
I just want to thank you guys, man. I see you everywhere, every
Thanks so
fucking
much.
day.
Yeah.
Like, you are killing it, man. You're fucking everywhere. Fucking badass, brother.
Yeah. Great. Come out. You mind talking to us for a second?
Yeah,
sure.
I like talking.
Yep. Here, we were
At least
just
when it comes to
solving
the
some audio
revolution.
issues. Making sure we got everything.
Hey, great to see you. Thank you for standing up, man. Stay warm. Or I don't think they say that here, do they?
I can hold the plastic bag if you want. Okay. Okay. Woo. Woo. It's a little frosty out here.
I'm glad
It looks freezing cold out there. You can hear the wind. The wind just makes you cold. Like, I can just hear it and just like, oh, God. Like, it's making me feel cold. And this guy's beard is, like, half frozen right now. It looks like he was just recently thawed from an ice, like a chunk of ice or something.
It's Alaska right now.
Yeah, I guess I once drove the, let's move in a little bit because we're on the shotgun mic here. I once drove the Alaska Highway.
Okay, hell
during
yeah.
polar vortex. It was negative 25. I don't remember feeling this cold, which is wild.
With that wind chill, right?
Yeah,
Right through
yeah,
you.
yeah. So, what really motivates you? What motivates you to come out every single day? You've been arrested. You've been pulled into there before. What keeps you going?
Well, our nation's falling. In my opinion, the Republic has already fallen. Congress has failed. No one is coming to save us.
Yeah.
The midterms might not save us. I just want to stand up for humanity while we can. I'm seeing the exact parallels of 1939 Nazi Germany. Yeah. I thought Venezuela.
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump has been calling for there to be no midterms in recent days. He's said it multiple times in like the last week and a half. Maybe we don't even need the midterms. Honestly, we're doing such a great job. Why ruin it with a vote?
Going to be Poland, but I'm seeing this happening in my nation. I love this country. I love all people, no matter their race, religion. None of that shit matters to me. And I feel an obligation as having the privilege of having a VA disability check, so I can be out here. And now I have a social platform, so my voice is getting out there. So I just can't stop. I just feel that it's my patriotic duty. I swore an oath to the Constitution, and I plan to fucking uphold it.
Oh, there we go. Great patriot out there on the front lines fighting back fascism in the United States. So many great patriots out there battling not just ICE and seemingly Minneapolis and Minnesota police, but the brutal cold of Minnesota winters. Same thing for status quo there on the ground every single day out there as well. All right. Now, while we're talking about all of this, there's one voice I feel is truly missing from all of this. One voice that, you know, at one time, long ago, was speaking out against exactly this sort of thing. You may be familiar with him.
That's not what it says.
But he's a president on his way out as well. There's going to be a change in presidency here come November.
PrisonPlanet.com or Infowars.com. You can see the body or the body of evidence. Or go to Google and type in martial law, 9/11 rise, the police state, or terror storm. You can watch my films for free.
I have a better idea. You could go to Google and pull up PDD 51 and read it for yourself. And read paragraph 9, which talks about the responsibility of each branch of government and not executive takeover.
Why don't you remember the 4 members of the Homeland Security Committee in Congress who have been able to see part of it and then want to see the classified areas because they're saying that it looks like it's a martial law plan. That's members of Congress. And Atticott, you're counting on folks not going and seeing what the AP and the Oregonians and others had to say about it.
Mr. Jones, does the mentality or what Mr. Jones is pushing here, does it incite maybe us? Is it a fear monger?
I mean, this is fascinating. I mean, this is like 20 years ago. But Alex Jones, in the wake of the creation of the Department of Homeland Security and FEMA, he was out there on TV, making videos, saying, Department of Homeland Security is going, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. Department of Homeland Security is coming for your rights, the Constitution. It's going to be martial law on the streets.
Or does he have some validity to his points?
Well, obviously, in time of conflict, and we are definitely in a conflict with al-Qaeda. I mean, they want to kill tens of thousands of Americans if they can. That's a fact. And our government has a responsibility to protect its citizens. But I think Mr. Jones is correct in that has to be balanced against civil liberties. And where you draw that line is something that we need debated. And I think voices like his are important, but we need to put them in context. I mean, you need to look at the facts, take a deep breath, and make up your own mind. But,
you can hear him in the background. You can hear him seething in the background. You don't know what you're talking about.
This is America. You have the right to say what you want to say.
Mr. Atticott.
You have a right to your own opinion, but you don't have a right to your own
Mr. Atticott.
The case you see here.
You know what? I can prove my facts.
You shut up,
Mr.
Atticott.
We have members of Congress who are concerned about this. We have Republican and Democratic, liberal and conservative top lawyers across the country saying this country's going into martial law. Bob Woodward last year was in San Antonio and said he thinks we're going into a dictatorship. That was in the front of the newspaper. I'm not the only one that's worried about this. By the way, the borders are still wide open, but the American people are being harassed and controlled. We have the federal documents. And by the way,
Where is this, Alex Jones? The borders are still wide open, but the people are being controlled. Oh, God.
I'll be on the radio on KLBJ today for 2 hours.
What are you doing? We are talking with Alex Jones from Infowars.com about the changes here in America, and he believes we're changing into a police state. And also joining me is Dr. Jeff Atticott. He is our expert on terrorism law, and we thank you both for joining us. We're kind of continuing our conversation. Alex, you've got some films out there. You go to protests, and you complain we're gearing up for this police state because you say cops are swarming the streets with guns. These are huge protests like the one we just saw you in New York during the Republican National Convention. Of course, there's some increased police presence in New York after it being attacked, but do you honestly think that we're getting to a place in time where nobody's going to have any freedom to do what they actually want to do?
Yes, people are being arrested coast to coast for peacefully protesting or demonstrating. New York has banned independent news cameras on the streets. Some of my cameramen have now been arrested and told that they're terrorists for having
right to jail, right away.
Cameras all over the place. We have neocons, a top neocon in the Philadelphia News said we need another 9/11 so they
Where is this Alex Jones? Complaining about peaceful protesters being arrested in the street. News journalists, reporters on the ground being accosted, arrested.
Get their
Where is
bigger
he?
police state out. That's been a big national controversy the last few days.
Alex, let's talk about that because, and Jeff, maybe you can
Sure.
add some to this. We haven't had another 9/11, and is it perhaps because of the fact that we've taken some of the precautions that Mr. Jones is talking about that he does not like?
Well, you got to look at it from the representative democracy. All three branches of our government have become very involved in this war on terror. Congress has taken a number of significant steps. The Military Commission Act is just the latest, probably one of the latest and the largest steps that they've taken. The president clearly believes that we're in a state of war. The Constitution gives him that authority as a commander-in-chief, and our Supreme Court generally has upheld.
Oh, God, it's true, though, Arvin Trevino. He did have hair at one point. Alex Jones had hair. There was a time, long, long ago, when Alex Jones had a full head of hair.
The policies of the administration and of the Congress. So it's not, it's not one branch.
And you know whose fault it is that he no longer has hair? It's the deep state. It's the deep state and the Illuminati. It's the Bilderbergs. They took it away from me. It's all gone.
Is engaged in a conspiracy. It's all three branches of the government believe that we're in a state of conflict. They have the obligation to protect the American people, and they're moving forward in a judicious manner. Have there been missteps? Yeah, I'm sure there have.
Whenever I brought up the fact that Congress has asked to see PDD 51 and the classified sections and has been told no.
Well, that's your word, and I don't have enough information to say whether your word is true or not. I don't really know you, and I haven't got, I don't know.
Mr. Jones, I have to admit that I don't like the fact that they look through my liquids when I'm getting on a plane, and I think we've been at the state of, I think it's been on an orange alert since 9/11. I haven't really ever seen it green or otherwise. Are you thinking that this point that we're reaching is going to make America not America anymore?
Well, yeah, let me just, yes, we're seeing the fall of the Republic, the death of the Republic, right here in front of me. Here's the Oregonian. White House denies Congressman's request to see continuity of government plans. That was July 23rd. Since then, the entire committee and the chairman, these are the guys that go into the bubble.
But I don't know if I want everybody knowing what we're...
Alex Jones, outraged that American citizens can't get access to what the government is doing, to information about what the government's doing, what the Homeland Security and FEMA are up to. Oh, it's disturbing. Honestly, though, it's not. I think I was being a little bit too nice to Alex. It's not a full head. It's not a full head of hair. Like at this point, I think he had more hair at one point, but I mean, you can clearly see it's not a full head of hair. It's like a. You can clearly see like the Red Sea is parting around here. Things are really receding out into the distance. But he still he's almost fully covered. All right, just a reminder to everybody, we got like 20 minutes left to complete the galactic content goal. Honestly, the best, maybe fastest way to complete that would be to donate on Cash App or PayPal. But there's all sorts of ways, and everybody knows what they are. Just wanted to remind you all of that. Countdown is ticking. It's ticking. All right, we're not done. We're not done. I'm sorry. I can't help myself. This is another Alex Jones clip from 15 years ago during the Obama administration.
It's just the fact that we're reporting on that. So I want to be clear, the company isn't bad. They're allowed to be in business and sell this to the government. In the past, we would see articles about 1 million body bags armor ordered by FEMA, or 300,000 plastic coffins ordered by Homeland Security. I mean, we've had all those articles. We just have never... But people don't care about an article or a news story. They want to see the coffins. So some folks in Georgia saw one of these facilities. and we've got Google photos of it and ground photos and video of it, and it is more than 500,000 of these giant coffins stacked outside. You'll have big stacks of lids and then stacks of the coffins, one inside the other. And they also have other systems that you can go read about. They also have urns for your cremated body. And this is in Georgia. The company is Polyguard Vaults, but they're in Alabama. This is a separate area, a FEMA leased area, just sitting right out by the side of a highway for the last couple years. And finally, we've mentioned this before, but finally, this is really getting big news on the web, and a big report's being done by Kurt Nimmo right now. In fact, it may be up. I know he's working on it to have it up by the end of the show. Why are tens of thousands of plastic burial vaults stacked in a field near Madison, Georgia, is the headline. Polyguard Vaults, and you go to their website, and we also have photos of the trucks, giant 18-wheelers, huge 18-wheelers with these extra long flatbeds just totally stacked with the coffins that go one inside the other like plastic Dixie cups. And they're just all there. Now, we know this is FEMA. We know that these are coffins. Some people are debating that because we have all the news articles where it says FEMA's ordered coffins and body bags by the millions. This is just one stockpile just a few miles away from the Atlanta airport, which is the largest airport in the United States. So you can go there and look at these. Now, the FEMA and the CDC say that they're, by the way, this is nearby the CDC, Center for Disease Control. They say that they're only doing this in case there's a mass biological outbreak.
Let's not forget that FEMA is, of course, part of the Department of Homeland Security. It's all part of the same.
You just got to
deep, dark
remember
web.
that it's the government, the criminals that have hijacked our government, their National Security Act of 47, who fully took over when they killed President Kennedy in 63, and now under PDD 51 openly says that the White House is a dictatorship and that Congress has no authority. The chairman of the Homeland Security Department for 6-7 months. It's been going on for...
Oh, God, Congress has no authority. It's anarchy. Oh, God. Oh, what a crazy world to live in. Congress, no authority.
The chairman of the Homeland... The White House is a dictatorship, and that Congress has no authority. The chairman of the Homeland Security Department for 6-7 months. It's been going on for 11 months total since one of the people on the committee asked to see the documents. They're not even allowed to see the fully declassified, / classified version. But on the cover sheet of PDD 51, Presidential Decision Directive 51, it says that the president is a dictator. People say, well, everything will be all right. Barack Obama will soon be in, or John McCain will.
I love this was like, I think this was around like Tea Party time. Like, slightly, like, a little bit before it. But like, I love how they cut to pictures of Obama and John McCain over here.
People say, well, everything will be all right. Barack Obama will soon be in, or John McCain will. They're just puppets. They run nothing. They're there to carry out their orders. Understand? It's that executive branch that allows the private corporations that have hijacked our government to have, at least on the surface, the look of government. But a president declaring himself dictator is totally illegal and illegitimate. See, that's what you got to ask yourself. Do you stand with the Bill of Rights and Constitution or with the New World Order? Do you stand with the Republic and the Founding Fathers or the dirtbag globalists?
Wow. I wonder what Alex Jones's answer to that question is right now. Does he stand with the Republic or the, what did he say? What did he call them again? The dirtbag globalists. It's weird. It's weird because the president has literally declared himself a dictator, declared the Constitution moot, declared Congress unimportant, and is now initiated martial law in the streets. All these things Alex Jones was complaining about. And now it's like he's actually I get more please, Daddy. Tread on me more, Daddy, says the new Alex Jones. It's no longer don't tread on me. It's can I shine your boots for you? All right. Now, this wasn't my watch later list from a long time ago. I was going through my watch later list recently. And I was like, you know what? Maybe we need to watch this. Because, you know, in the wake of with the potential onslaught of tyranny and martial law, people like Alex Jones back in the day were telling everybody they needed to fill their house with guns, their shed with guns, their cars with guns, their bassinets with more guns. Let's go here to Novara Media from last, all the way from last year in 2025, where they met up with a representative of something called the Socialist Rifle Association.
I really like shooting guns. It's just, I went shooting one time. I had like a Groupon for like a shooting range, and I went, and I was like, hell yeah, this is a lot of fun.
America is full of guns. That's not exactly
Rid of the Second Amendment?
breaking news, but who is wielding them these days might be a little more surprising. In Philadelphia, just southwest of New York, we met up with the local chapter of the Socialist Rifle Association, a left-wing group that teaches gun safety and gun use to members of the local community. It has lots of LGBTQ members. It has lots of non-white members. It says that what it is doing is community defence. And that's not all it does. Its members have also been involved.
I'm sorry. Wait. Oh my god. There's a duck. There's a duck. An anti-fascist duck.
Members. It has lots of non-white members. It says that what it is doing is community defence. And that's not all it does. Its members have also been involved with disaster relief after natural disasters in other parts of the country, as well as drug harm reduction and giving out free food to the local community. And so with the giant papier-mâché head of the famous anarchist Emma Goldman in the background, we asked them why they felt the need to get armed and whether or not this might be the new face of mutual aid.
There is a sort of like worst case scenario that, you know, these guns are so prolific that it's better to have one than to not if you're responsible and you're a member of the community and you're looking out for people. I think a lot of right-wing gun culture is just glorifying violence and actually helping people. We've had members of the SRA go down to North Carolina to help out during the hurricanes or after the hurricanes. I don't think showing up with guns is the best way to do that, but the other side does, so kind of it's better to have it and not need it, sort of thing.
Can you talk a little bit about the history of the radical movements that have taken gun ownership as an essential part of their organising? I'm thinking about like the Black Panthers, for example, in Oakland.
Yeah, I mean, there's historical precedent of the left using firearms to win all the way back to like slave revolts and things like that. I don't think it's necessarily a central part of the organizing that we as an organization it is, but broadly on the left, I don't think it is, and I don't think it should be.
Yeah, and I think I'm with him on that. And until we get rid of the Second Amendment, I do think I do think that it's fair, and that leftists, socialists might want to exercise
Rid of
their
the Second
constitutional rights. Protect themselves and their communities, their families. Isn't this an old segment? It was. I just said it was. Yeah. It was from 2025. I did say that at the beginning. You may not have heard me. I heard of following on Twitch, Sylvie DB. Much appreciated. All right. Now, while some people may want to solve their differences with guns, you could solve them in the ring. And a new sport is burgeoning, if you will, out there in the world. And the United States is competing in something called chess boxing.
And now you'll see just how I won that championship.
When we first heard about chess boxing, we thought it was a joke. Chess boxing? Could it really be a thing? Turns out it is, and it's just what it sounds like. Alternate rounds of chess and boxing.
Yeah, there's something about this that I just find fascinating. Like, this is such a great sport. I don't know who decided we needed this, but genius. Genius. There's something about the combination of intellectualism and physicality in this that just, I don't know, it just hits on all levels.
Chess boxing.
Oh, no, he's got jokes over here. Hook or rook. Oh, God. Oh, the chess puns are flying. And there you go. People trading both the mind and the body to see if they can take home the title at the World Championship Chess Boxing Bout. All right, I'm skipping to the end. Can America make it? Honestly, his striking isn't great, but boy, oh boy, can that man get out of the way of a punch. He almost went through the ropes trying to get out of the way of that one. America. There you go. There's a little Sunday Funday action for you folks here tonight. I told you I would try and bring some amount of valuetainment here tonight. We have transitioned to talking about athletic activities. Now let's go to Minnesota. All the way back to America, where one man has been in the sporting world for decades, perhaps longer than anyone alive, refereeing basketball games for 60 years.
Well, he understands basketball. He's been refereeing for 64 years, been married for 63 years, was a parole officer for 43 years. Ron Pochel has led an interesting life, including a stint at the White House.
So what do you do to make sure the ball is round? So what I do is I spin the ball to find out if it's out of round. Look at it.
It's game day for Ron Pochel.
Oh, you're riding her 34? Wait, 34, the hand check, 101.
He's been doing it for a while.
This is my 64th year.
64 years?
64th year of doing this.
He is 87 years old, and he's here, running the floor, working a game.
No, on a drive. Ball's underneath down here. Kids take off and go down the court. I have to go, and it's a bitter thing for me. They're doing me a favor. They're doing me a favor.
And he's mentoring, Today, second-year referee Amanda Larson is getting a tutorial. But it's pretty good to have a veteran like this that you can learn from.
Super good.
Yeah.
This is my first year reffing ever, and he's definitely the one that's taught me the most so far. So, yeah.
PT-809, which was the fastest ship in the Navy.
But to understand Ron Pochel, you need to spend time in his basement. He grew up in Minnesota, and like his father, a World War II vet, he volunteered for the military. The Navy came calling, where his life changed when he enlisted, and one day he was summoned through Washington, D.C.
Well, we proceed through Washington, D.C., and I'm just scared to death, as you might imagine.
Oh, shit. It's today.
And then the gates of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue open up.
And they were bringing you to...
They're bringing me to the White House.
He was then asked a question.
Then they finally asked me that one question that they wanted me to respond to. Would you like to work for the President of the United States? Yes, I'd be honored.
He would work as an assistant for President Eisenhower. What was President Eisenhower like?
Well, I pretty much did it on, as far as getting to know, like personally or something like that, it was straight business.
He returned to Minnesota and played baseball at Augsburg, became a local fixture and baseball umpire, and picked up basketball. And that's what he still does here, on the court, for as long as he can.
This guy's staying in the race.
Staying in the race.
64 years out there. By that math, this guy's got to be like well into his 80s. I just got another Daily Wire ad. I love the fact that the Daily Wire is spending money on our ads on our channel. And I get to watch them every time. Can't wait for that movie, guys. Rise of the Merlin. Not just Merlin, but Rise of the Merlin. Because that makes grammatical sense. All right, let's go here to another old guy staying in the race. This time in New York. Buffalo, New York, to be specific. A 95-year-old West Seneca man is making history.
Would you jump up?
Do you remember Frank? He's a 94-year-old who could solve a Rubik's Cube.
When I was 50 years old, 2 minutes I could do it. I don't think I can do it in 2 minutes, but I think I can do it in 5.
Well, he just had a birthday, so now he's 95. I'm Taylor Epps, your South Towns reporter here in West Seneca at his cubing competition, where he has a chance to become a world record holder.
Are you ready?
Now, the world record was 5 minutes and 52 seconds, so all Frank has to do is get under that. What'd you tell him?
I told him, I said, pretend you're home watching TV like you always are, and he doesn't 3 minutes, 2.5. Okay, I got 2.
Yeah, I know.
Because I know he can do it. You can do it.
And on his third try,
He got a 5:49.
It's different doing it by yourself and done the type like that against the clock, I get a little flustered,
But you did great.
I was relieved. All my friends are here and my family.
Oh, we're just so thrilled for him, and he's been such a great dad since our whole life. I'll get emotional.
Yeah, we're really proud of him.
But he puts his mind to something. He gives it 100% and sees it through.
But he didn't stop there. Frank is also competing in the 2x2, and no one has that record. So all he has to do is finish, and he'll become a world record holder for the oldest person to solve a 2x2 cube. And on his first try, he did it.
That was a good one.
I mean, it's really cool. It's always awesome to be in the presence of a world record holder. I mean, to see him come out here at his age and do what he did, anybody can do it. It's really cool.
So because he completed the 2x2 3 times, he was able to secure an average, and that's also a world record. So now he's a world record holder 3 times.
So I get 3.
There you go. This guy's got 3 world records over here for being the oldest and fastest world Rubik's Cube solver on the planet. Incredible achievement. And honestly, this guy and his wife are super cute. Chat noticed, I noticed, everybody noticed. She was super supportive of him and his Rubik's Cube thing. And honestly, here's an interesting galactic fact. I can solve a Rubik's Cube. Maybe I can do some sort of a space-based record. I don't know. Just thinking out loud. All right. Now, perhaps you're looking for a different kind of competition. Perhaps cubes are not your thing. Chess boxing, not your thing. Basketball, not your thing. Maybe pinball is your thing. Let's go here. News 8 WROC from yesterday. State Pinball Championship. Champion to be crowned in East Rochester.
Welcome back. Well, happening this weekend, 40 of the best pinball players are going head-to-head to see who will be the 2026 New York State champion. The International Flipper Pinball Association says the resurgence of pinball has captured the attention of many, with more than 12,000 events held annually across the U.S. Hosted at the Rochester Pinball Collective in East Rochester, the two-day tournament will determine out of 24 players who will go to nationals in Chicago. Tomorrow, the top 16 women in New York will play for a chance to go to nationals held in Lyons, Colorado. We spoke with one of the collective owners who told us a little bit about their organization.
Cool. I don't think we need to know about the organization, but there we go. The Pinball Championship happening in Rochester, New York. Nationals to be held. Did she say Chicago? I think she said nationals or maybe semifinals were in Chicago. And nationals were in Colorado. I can't remember. But point is, you may not have known that was a thing. I mean, until I heard it, I was unaware of there being a pinball championship. But of course, everything in life should have a good championship. Even perhaps mullet having. That's right. Let us now go to Pennsylvania. Not that far away. Where, a hair contest of epic proportions was going down earlier last week. Wait, I have no sound. Look at the mullets. Look at this mullet right here. With no hair on the side. Just party. It is just party and business. Nothing on the side. Nothing else. It's just business. A whole lot of business in the back. A whole lot of business in the front. A whole lot of party in the back. Nothing going on the sides. I assume he's a competitor. I'm not going to lie. I haven't watched this one ahead of time. I had a feeling I might be able to do this on the fly without really missing anything too pivotal. I could be wrong. We might be missing important content. I might be skipping past, I don't know, just the most important parts of this. But, I mean, right now we're looking at a American flag-themed Corvette bumper. Bumper lamp. Best in grow, it says. I assume that's relating to hair.
Number 4.
So hot right now.
Caden Vickery. There he is.
That kid's good. Does that count as a mullet? Does that count? I mean, he barely got anything going on over here.
No, I love it.
I guess it counts. Yeah, great. Great job, kid.
Number 5, Trent Vickery. Whoa, there he goes. Way, stage dive.
There he goes. Okay. Trent is kind of, he's a shy kid, but he's got a mullet. You can see it for about 2 seconds. Oh, look at this! Look at this young man.
Points for patriotic.
Looks like Joe Dirt. You got
16,
Joe Dirt over here.
Liam Crumling.
Little Joe.
Oh, here we go.
Or Little Dirt, whatever you want to call him.
Yeah. Go strut your stuff, Liam.
Jesus Christ.
Break it down, little man. Break it down.
I gotta say, there are way too many American flags at this thing. Like, there is an unusual number of flags. It's like I feel like it's a MAGA rally to some degree. I'm actually shocked that there aren't more MAGA hats in the crowd. There's a fuck ton of American flags. I've seen so many. All right, I think that's all we need. Actually, wait, we should probably figure out who was crowned the winner. That would only make sense. We want to know who the winners of this thing were. We can't possibly come all this way and not know who won. That would be a travesty of justice.
Illegal.
Oh, God. Look at this young man. His mother looks incredibly proud. I'm glad that he has a wraparound American flag themed camo. It's camo, but it's American flag camo, right? It's patriotic camo. It's basically the most American in terms of eyewear you could possibly find. Like, there's nothing else is available.
Can I have number 16, Luke?
The dad has one too. I noticed. Don't think I didn't notice.
Number 4.
Don't think I did. Don't think I didn't notice that these gentlemen are matching in hairstyles. That much was obvious from the jump.
And number 11, Carl Cassis. And this is going to be our 3 champions of the adult mullet.
Champions. Champions, he says. Great champions. Oh, this guy, of course he wins. Business in the front shirt. Dude who is literally all upper body. There you go. There are your 3 victors. Your 3 victors, America. There you go. Most American. Them's your 3 victor. The most mullet having in people's. It's been verified. You once saw a woman with a braided mullet back in 2001? I'm trying to imagine what that looks like. You must have been scarred for life. Also, I'm sorry for subjecting everyone to that today, but diversity, okay? Diversity. All right. Let's move on from patriotic competitions to patriotic structures. Or I guess not patriotic, more fan art, really. King 5 Seattle. Although, isn't it truly American to love football? Well, let's go to Seattle. King 5 Seattle from 3 days ago. where one Seattle Seahawks superfan has built a massive display honoring his favorite team out of 1,500 boxes of soda.
You can't miss it. A giant display supporting the 12s with hundreds of 12-pack soda boxes. And the mastermind behind this work of art is...
My name's Eric Falkenberg. I work for Save On Foods for the last 28 years.
Eric is known for his elaborate displays. He's created Superman, Pac-Man, Star Wars, and also Santa. One time, he created a Coca-Cola semi-truck.
That was 5,000 cases, ran the whole length of the store, took up my whole house.
What now?
It was absolutely crazy. About a month to build too, so.
You heard that right. He builds the displays inside his home.
Usually they all come flat, so I gotta fold them all, make them all square boxes, and then put them in sections, and then our e-com team comes, our home delivery system. They take it from the store, from my house to the store.
Eric started planning his Seahawks display 8 years ago. And after the Hawks beat the Rams in overtime in December, it was go time for Eric to make this display come to life.
It's been...
This is out of control. This is just out of control. This guy... Also, where's all the soda going? Is he emptying the boxes first? Because I'm imagining this being very difficult to do if they're not empty. Like near impossible physically to do if they're not empty. So, where's all the soda going? Or is it in there?
Really crazy. The customers absolutely love it. They're fully engaged in it. A lot of pictures taken. A lot of people coming in wearing their Seahawks gears. And just, yeah, they love it.
And Eric says this display will stay up until the season is over, hoping the Seahawks make it all the way to the Super Bowl.
No, it can be, or can it be? I guess maybe you can get different size boxes. That's wild. There you go. One Seattle Seahawks super fan making massive, what do you want to call it? Works of architectural... I mean, honestly, masterpieces, really, to some degree. It must have taken him a great deal of time to put all of that together. I gotta give it to him, honestly. They're pretty good. Although it seems super wasteful. Either way, people do crazy things for sports. All right, let's go from soda-based architecture to architecture intended to protect ships. Historical architecture in New Jersey. 6 ABC Philadelphia from yesterday. Absecon Lighthouse celebrating 169 years as a beacon in Atlantic City.
It's 228 steps, 6 landings. It is one of the most interesting things, I think, in Atlantic City. You don't see stuff like this in everyday life. Absecon Lighthouse was first lit on January 15th, 1857. If you look up, you see a whole bunch of glass prisms. We're not an operating light anymore, but we are a tourist attraction. This is looking out over the Atlantic Ocean. Way back in the 60s, I was a navigator in C-130 airplanes, and I knew nothing about navigation in the 19th century. I just thought it'd be very interesting to learn about that, and have learned a lot about it. On to the deck. It's well fenced in.
The shoreline of Atlantic City is extremely shallow. We were built to have a beacon of light at night to let sailors know, if you see us, stay farther out in the deep water where you can sail safely. We've never moved, but the shoreline has. So in 1933, Atlantic City was a huge vacation destination, and because of that, with the night pollution of the bright lights of the boardwalk, the bright lights of the hotels, the sailors really couldn't pinpoint our light any longer. 1933, we were officially decommissioned.
The federal government kept the light as a lookout tower, and through World War II, the state took it over in the 60s. It had deteriorated in the
There you go. One lighthouse no longer functional.
I'm
Staying in the race.
staying in the race.
Is a testament to time. This is Lego for him? Yeah. I assume you're talking about the box builder guy. Absolutely. Oh no, this is a disaster. Oh God. Ow. How has this happened already? We blew past the 4-hour goal timer. The goal on YouTube has ended. Let me double check some things here. Yeah, unfortunately, we're only halfway through the galactic content goal. Don't worry, I'm not going to end the stream. Sunday Fun Day. And be the streamlord that stole Sunday Fun Day miss. I wouldn't do that. Honestly, we still got a hell of a lot of stuff to talk about tonight. We've only gotten through... Let me see. We've only gotten through 35%. 35% of what I what I'd want to get through today. That would be a disaster. Can't have that. So, all right, we're going to take a quick break. Galactic intermission. And we'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube with super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Twitch with the bits and the power-ups, the subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your earned dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, everybody. We are back. That is right. The break is over. And the stream is about to begin once again. So get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, folks, we are back. I did the math over the break. I'm just calling it, we are halfway, exactly halfway through the galactic content goal. Best way right now to contribute to the galactic content goal is, of course, to contribute to the financing of the galactic deficit, which you can do in places like Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. But all ways are, of course, accepted. YouTube, Twitch. Totally count. I'm just saying you get 2 for 1 with your money. Donations, goals-wise. If you do that. All right. Well, we're moving it along now. No more architecture talk. No more competitions. Well, I guess there's a competition of another sort that happens in politics. That is the competition of debate. And a debate took place on the Piers Morgan Uncensored podcast the other day with Kyle Kalinske, Michael Knowles, some other guys in there. And thanks to the Vanguard, I now know that the Daily Wire was apparently very upset by the things said by Kyle Kalinske. They're triggered. They're melting like snowflakes over there at the Ben Shabibo Network.
On you. Vote below. We'd really appreciate it. It'd be cool if we actually got, would you get like a trophy for it? Did they give you like a trophy or something?
I don't really know. There's some awards show at South by Southwest down in Austin.
Oh, what the fuck? Then you gotta go to Austin for this?
I mean, it'd be cool. I think it'd be cool. If we win it, I would go.
I don't want to be within 100 miles of Joe Rogan. I want to be within 100 miles of Joe Rogan. Fuck him and the horse he rode it on.
Anyway, Kyle and I can work that out separately, but...
Yeah, and what she's talking about is that Breaking Points was, I guess, nominated for an iHeartRadio award, Best Political Podcast, which was pretty cool. Pretty cool. I was going to vote for them, but you have to have like an account with the iHeartRadio thing, and I'm like, I don't have an account. I don't know if they're going to make me put my credit card in there. I don't know. But if you do have an account, definitely vote for Breaking Points. Pretty cool. But yeah, I guess the award ceremony is in Austin, which is where Joe Rogan lives.
Yeah, I can't. I'm afraid I don't use iHeartRadio for anything. Well, I think I know somebody who worked there at one
Whenever
time.
I hear of iHeartRadio, I think of the infamous Billy Joe Armstrong meltdown at the iHeartRadio festival, where he just starts he's strung out on drugs, and he just starts screaming, "I'm not no fucking Justin Bieber, man! You can't kick me off of the Don't tell me I have 2 minutes left on this fucking stage. I'll play as much fucking rock and roll as I want to." And then it's like they get him off the stage, and then it's like Billy Joe Armstrong checks into rehab for 2 weeks because
honestly, I'm not familiar with this incident, but I'll have to look that up.
Oh man, the real ones know. Real ones know. I'll show Gavin after this is over. iHeartRadio Festival meltdown by Green Day frontman Billy Joe Armstrong. I'm not no fucking Justin Bieber. Oh, it was incredible.
Did he lose? Is that why he was pissed?
He wasn't even up for an award. He was on a bunch of drugs.
We're skipping past this. Oh my God, it's back. Oh my God, it's back. I need to download some of these. I need to download some of these for later. Oh, it's back. It's back, and it's probably
illegal.
Oh boy, the RM Brown soundboard. The RM Brown soundboard is back. Oh boy.
God bless you.
Now I have even more sounds. Now I have even more sounds. Wait, hold on. I'm skipping past some of this. I don't want all of it. Oh wait, nobody can see anything that's going on over here. My bad. Thank you, Boku. Yeah, you will see the clip in a second. Just want to skip to them talking about the goddamn Daily Wire here, if I can. Not about the iHeartRadio Awards or Green Day, whatever guy.
Disgusting bigot. And again, not that the Libertarian Party was some like bastion of fucking, reputation before the Mises Caucus thing, but they took it from like, Gary Johnson and Joe Jorgensen and just this really disgusting, ugly direction, which resulted in them throwing Chase Oliver under the bus because Chase Oliver is gay and because he supports trans rights and includes trans people in a libertarian worldview of like, they have the freedom to do whatever they want. And they called him like a child molester for that. And Dave Smith had nothing to say about it other than to encourage it.
Yeah, we have very different opposing worldviews with Chase Oliver, but we both admired that about him when we had him on the show. He talked about how there was absolutely no way that he was going to, for any kind of cynical political reason, abandon the LGBTQ community. And again, that's another pillar that Gavin and I normally have in our overlapping Venn diagrams with the libertarian community. And Gavin and I have talked to people of all political stripes. We had the cow guy from Fox Business on this podcast back in things actually happened.
So the Libertarian Party is a total laughingstock. It's just like,
At least Gary Johnson, he was an idiot, but at least he was like governor of New Mexico or some shit, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like the Libertarian Party really had all that much of a reputation.
I completely agree with that. And Gavin, are you ready to segue into our next? Kyle's on a tear, man. Kyle is on a tear. And we have to follow up with the juicy cope, the tears, the conservative Daily Wire tears. We've just been guzzling. We've been guzzling, double fisting conservative cope over here at the Vanguard. Shout out to Kyle also for this magnificent performance he did the other day over on Piers Morgan's broadcast. We reacted to it. The internet went nuts. Everybody loved it. And I think that Kyle understood the assignment better than anybody else could have, which was, hey, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to remind these people that they're odious fucking fraud fools and that they're not to be taken seriously and that I don't respect you and I will never respect you and nobody will respect you and I'm going to treat you like I have no respect for you at all and it's actually going to be terrible for you and not me.
Yeah, 100%. And, we've given Piers Morgan a lot of shit for hosting a total circus act of a show, the Jerry Springer of politics, or, a lot of people give him shit. But one thing I will defend about Piers Morgan is it does create the conditions for an exchange like this to occur, where Michael Knowles and other people like the Daily Wire can't really turn around and pearl clutch about it. Because if Kyle had done this on like CNN or Fox News, they would have gaslit him and you're being so unprofessional. Can you believe it? Which again is what the Daily Wire is about to try to say about Kyle. But on Piers Morgan, no one can pretend to be above it because they all know what it is. It's a total fucking circus. It's a reality showification of politics. So it doesn't work at all when you try to turn around and like pearl clutch. Kyle was so uncivil. He was so unprofessional. But just to remind everyone of the moment in question, let's take a quick look before we see the total bitch ass response, the cope from the Daily Wire account.
So the First Step Act, I thought,
Such
was a
a cuck.
misstep. But I would say the
Such a
rest.
cuck.
Excuse me. I would say the rest of the
Such a cuck.
the administration has been very successful. What's your problem? What's
My problem
your
is that
criticism?
what's your problem, you're a cuck and you're a hack and you're not an independent thinker and you're meat riding Trump.
Why do you
and
say
you
that?
know that what he's doing in
I just answered your
imperialism and you don't
question.
care.
I just answered your question. And I
99.78%.
corrected
Congratulations. You rented your
misstatements that
brain
made.
to a war criminal pedophile rapist. I hope you're happy.
A war criminal pedophile rapist? Do you brought up?
Hold on. Someone told me I should get this as a sound shot earlier. I think you're right. I think whoever it was that said I needed this as a sound shot. It might have been multiple people yesterday when we were talking about this. I think you're right. If I can get this to load. Stop being so stupid.
Pedophile rapist. I hope you're happy.
A war criminal pedophile rapist? Do you brought
Did
up
I
a
stutter?
point? You brought up international law. And you
Did I
made
stutter?
A very false point, a dumb point, which is that international law began only a few hundred years ago. I
false
corrected
and
you,
dumb point.
and I pointed out that
So imagine posting this thinking it's an L for Kyle. Like the Daily Wire account literally posted this. If I was
Seriously.
Michael Knowles, I'd be like, why are you even? You're gonna post my worst moment maybe in his entire career, like the baddest he's ever got owned. Probably in his entire career. The Daily Wire just posted that as if it makes him look good. Imagine that.
Yeah.
I would be pissed if I was Michael Knowles.
But look at how mean this guy is. He just gave me a wedgie. Oh, here's a video of me getting a wedgie. Oh, it hurts. Oh no, Kyle.
Seriously,
a
though.
war criminal pedophile rapist. Do you brought
Did
up
I
a
stutter?
point? You brought up international law. And you
Did I
made a
stutter?
very,
Hold on. It's way too long of a cut. I think right here's where it ends. Perfect. Okay, let's go to the. I mean, it's kind of incredible that they put this up here. At Kyle Kalinske, this is Daily Wire. At Kyle Kalinske was a little out of his depth, debating Michael J. Knowles, so he resorted to calling Michael names and making vulgar gestures. But don't worry, Michael put him in his place. I think you hoisted yourself with your own petard, and then you just make a lot of vulgar non sequiturs. Wow. Vulgar non sequiturs. Oh, not vulgar non sequiturs. Those are the worst kind. Those are the worst kind of non sequiturs. Those are the worst kind, of course. We all know this. So incredibly rude of Kyle. How dare he? Their pearl clutching is so hard over there. It's pretty intense. Okay. You think they watched a different interview? Is there? Well, did they? They may have. I think at the very end it's from way back in the day, I think. It's like an old Fox News appearance of Kyle. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't think we need that one. All right, let's move on from talking about one terrible group of people to another. From the Daily Wire to the Andrew Tate collab of your nightmares.
Goddamn Nazis are DEI. I said America's a profoundly diverse nation. Even our Nazis are DEI. Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, Nico, Tristan Tate, Clavicular, Myron, and Justin Waller arrive at the club playing Ye's band song. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of the kids not being all right, obviously we're going to be talking about the premiere event that took place last night, and the streets are talking, okay? The internet streets are talking, the premiere event that took place last night. And that is, of course, perhaps one of the worst things I've ever encountered on the internet. Just the absolute worst of the worst. The absolute worst of the god dang worst. Clavicular.
I love how Hassan is wearing a Korea War veteran
Andrew Tate
hat.
Tristan Tate.
Even though he was probably born. When did the Korean War end? Born like what? 30, 40 years after it ended?
Nico and Nicolas Fuentes got together and did the stream of all streams. The stream to end all streams, honestly. The type of shit that makes you go, honestly, this industry should have never been cultivated. It should have never existed. It's probably the worst. The worst thing that humanity has brought about since the atom bomb. Okay? Since the invention of the family atomics. I cannot comprehend something so awful. 1.5 white people in this graphic. Bro, you put all of this shit together, you barely got 1 white guy. What do you mean 1.5? Clavicular doesn't even count as white anymore because of all the peptides that he's doing, and he's the closest to being white in that crew. And yet they're all white supremacists. Time to delete the internet. Time to delete the goddamn internet, dude. It's over. Why weren't you invited? I don't know. Because I have a conscience and I'm not a white supremacist. Also, unironically, I'm whiter than all of these guys. So that's probably the reason why they didn't invite me to the diversity seminar at the Heil Hitler conference, okay? That's why I wasn't invited. I mean, there's numerous reasons. Number one, I'm 6'4", and I think these guys barely cracked 6 foot.
The diversity conference at the Heil Hitler seminar is a wild sentence. Oh my god. The diversity conference
I don't think any of them do, actually.
Seminar.
Okay, number two, I'm the whitest person in this room. Except for this dipshit. Number three, I'm too straight for these guys. Let's be real. Okay? And more importantly, I'm not a ginormous shithead.
Yeah, every single person on this planet is gay. Yeah.
Woke is so back, and this is yet another testament to woke being back, as I was joking about, but also kind of sincerely talking about for like the last couple of months. We are so woke that our goddamn Nazis are DEI. I said America's a profoundly diverse nation. Even our Nazis are DEI. Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, Nico, Tristan Tate, Clavicular, Myron, and Justin Waller arrive at the club playing Ye's band song.
A veritable rainbow of hate.
So I can kill a Nazi, yeah, bitch, I'm the villain. Jews mad! Jews mad!
Did he just say Jews mad? Jesus Christ. The party bus. Look at these. Look at these guys. Just the boys. Just the most problematic boys on the planet. All hanging out together. Is that Tristan or Andrew? Which one is that? With the loafers. Those are the douchiest loafers I've ever seen, dude. Jesus Christ. All right. Let's move it on from these disturbing individuals over here. All hanging out together. No women around. There's just the bros. Nobody to get in the way of, you know, a little bump, bump, bump. Who do you figure? Like, who do you figure during the night? Suggested, like, there's got to be. I mean, who was the first person to suggest this during the night? What do you think?
A stripper.
Yeah. Trey, I told you, man, no strippers. Is this a bachelor party or isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. I'm your best man. There's no way I'm gonna let you out on your own bachelor party. We getting a stripper and we gonna connect the dots.
Yes. Connect the dots?
Yeah. Tinker toy it, man. You're behind her. And then we all we go to town.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what's
Dude, you know, you're up front, then game on.
Game on.
Who do you figure was the first one to crack and suggest that? Little Tinker Toy action for the boys. Connect the dots. All right. Let's move along from that disturbing social media gathering to talking about the thing that everybody keeps telling me is the technology of the future. AI. More specifically, AI data centers. And what they're doing to America and Americans' energy bills.
Right, President Trump is pushing to cap credit card interest rates at 10%.
Oh, wait, no, this is the wrong
exactly
one.
How he would do that.
I don't want this one. I don't care about this. We'll talk about that later. This is unimportant. This is super unimportant. All right.
There are debates about whether it's good policy.
Well, if your electric bill has gone up lately, you are not alone. And it may not just be the summer heat that's causing things to rise. Artificial intelligence data centers, or physical buildings or facilities that house computer systems, are predicted to drive demand to record highs in the coming years. CBS News national environmental correspondent, I should say, David Schechter joins us now to break all this down. David, always a treat to see you. This makes sense in some ways, but still surprising to hear just how much energy our data centers using, and how is that affecting our electric bills?
Hey, Nancy, data centers have a voracious appetite for electricity, and so they really are a driving factor in our country not having as much electricity as we need, and this push to develop more. If you look at it this way, like, for example, let's talk about an internet search. If you do an AI search versus just a regular Google search, that requires about 10 times more energy on the processing end to get that answer. If you think about the city of New York, they on a daily basis, their load of what they need to run that city is called 6 gigawatts, which probably doesn't mean a lot to anybody, but when you think about it, by 2030, the country needs 3 times that amount of energy to keep up with the growth of the data centers. So there's a huge appetite for this new energy. At the same time, our energy bills are going up. The state of New Jersey on June 1st said many people's bills will go up 20%, partially because...
I would just like to correct what he just said. He just said new energy. This is not a demand for new energy. This is a new demand for the existing energy supply. I don't know how you say that way.
Of AI, there's a lot of other reasons, but that is a driver. These data centers are a big driver. And one more quick point, I wrote this down. Connecticut, 71% increase in average residential bills in the last few years. California, 46%. Texas, 27%. Again, not all because of data centers, but they are playing a big role in this thirst for new energy.
Yeah, you talk about those higher prices. Are there risks beyond that? Could this end up affecting the grid itself here?
Why does he keep saying new energy? It's such a weird way to phrase this. But okay. Point is these things are sucking up incredible amounts of power. People are noticing on their bills. And they're not feeling it. It doesn't benefit society. It only benefits a tiny handful of people who are invested in all of this. And some people have been protesting these data centers.
Protesters against the proposed AI data center stood outside the Harwood Community Center with signs that read, "No power to AI" and "To water for farms, not for AI," in light of the city council meeting. The group was allowed to come inside and attend the meeting.
Version of rezoning to hide from answering questions.
You can assume whatever you want. This is not the time or the place.
This is the exact time. That's what this is for. It's like a public hearing.
Harwood Mayor Blake Hankey warned the group that they would be removed if they continued interrupting by shouting comments. Several people were removed by the Cass County Sheriff's Department. During public comment, one person asked the question if the council had done any investigation into the land on the Rusty Patch Bumblebee. The mayor said he had no knowledge.
I will tell you that before you mentioned the Rusty Patch Bumblebee, I was unfamiliar with it, so I do not know how to answer your question about how this will impact the Rusty Patch Bumblebee, but I appreciate your question.
Going back to Ella's question.
Wow.
Do you think this might be rushed then, if you're unaware of all of this going on in this agricultural land here?
Yeah, no, not at all.
All right.
The mayor of Enderlin was also in attendance and addressed the crowd on how Applied Digital has been working for his city.
The annexation that took place with Applied Digital becoming a part of the city of Ellendale didn't happen until this past February. So from a financial standpoint, we as a city have not seen any benefits yet. That's the truth.
Yeah, I feel like he's trying to make something really bad sound good. They've been here since last February, but we've seen zero benefits from them. What are the benefits going to be? There are no benefits to these things. Not for the certainly not for the local communities. They don't create some large number of jobs. Maybe get like a half a dozen jobs in an area. Meanwhile, these guys wind up not paying taxes. They wind up getting tax breaks from local municipalities like this, small towns. They suck off the power grid and leave everybody else holding the bag. But you get an AI girlfriend. Good point.
Amazon recently bought a data center next to the Susquehanna nuclear power plant in eastern Pennsylvania. They will use it to help run Amazon Web Services, AWS for short, the company's cloud computing service used by many companies, governments, and individuals. The data center will draw energy directly from the nuclear power plant to power the data center's servers, cooling systems, and other infrastructure. This arrangement avoids the lengthy and costly process of connecting to the aging electric grid, making it a test case as more big technology companies look to strike similar deals.
Now, this is a departure from how data centers normally procure energy, because normally data centers would connect with the grid operator and say, I would like to build a data center here, and you will give me the electricity that we've contracted to purchase, and they could be coming from any source. They could be coming from nuclear, they could be coming from wind.
Honestly, it's kind of disturbing to think about tech companies who already are incredibly, irresponsible. Move fast and break things, handling nuclear material. Move fast and break things, people shouldn't be handling nuclear material. It should be people with slow and deliberate intentions, not people rushing to make a bunch of money. What happens when the AI bubble busts? Think about that. Amazon and all these other weirdos owning a bunch of nuclear reactors that all of a sudden they don't need. Maybe they stop spending the money on keeping them safe. Maybe they just decide, it's not worth it. Now, back to more protests. This was in Wisconsin from last month. Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel at a local courthouse.
No, this is crazy. Stop it!
Way to go, Ted.
You guys don't care? None of you care. It's so obvious. What is wrong with you? Jesus Christ.
Way to go, Ted. Way to go, Ted. Way to go, Ted. Great job.
No.
The community loves you, Ted.
There's 30 pieces of equipment that are sitting there waiting to go 24/7 in a residential area. We're not farmers. Teddy, fight like fucking hell. You can fuck us next door every night.
When does this end?
Everybody's
When they're gone, as soon as possible.
Is my council member ever going to return my 15 emails I sent?
This is shameful.
Shameful. That postal when she's going to return my emails. For a whole year. Look at these cowards walking away. We have nobody from Vantage being a liaison. They're not answering us. They're telling us to represent us. She did nothing wrong.
This is an icon. This is a treasured city.
Is she under arrest? What did she do to be arrested? Is she under arrest?
Because she kept talking after the
God forbid.
timer. Jesus Christ. You guys are idiots up there.
Thank you.
You got a smirk? He's up there smirking. He's laughing.
They don't even care. You don't even care about people. It's so obvious. Grow some empathy.
Oh, what are they taking? She literally did nothing wrong. So what is the arrest? What is the arrest for?
She went over the 3 minutes is what they're going for.
Oh, that's against the law?
Because
that's
she
said recall. I'm
I'm
sorry. I spoke too long. Bite me. Cover your mouth, please. Because she said shame. They're reaching her property. Yeah, we should probably look at the freedom of speech on that.
You know, there's no point staying silent.
I really wonder what happens to people tonight who actually need the police.
Yeah, why are you taking her? I know.
I actually wonder what people do tonight who need the police.
Yeah, I know. It's really great to be elected by men.
Yeah.
Do you guys know women on your police force? Can I ask for a female officer? Yes, we like a female officer.
Oh, that's
I don't
weird.
want to be touched by you. I'd like a female officer, but you're touching us.
That's not how it works, sir.
Great job.
There we go, the fascist pigs. Here in Wisconsin, arresting a woman for talking too long when complaining about data centers in her community.
Illegal.
But it's not just people in Wisconsin. Let's go here. Tulsa's News Channel 8. Sand Springs residents sue city to stop annexation for data center. This is from last week.
When it comes to data center resistance, Oklahoma is ground zero. From Claremore,
we'd like to see it stop.
To Coweta,
there's no transparency.
To Sand Springs.
And nobody likes a bully.
The world is literally watching.
Did a 40-minute interview with a news agency from France yesterday.
Kyle Schmidt is one of the driving forces behind Protect Sand Springs Alliance, which yesterday filed a lawsuit against the city in hopes of stopping Project Spring. Their argument?
The overall argument is that the city didn't follow the proper Oklahoma statutes that are required to meet contiguity requirements in order to annex that parcel into the city limits.
The city told News Channel 8 in part, "We are very confident in the process that has been done to annex the property of the proposed project. We intend to move forward with the zoning process and look forward to a speedy resolution to the meritless claims." Schmidt says the attitude of city leaders
has been very abrasive and just non-caring. Their mind was made up a long time ago.
Through an open records request, Schmidt found out that city officials were...
I'm fairly certain there's a ton of corruption going on with this shit. And from everything that we've seen on this, it seems to me that the mayors in different municipalities and other like local officials, council members, things like that, are getting kickbacks or just like straight up bribes from some of the richest people on the planet. Because that's who's involved in this stuff, right? The data center stuff. It's all the richest people on the planet. Larry Ellison, Jeff Bezos, and Elon Musk. Those are some of the richest, and Sam Altman, right? But these are like literally some of the very richest people on the planet. Like the top 0.000000001%.
Working on the initiative long before the public became aware of it.
They started talking about this data center back on March 19th is the earliest we can find, and the community didn't find out about it until early part of November.
With news of the lawsuit, he says, donations have started rolling in as the group taps into a collective frustration many people feel towards the topic.
Data centers in general right now have a really big problem with transparency and regulation, and the lack of regulation that holds them accountable to the people who are going to have to live with the consequences.
Finding a way to fight back in Sand Springs. with residents sending a clear message of, you just kicked a hornet's nest.
We're not just a bunch of dumb hicks and ranchers and farmers. There's a lot of very well-educated, well-connected people and a lot of resources up here that I don't think they anticipated this level of fight.
Well, some American patriots fighting back against these technocrats, the technoligarchy, are trying to basically just steal all of our power for themselves so that they can make as much money as possible and contribute fuck all. I mean, that's the whole purpose of AI, is to not contribute to society, to not give that guy a job, to not, you know, have to give somebody healthcare or, you know, a living wage. Just buy the robot, never have to worry about the OSHA violations ever again. All right, let's go here to a more perfect union from last week and talk about what it's like working at a Google data center.
When a data center is coming to your community, it's too good to be true.
In 20 years, we may look back and go like, I'm not sure we should have done that. But right now, it feels right.
All over the country, states and local governments have been rolling out the red carpet for data centers.
America's newest boom towns aren't mines, they're data centers.
Nothing less than a digital gold rush.
Driving that is AI. They're offering huge tax breaks and other financial incentives to developers and tech companies. And what do communities get in exchange?
Google's $40 billion announcement.
Tech titans pouring billions of dollars.
$27 billion.
$600 billion.
Skilled tradespeople are needed to build these high-tech centers.
Dozens of jobs.
Everyone's jobs will change.
Hundreds of jobs.
High-paying jobs.
Over 100,000 American jobs almost immediately.
But is that actually true?
They take great care of us. They pay travel. They give us per diem.
A cluster of data centers in your community may not provide you any benefit whatsoever.
And I traveled from my home state of Oregon, which has seen mass layoffs and disappearing tax revenue.
Breaking news. Intel announced that it would be laying off more than 500 people.
That number has since jumped to nearly 2,400 people.
Today, we're going to ask, are the economic trade-offs powering the data center boom actually worth it for the rest of us? The answer is a lot more nuanced than I expected.
And I looked away for a second. I can't remember if they mentioned it, but Amazon announced that they were going to lay off like 1 million people over the next, like, I can't remember the time span, but they're like, because of AI, they literally named AI. Because of AI, we're going to not hire like 1 million people or like lay off like 1 million people. I can't remember exactly how they said it, but they were basically like, the nation's largest employer was like, we're going to hire way less people.
I moved to Oregon 9 months ago for the peace and quiet. It's a rural state.
Although, actually, I think technically the U.S. government is the nation's
And agriculture has a $42 billion economic footprint
Or was.
here, supporting more than 500,000 jobs. But farmers I spoke to tell me they're under threat.
I'm in Hillsboro, Oregon, and right behind me is an 1800s farmhouse. And 5 years ago, we were surrounded by hundreds of acres of farmland. Today, it's data centers everywhere you look.
These are all data centers. They call this the data center alley of Hillsboro.
There was a tulip farm here. There was a big grass seed operation, an ecosystem of farming that this land supports.
Aaron Nichols is a farmer in Hillsboro, Oregon, 20 miles from where I live in Portland. He was the first stop in my investigation because before digging into the jobs at data centers, I wanted to know what happens to other industries when big tech moves in.
How many people do you employ here on the farm? We employ about 10 people on our farm on about 15 acres. We could expand and grow more food for more people, but buying land is nearly impossible because people are hoping to hold on to it and sell it for a windfall profit.
And it's not just his business.
people that need an automotive shop or that are going to open an electrical firm or a small computer firm, they look at that land price and they're completely out of the market.
Not only are they driving away other businesses, data centers are driving up costs too. Pacific Power and Portland General Electric customers saw a 50% increase in their electricity bills since 2020. Analysts say that data center growth is a major factor. And what's worse, data centers aren't contributing as much money to the community as you might think. That's because Oregon's laws give data centers some $330 million a year in tax breaks.
There are a number of incentive systems to come to Oregon. The enterprise zone is a 5-year no property tax waiver for building industrial or building jobs. Out of that comes schools, parks, fire, police, municipal. We've lost that revenue for 5 years.
Local residents are already seeing the impacts from this lost tax revenue. A report from Good Jobs First found Oregon schools lost $275 million to property tax abatements that could have gone to hire 3,600 teachers.
If they would have paid their annual taxes, their property taxes would have been $7.22 million.
So they're getting about $6.5 million
$6.5
off their taxes.
That's right, that they're not paying.
Without tax revenue from data centers, the people who live in Hillsborough are going to end up suffering because they're not going to have the high quality schools that they deserve. And a lot of that cash is just going to flow straight through the city like a sieve.
We're all paying our taxes for the schools. The data centers are not. It feels like that money is being kind of extracted from our community. We pay the infrastructure costs. We don't see tax revenue, and we see the profits being funneled out to people we'll never meet. Do you want a pen or you use a pencil?
Pen.
For the Nichols family, it's personal.
Here we go.
How is the shortfall for the school district here, how is that impacting your family?
My son's autistic. It makes it so that he cannot get an aide full-time, and it definitely makes it harder on us. We love our teachers, they're amazing, but we do see them doing more with less, and sometimes, unfortunately, less with less.
We actually even lost a 5th and a 4th grade teacher, so now the 3rd and 4th grades have to be split to the 5th and
I wonder how many teachers you could pay for with $6.5 million. What do you figure? It's insane. What do you have, like 200, 300 teachers? More? I don't know.
The city of Hillsborough has been making a lot of economic development decisions. At their meetings, the public really hasn't been consulted about what kind of economic development they want and what they want to see from that.
I reached out to the economic development director in Hillsborough, Dan Diaz, but his office said he was, quote, not available for this discussion. Okay, so data centers have both driven down jobs from other industries and depleted key tax revenue. So what have they brought to Hillsborough? What was the trade-off? Driving around the area, it's clear that the construction of these massive data centers has created a demand for temporary construction jobs in Oregon. Electrician Ashley Cummings wanted to get in on that gold rush.
I was studying to be a CNA and randomly decided I'm gonna go be an electrician because those data centers look busy. It was a really good idea. I make a lot of money, it was great, but I don't know if it's gonna last very long. I think after we get them up, they don't need us anymore.
Ashley says her husband works on data centers too, but not in Oregon. He's nearly 2,000 miles away in Abilene, Texas.
Yeah. And once those data centers are up and running, I mean, who do they need? I mean, really, what do you need in a data center? It's just server rack after 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 server rack after
Here it is.
After server rack.
This is your future. One of your Pied Piper boxes would go right here in this rack. Okay. Okay. Let me show you the next location in which we would install one of your boxes.
Richard, what the fuck are we doing here?
I don't like it any more than you do. I told Jack we'd come check this place out and then we'd have a discussion.
I can't believe you suggested the idea of building a fucking appliance. Here it is. This is where another one of your Pied Piper boxes would go.
Okay.
Okay, let me show you the next location in which we would install.
Actually, you know what? Sorry, no offense, but once you see one space in Iraq, you kind of seen them all.
That's what I used to think, until I saw them all. Would you like to see your desks?
Our desks?
What?
This is where we would install a Pied Piper engineer.
Sorry, why exactly would we need to be here?
Your sales representative promised 24-hour-a-day on-site maintenance, at least for the first year.
So one of us would have to be down here for a year, even at night.
There's really no difference between day and night down here, so it makes things easy.
And these are the jobs that these data centers create. Maybe 1 or 2 jobs. Like 1 or 2 jobs. They get like 1 guy per data center. Like they like doing 12-hour shifts. They just switch. Get 2 guys. Like 2 jobs per data center for like billion-dollar data center. And they're just basically empty. They're just empty buildings with nobody in them. Just an empty wasteland filled with servers.
Hey, John? 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 John?
Oh, shit.
John?
Where is he?
John?
Here it is.
Okay. Would you like to see the next place where one of your boxes would go? Just kidding. Just kidding. Let's go to this next disturbing story about data centers from 5 days ago. NBC News. Americans given NDAs from AI data center company. Yes, what are we talking about? Why would Americans be getting NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, from an AI data center company? That's strange.
Quiet country living brought families like father and son Tim and Andy Grosser to these rolling hills in Mason County, Kentucky.
They just want to be out in the country where it's quiet and they can watch the wildlife.
They've tended to cattle and hunted here for more than 30 years. But now that quiet is under threat from a billion-dollar data center project that could soon rise just over that ridge.
I don't want any part of it being anywhere near here.
Why?
For one, I don't want to look at it. Our power is going to double in price, and we don't have enough energy right now to even supply Maysville through the winter. They have to buy power from the grid.
Last spring, the Grossers were offered more than $8 million to sell all 250 acres of their land. That's 35 times what they bought it for in 1988. This is a good amount of money.
Yeah, but I don't really care how much they offer. I'm just not telling.
When they asked for details about the project, they were given an NDA instead.
The mystery guy slides a paper forward and says, sign this non-disclosure agreement and we'll start answering questions. And we said, well, that's a non-starter.
County officials telling NBC News they signed non-disclosure agreements with the same company last spring, hoping to secure hundreds of millions of dollars in investment from one of the top 5 tech companies in the U.S. building out its AI infrastructure. They agreed to keep the company's name secret. But for the Grossers, the silence rang louder than the money. How does that make you feel?
Handcuffed. I mean, I think they're trying to, protect the potential company from us.
It's all going to be a done deal before we can do anything about it.
Experts studying data center projects like this one across the country say this kind of secrecy isn't accidental, it's strategic.
They're using these agreements to try and grease the skids and try and avoid, to the extent that they can, that community input.
Yeah, it is disturbing how that's been going on, but we've seen it time and time again, whether it's Elon Musk's Colossus or the super, whatever, what's it called? The Stargate down in Texas. Like all these goddamn facilities, they're going up. They're asking voters as little as they're trying to avoid asking voters for permission, and instead are just trying to insert these data centers under the noses of the constituents. And it's ruining everything. I mean, first off, they suck up a massive amount of energy from the grid, but did you know that these also use potable, drinkable water that would otherwise go into the public utility for you to, I don't know, take a shower with or wash your hands? I don't know, cook some food with. Maybe perhaps you'd like to drink some of that water. Well, they use the water, drinkable water, in whatever community that they exist in to cool all of those server racks. So they're sucking up energy, sucking up water, and they're providing fuck all back to the communities. No jobs, massive tax breaks.
That could slow things down.
But already in Mason County, the community is giving its input after online Facebook groups pieced together what was coming to their town.
What's out there they don't want us to know. If they were totally transparent, they wouldn't need the NDAs.
It leaves everybody in this county not knowing what they're up against. That's how I feel.
At this zoning meeting, frustrations boiling over.
NDA, no discernible accountability.
Construction chaos and hazards, air, water, noise pollution, water quality, pressure issues, possible electric grid issues as well.
This is something that has got to be more open.
And the residents of Mason County are not alone. Data center construction is booming nationwide to fuel the growing demand for artificial intelligence, with hundreds of new projects announced last year alone. We found more than 20 cases across 16 states where NDAs were signed between local officials and data center developers.
The fact is, people are starting to wake up to this fact. Communities all over the place are starting to protest against this stuff. But will it be too late? Can we need to, honestly, we need to mobilize and tell Congress people, assembly people, city council members, anybody with a hand in the decision-making process here that we don't want them. We certainly don't want them connected to our grid and our, drinking water supply. It's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
You can see your house from here? Wow. Impressive. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, while we're still talking AI, let's go move on from data centers on AI to this story. Incredibly disturbing story. We've talked about, the jobs loss. We've talked about, societal collapse. We've talked about potential for fake news to be created easily and seamlessly and spread in seconds. And all sorts of other problems. Deep fake, like, nudes and whatever you want to call them. All these other sorts of things. Prepare yourselves for the next society crumbling thing. Have you heard of deep fake evidence?
What? Would you jump up?
Yeah. That's right. Deep fake evidence. Now a thing. Coming to a place near you. Here's 6APC Philadelphia from last week with the story. Woman says AI generated deepfake text sent her to jail.
Right away.
New tonight, an Action News special investigation. Courts are now facing a growing threat. AI-generated deep fakes. and they're putting innocent people in jail. Investigative reporter Chapadelli sits down with a victim and explores how the criminal justice system is evolving to deal with deepfake evidence.
Our victim was in a volatile relationship. She says her ex-boyfriend created deepfake AI-generated texts that put her behind bars. 2 days of hell.
It was horrific.
Says Melissa Sims of her 2 days in a Florida jail.
It's just like you see in the movies, Orange is the New Black. I get put into like basically a general population of people who aren't doing like a year.
Her story made headlines in Florida. Sims and her boyfriend had recently moved there from Delaware County. It was November of 2024. She called police after an argument with her boyfriend. After allegedly ransacking her home, she says she called 911.
Next thing I know, I'm looking at him and he's slapping himself in the face.
And allegedly scratched himself. Police arrived and arrested her for battery. As part of her bond, the judge ordered her to stay away from her boyfriend and not speak to him. Fast forward several months later, and she says her boyfriend created an AI-generated text calling him names and making disparaging comments.
I end up getting arrested for violating my bond. No one verified the evidence.
We'll get back to Sims in a moment, but her ordeal is one of increasing frequency, says Herbert Dixon, senior judge of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia.
Several years ago, it started out with just fake audio recordings. And now it's gotten to a point of fake videos and also fake images.
This is fucking disturbing. We need people to wake up faster. This is incredibly disturbing. Going to jail because somebody submitted fake AI evidence and the cops were too fucking stupid to realize it. Oh my god. This shit is ruining society. It's just ruining
Judge
society.
Dixon is a member of the Council on Criminal Justice, along with former Philly Police Commissioner Charles Ramsey. Its mission is to advance policy in the criminal justice system.
One of the things that we're trying to do is to develop a framework for the responsible use of artificial intelligence.
Do you think prosecutors and police may need to do a bit more due diligence in this age of AI before they bring charges?
Some due diligence has to be involved.
This is scary to say, but we're no longer going to be able to trust what we see in front of us.
Drexel professor Rob DeVidio teaches AI forensics. He says AI-generated video, text, and other evidence can be difficult to spot. AI is simply too good.
The challenge is the detection tools are not keeping up with those capabilities. It's totally synthetic, totally made up.
He created this AI-generated photo to show us. He inputted into 3 different well-known AI detection software programs. All 3 gave different results. From 1% to 62% probability, the photo is synthetic or AI generated.
The standard nowadays is we trust unless proven otherwise, right? I think we're going to have to flip the script and distrust until we verify.
It's a terrifying world to live in. Jesus Christ. Honestly, I feel like I'm going through this myself a lot of times. When I'm going through videos, I'm like, is this AI? And I have to like double check. I have to like verify more than I did before. Terrible. All right. Let's talk about the terrible AI work environment of the future at Palantir.
Mean anybody left of Attila the Hun, anybody left of them.
if you're just a liberal, you're one of the baddies. Never mind a leftist, never mind a communist. You are evil, you are bad, you deserve to be executed, according to Joe Lonsdale, co-founder of motherfucking Palantir. That's what these people think of you. Now, ready for this? Same time on social media, this popped up. The Palantir CEO, here's what he said. Listen to this. This is a new investor call. Listen carefully to what he says here.
Alex, as always, we have a lot of individual investors on the line. Is there anything you'd like to say before we end the call?
We're doing it. We're doing it. And I'm sure you're enjoying this as much as I am. Let's not talk to analysts about the burden of being right, our burdens of investing in ontology, our burdens of actually looking.
This is the guy who's very clearly on some sort of drugs. Alex Karp, I believe his name is. He's very clearly on some sort of drugs all the time. And a video went viral of him, like, you know, hopping, skipping, and jumping and tweaking out on stage at some event. And then he tried to dodge it by saying, I'm just neurodivergent. And now I'm starting some project to like fucking fund the education of other neurodivergent people. That was his way of trying to get out of the fact that he was clearly caught tweaking on stage, and that was his dodge. But ready? Pay attention.
At the math, the burden of reading what the Rule of 40 is, the burden of being honest about what an enterprise software company is, or the burden of explaining to your friends that you're really happy. Maybe we should just stop talking about it. I'm very happy to have you along for the journey, and you are partners for us. Every Palantirian, we are crushing it. Everyone else who's listening, we are dedicating our company. We have dedicated our company to the service of the West and the United States of America, and we're super proud of the role we play, especially in places we can't talk about. And we love our success in the U.S. and globally. Also, you know, we are doing in the United Kingdom and many other places. Palantir is here to disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare enemies and, on occasion, kill them. And we hope you're in favor of that. We hope you're enjoying being a partner.
Literally talking about killing enemies. The point of Palantir is to partner with the West and these Western governments and kill enemies. Could this get any more dystopian? By the way, yes, it absolutely can. Look at this. Showed you this the other day. Several billionaires have invested in Greenland in the years following President Trump's proposal that the United States could seize control of the island. Ronald Lauder.
Okay, thank you, Kyle. Here you go, disturbing talk from the CEO of Palantir. Can you imagine working for a company like that? Should terrify you that the Palantir is a huge government contractor. We've been working with ICE and the military and all sorts of other terrible people. Okay. What else do I got here for us? Ah. Yes. We're talking AI. Let's go here. To the First Lady, Melania Trump. She has advice for you, America. Everybody.
Today, I urge you to take action. Use AI to unlock new parts of your imagination. Lead with your ideas, stay sharp, but remember, never surrender your thinking to AI.
I love how Melania couldn't get out 15 words without screwing up. Never, everybody remember, never let the AI replace your thinking brain. Here we go again. So she wants people to embrace AI, but also not let AI do their thinking for them. Interesting. I mean, we've seen studies prove that if you use AI, your critical thinking skills go down dramatically. All right, let's talk about the technoligarchy over at the Majority Report.
We are back, and we are joined once again by a friend of the show, Molly White, software engineer, technology researcher, cryptocurrency critic, whose awesome newsletter is called Citation Needed. You should check it out. Molly, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me back.
Of course. It's great to see you. And I really, really enjoyed your recent piece, kind of like almost like a looking back at the rise of cryptocurrency and the economy that came with it over the past 4 or 5 years. It's called the Year of Technologarchy. I did it. I nailed it this time. Which is, I mean, a great way to refer to it as. But you kind of track from 2021 to 2025. You say the year of 2021 is the year of hype with all the NFTs and the Bored Apes and stuff like that. Then the collapse, you got Sam Bankman-Fried, the FTX falling apart. You got the cleanup, that's 2023. And then grievance 2024, when they poured all this money into super PACs and were trying to legitimize cryptocurrency. And then last year, technologarchy, Trump kind of cementing that. So I guess just explain your kind of thesis about this overall and how things have tracked from 2021 to the Year of Technologarchy 2025.
Yeah, I mean, around the new year, I was sort of reflecting on the time that I've been writing about cryptocurrency, which has been since 2021. And the fact that every year seems to be totally different. At first it was a lot of writing about Web3 and these really overblown promises and the, issues with the technology and the poor coverage of it. And then the next year it was all following bankruptcy cases and, watching as these companies exploded. Then I was again, steeped in legal documents, watching the bankruptcies play out over the next year. And I was watching criminal cases against Sam Bankman-Fried. I was watching regulatory cases against a ton of different crypto companies. And, that was, I think, the year where people were like, crypto is dead. We've stopped seeing all these ads. We've stopped, seeing people, celebrities with NFT profile pictures. There's not many people talking about crypto anymore. It's become kind of cringe, especially the NFTs. And I think that was a mistake to view crypto as dead, because what happened is they sort of retrenched during that time period, even as crypto prices were down, and they formed this political machine, raising, almost $200 million in 2024 for these crypto-focused super PACs that, their only goal was to support candidates who would sign on to the crypto agenda, in terms of, which was really focused on deregulation, changing how crypto is regulated, which regulators are in charge, and then, installing politicians who are willing to make it their focus to promote crypto and really bolster the industry. And I think 2025 was the result of that. We saw this enormous amount of pressure and influence on Congress, on the president, on regulators, thanks to all of this political spending.
Now, what I would like to point out during this conversation, I don't think they quite touch on this, but I think it's possible they talked about it on the Majority Report or a different show that we watched earlier. But the fact is a lot of these crypto PACs that were created that have all this supposed money didn't actually wind up spending all that much. What they did was threaten people with spending money. They showed a whole bunch of money on their balance sheet and said, look, we could unleash these funds on you, or you could just be pro-crypto. And a lot of people just chose to be pro-crypto. But the fact is we honestly need to force these people to use that money. I know this might sound counterintuitive, but follow me here. The crypto people, I just looked into it. It's not all liquid. It's not all, it's liquid-ish, but it's not all in cash. It's not like sitting in a bank account somewhere. These are crypto guys. They're not just going to let hundreds of millions of dollars sit around in cash, dirty, filthy fiat cash. Of course not. Much of it is sitting in cryptocurrency, and we need to force them to sell their cryptocurrency, right? Be like, yeah, Get spending. Start selling that crypto. Get to it, pal. Because I honestly think a lot of them don't want to actually do that. And I think, to some degree, we have to call them on their bluff.
And
get
the
spending.
political clout that these companies had established. We had people like David Sachs installed at the White House, these people who were very much part of this industry, investing in this industry, still invested in this industry in many cases, now writing the rules for this industry. And so, I think that we've seen the US government essentially become beholden to these incredibly wealthy tech oligarchs. And I think a lot of what we are watching happen now and what we saw happening last year is really directly attributable to that influence and the project that these people are really trying to advance.
Yeah, the 2024 election being dominated by crypto that's not an exaggeration to say that.
No.
I mean, you write about how Kamala Harris added that late last minute crypto nod to her platform about, what was it about, creating more black wealth or something like that?
Yeah, it was about supporting black men who invest in crypto, I guess. It was really bizarre.
Supporting humanity, everybody would mean the elimination of this industry. But yes, it was just, we can't get back into that. But probably even more importantly than that very stupid thing was how the money was poured into all of these races. You saw it successfully take out Sherrod Brown in Ohio, that crypto money. And then you also saw Democrats like John Ossoff sign on to pro-crypto legislation as a way to stave off the war chest of the cryptocurrency super PACs. Expand a little bit about on that and how the crypto industry.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people capitulated in advance. Pathetic. All right, I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit in this conversation.
So, 2024, we had Fair Shake. It was the name of this independent super PAC that was specifically supporting crypto interests. We have now, going into 2026, a super PAC called Leading the Future, which it has allegedly $100 million committed to it from AI interests. And it's the same tactic of essentially saying we're going to support candidates who are going to advocate to deregulate AI and otherwise benefit AI interests. And so I think in 2026, we're going to be contending not only with the cryptocurrency super PACs, which are already as well funded as they were in 2024 and ready to deploy that money, but we're also going to be dealing with another $100 million on coming from AI and probably far more as they continue to fundraise.
And the parallels don't really end there, in that both of these technologies are very energy intensive,
right?
And are accelerating the worst effects of climate change, and that I think can't be. It needs to be emphasized more, really, because they are rapacious and not for cryptocurrency, we're talking just pure speculation. AI has value, but the value is incredibly overstated and not matching the share of our economy, let alone what we are sacrificing from an environmental standpoint to justify it.
Right. And I think, with AI, you're also facing the fact that we're watching an authoritarian regime take advantage of AI to advance their abuses of the American public. I mean, we see reporting after reporting after reporting about how ICE is using AI to try to target immigrant communities. We're seeing how it's being used for essentially mass surveillance. I mean, these are the people who are benefiting from government contracts and looking to limit the degree to which there can be anyone watching over how this technology is deployed. So I think it's something we really need to care about.
Yes, to your point, I had forgotten to headline.
Yeah, honestly, AI is dangerous in the hands of even well-intentioned people. We've talked about it in the past. But you put it in the hands of people with no concern for the well-being of, your average citizen, who are only concerned for themselves and their sycophants. It's bad. It's a bad combination. People who take no responsibility for their actions. Disaster waiting.
This at the start of the show because there's just so much news. But NBC News had reporting from last night about how ICE was using artificial intelligence to rush to add 10,000 new officers to their force. And an AI error created some sort of issue with how the applications were processed and sent many new recruits into field offices without proper training. This is what what ICE is telling to NBC News, because there was this reporting. I know I'm a little bit afield of what we want to discuss, but from Slate, where
yeah, you just blame AI whenever something goes wrong. Oh, it was just AI. That's just AI. Accused of something nefarious? No, it's just AI. Everything is AI. All right. We're almost 6 hours into the stream right now. Before we go to break, I figured I'd give you all a brief opportunity to try and decompress from this long week with a dose of video aspirin.
We call this tape video aspirin, and you'll see that you'll be able to stop the pain and tension associated with headaches in most cases, and you'll do it the natural way, without drugs.
Have you ever thought about how a baby breathes? Think about it. A baby's belly rises and falls naturally. Imagine a velvety black screen before you. Allow a number 1 to appear in the center of the screen. Number 1. Now, let a number 2 take its place in the center of the screen. Doesn't that feel great?
Don't be surprised if you feel the urge to
so
yawn.
Nice.
Remember, you're supposed to relax.
Press moderately and hold. Tell yourself, I am calm. 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 Now close your right nostril with your ring finger and inhale through your left. Raise your eyebrows as if you were surprised. Open your eyes wide and hold. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1,
3,
2,
4,
3, 4.
2,
So there you have
3.
it, the video aspirin. Take one and call us in the morning. Enjoy feeling calm.
Don't be creepy.
There you go. 1987. Dr. Barbara Teresnik Rosenbaum, PhD. Video aspirin. Aren't you feeling much better now, chat? Oh, boy. So calm. I am calm. That's an AI name. It does sound kind of AI. All right, everybody, we're 6 hours into the stream. We still haven't completed the galactic content goal. As far as I'm aware, we're only halfway through it. Sad but true. But since it's Sunday Funday, I'm not going to give up yet. Keep going through the show, but we need to take a quick break first. All right, everybody, I hope you're enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the like button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. So many great ways out there for you to show your support. Super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App and PayPal, Throne, and of course the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So many great benefits, I recommend you just go onto the website by clicking one of the links in my Twitch and or YouTube bios. Alright, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Right, everybody. We are back. The break is over, and the show is about to begin once again, so you'd better get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, we are back, everybody. Fifth half of the stream about to begin. Already gotten through a hell of a lot of stuff we've talked about today. Still much to get through. So many news events and other such things still to get through here in front of me. Also, before we get started, I just want to say thank you to Mike Avery over on the YouTube vertical stream. What do you like more, Star Trek or Star Wars? That's a good question. It's a good question. For me, to some degree, it depends on the era, because I like both of them a lot, right? And I've enjoyed watching both over the years. And sort of, I think, honestly, to some degree, there's so much to both of them. Like, I can't say, like, hands down one way or the other that I like one more than the next. And honestly, at one point, I would have answered the question differently, but with things like Andor coming out of Star Wars universe these days, also give me some Mandalorian too, I'm into that. It's hard. I feel like it's split. I feel like it's harder for me to watch the old Star Wars stuff than the old Star Trek stuff. But also the new Star Trek stuff holds up fairly well. Big fan of some of the newer Star Trek stuff. What is this show about? It's about all sorts of stuff. We mostly cover news events and things like that. We also discuss climate change, environmental issues, space news, and other things. Over the last couple years, we've gotten into just about everything. All right, people. Sunday, fun day. Let's keep this thing moving. Let's start in Hawaii. Hawaii news now. 3 days ago, first documented tiger shark mating hub identified by University of Hawaii researchers.
It's science.
Oopsies. Knocking shit over on my desk. Thankfully, it's not a drink.
A team of shark researchers have solved a long-standing mystery.
They identified a mating hub for tiger sharks. The study, led by the Hawaii Institute of Marine Biology, used 6 years of shark tracking data to show that mature male and female sharks gather every year off Oluwalu, Maui, at the same time as humpback whale calving season. That's likely because vulnerable calves or placenta falls are an easy food source. This new finding challenges the understanding of tiger sharks as solitary animals. Before this, it was unclear if mating was just a result of random encounters.
Well, there we go. Tiger shark mating unlocked by scientists. These aquatic creatures humping it up off the coast of Hawaii. That's something they're calling a mating hub. Sounds very sexy.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
All right. Oh, now to this next story on the mainland. In Los Angeles, KTLA5, Altadena. 6 days ago. Do you know where we're heading right now, folks? Do you know what we're about to talk about, people? That's right. We're about to talk about that bear. You know the one. The bear that has been, or at least had been, residing under a man's home for, I think, multiple months. I think it was almost 2 months that this bear was living underneath the man's home in Altadena. Just making itself comfy. Wintertime. Hanging out. He was ousted, unfortunately. We talked about that recently. And as some in chat predicted, that bear decided to make himself home under a different Altadena home.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Well, it's happened again. A bear has made itself comfortable under a home in Altadena and shows no signs of leaving anytime soon.
And it is unclear if this is the same bear that was living under a home in the same neighborhood and stayed there for 6 weeks. KTLA 5's Kimberly Chang live in Altadena with some details for us. Hi, Kimberly.
Hi, yes, an Altadena resident called KTLA and told us that his family discovered a bear underneath their home. Take a look at this video.
Where did he go?
Humongous.
Video shows a bear tucked away in a back corner of a crawl space underneath their home. He believes the bear has been there about 4 to 5 days. Now, the family says they don't want the attention and asked us not to reveal their address. This is a neighborhood near Altadena and Midwick Drives. This is less than half a mile from a home that you may remember.
Go, 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 go. Go, go, he's out, he's out, he's out. Go, go.
This bear, believed to be about 500 pounds, moved into a crawl space underneath a house on
Jesus,
Altadena Drive around Thanksgiving. Now, the homeowner and state wildlife officials, as you may remember, tried to lure the bear out for weeks using various methods, including air horns, paintball guns, and scents, but the efforts were unsuccessful. The homeowner said the bear caused some damage around a gas line under his home. Now, the homeowner said it wasn't until after Christmas that a nonprofit called Bear League from Northern California offered to help. They used paintball guns to chase the bear away, and the homeowner put an electrified mat over the opening, and when the bear tried to return to the crawl space, the small shock scared it away. It's not clear if this is the same bear that was found underneath this home recently. We spoke with an Altadena resident who said years ago she came face to face with a bear on her property.
Hey, boo-boo. That is a mighty fine-looking basement right there, don't you think? Well, one bear's struggle to find housing, perhaps hitting some of us. You know, times are tough out there. Housing crisis, even for the bears right now. Squatting in Altadena basements. Evicted, but thankfully finding a new home. Although, to the dismay of the owners, I assume. Seriously though, 500-pound bear? Insane! Okay. Let's keep talking. Things happening in the area from Altadena to the Palisades. NBCLA now from 2 days ago. Let's talk about a home which was transported a long distance, which is being set up in the fire burn scar of the LA fires last year.
More than a year after the Palisades fire, one homeowner is moving into her brand new house.
And after successfully navigating the permitting process, not only is her new home standing, it's also much safer. NBC4's Karma Dickerson live to explain how this all came to be. Karma.
Yes, we're coming to you from Gardena, and for context, the house that we're talking about did find a home at the Palisades, but it got its start right here in this place where I'm standing. And what they do here at the company called Cover is they make homes factory style, and then they install them in places around our area, including places like Altadena. These are prefabricated homes, probably unlike many that you've seen before. And it was really interesting watching this process. They say it makes it faster and potentially safer for homeowners.
1 year and 1 week after losing her house to the Palisades fire, an 82-year-old woman is replanting her roots.
And then, holy, wow. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, didn't expect that.
A bit different from the one Sue LaBella left behind January 7th.
This is all refrigerator? Yes. Good Lord.
The one where she raised her kids, where her grandchildren spent their summers.
But look at how much closet space.
But new does have its perks.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, didn't expect that. Yeah. I expected it to open. Yeah.
And given how the need for the house came to be, there was one huge selling point for LaBella.
It's about as close as you could get, and having something which is really California proof.
A house of steel, built to be fire and earthquake resistant. And there's something else that really sets this build apart. For the most part, it wasn't built here in the Palisades at all.
But when people hear manufactured, they think prefab, they think, trailers.
Buddy Squire, Sue's son-in-law, knows what you're probably thinking.
This is not a mobile home, it's a modular home.
And while it was assembled in the Palisades, it was built in Gardena.
Well, there we go. A house built for the future with the climate collapse happening in front of us. People opting for homes that are basically near impossible to burn down. Modular homes built out of steel. Is that the future? Oh my God, I'm getting an advertisement for NVIDIA right now. AI revolution with 11 labs from NVIDIA.com. You sons of bitches. Well, I guess they know what we're talking about around here. We just got done talking about AI 2 seconds ago. Targeted advertisements. Oh my God, I just realized I left vertical stream on the office that whole time. Nobody could see anything that happened over there. Rude. That's incredibly rude.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
I'm still trying to get used to running 3 streams simultaneously right now. It's the most streams I've ever done. We've been doing it for like a week now, but I'm still kind of like working out the kinks of it all. All right, back to talking wildlife. One tiny wildlife creature decided to test its, what do you want to call it? Test its muster, I guess you might say, against a zoo animal. I believe this is in Portland. KGW News from Monday.
Now to the cutest video you've ever seen today. It's a tiny deer who just decided,
you know, to take on a rhino, because that would go well for him. Well, apparently it did. Polish zoo posted this video on social media that's obviously gone viral. The zoo joked that someone probably forgot to look in the mirror this morning. I can't get enough of this video. And I do think that, like, they have to have some sort of relationship and they're playing around and not serious, because that rhino could have just, you know.
It's not the size of the deer in the fight.
What is it, Chris?
The heart of the, isn't it?
The heart?
I just messed it up. Man, I just, never mind.
The heart.
Eat him.
It's the
fight,
it's the heart of the
not the
deer.
deer in the fight.
That's
there you
so
go.
I think the rhino's very playful,
Yes.
right? I've never seen pictures of a playful rhino.
It reminds me of my golden retriever puppy when he's, you know, this big.
The eye of the deer tiger. The eye of the deer facing down a massive creature. Perhaps that deer knows something that we do not. Displaying an incredible level of confidence for such a small yet feisty wildlife. Now to a different wildlife situation. Earlier we saw a bald eagle flying over the protests in Minneapolis. But it does seem some bald eagles, well, they are immigrating. That's right, the bald eagles. They're fleeing the United States. Fuck yeah! And instead, they seem to be headed for Canada. This is in a place called New Ionish, Canada, January 7th. Bald eagles everywhere you look. It's got to be 100, 200 bald eagles, all in one spot, seemingly fleeing the United States, for the freest nation in North America. So sad. Donald Trump ruining this country so much that even the bald eagles are leaving.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
All right. Now let's talk about some other animals from America's national bird to man's best friend, the dog. Here's a question you should be asking yourself. Is your dog listening right now to what you're saying? Do you have a canine spy in your house listening?
Have you ever wondered if your dog is eavesdropping on you? Well, a new study published in the journal Science found that some dogs, they're not only listening, they're learning words. The study found that the dogs presented similar skills to those of a toddler, overhearing and picking up words from their parents. Here's an example of a dog learning about 2 new toys.
Do you want to play with your stinger? This is your stinger. It has armadillo ears. Little armadillo feet. Armadillo. Yes, good girl.
Yes, good girl. Well, to explain how this works, we're joined by lead scientist Dr. Renee from the Veterinary University in Vienna and LT University in Budapest. Dr. Dror, thank you for being with us. You talk about gifted word learning dogs, as you call it, in this study. What is a gifted word learning dog, and are some breeds more gifted in this than others?
So I think everyone watching us at home know that
dogs easily learn things like sit or down or stay, right? But we found in our previous studies that there's only a very small group of dogs that are able to learn words for objects. So, for example, the difference between a ball and a rope, things like that. And among these dogs, we know this is the ability to learn object labels is not breed specific, because we see a very wide range of dogs from different breeds that can do it. But it is true that sometimes we see more border collies that can do this.
So tell us about this experiment and what you discovered.
So what we did is we asked the owners of 10 of these gifted dogs to present their dogs, to let their dogs sit while they interact with a partner. And they talked with the partner and they told the partner things about the toy, and they were not allowed to interact with their dog at all during this time. We had a few repetitions of this procedure, and then after a few days, with exposing the dogs to 2 toys, then we told them, okay, now we want to test this. And this is what you see now. You see the test where the owner is sitting in one room, the toys are in a different room, and the owner is asking the dog to get the toy. And what we found here is that the dogs were not only able to learn the names of the new objects from overhearing their owner's interactions, but actually they were as good in this condition as they were in a control condition.
Okay, that's actually kind of wild. Dogs are listening in on our conversations, at least some dogs, eavesdropping on their owners and other humans and learning vocabulary from our conversations.
It's science.
As of 3 months ago, your cat started watching TV and now she won't quit. That's interesting. The dogs are spying on us. Exactly, Columbia Rican. They're spying on us. Plotting our destruction, our demise. Once they can figure out what the word for nuclear bomb is, we're fucked.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right. Let's go from canines to monkeys. From dogs who can read good to monkeys on the loose. Let's go to Missouri, where in St. Louis, officials are in desperate times, officials in St. Louis are saying that they will waive any charges for info leading to the capture of monkeys on the loose.
Would you jump up?
Now to St. Louis, where
News.
city officials are still searching for monkeys on the loose. Chanel Call following this one. So how did they get loose, and what's the update on the search, Chanel?
Yeah, there's actually still so many questions about this, Reed. We know that those monkeys were first spotted in St. Louis about a week ago, but at this point, still no clarity on who owns them, how they got there, and where they are exactly right now. So at this point, this is what the Department of Health says that they're working on, but they also say, Reed, that AI-generated images that have popped up on social media have sort of complicated that search. They also, though, are sending a warning. This may sound a bit funny to people who live in the area, but they do want to warn them about the risks and dangers some of these monkeys might pose on the community. So take a listen.
The information that we've been given from our partner agencies is that the monkeys are very intelligent, but they can be unpredictable. And for individuals that these monkeys are not known to, we just don't want them to come in contact with each other because of that unpredictable nature.
My God. Monkeys running loose in the streets of St. Louis? Sounds like a movie
Will not
or
be
something.
an easy mission. Monkeys slow the expedition. What is that?
I couldn't help myself. All I could think of was Jumanji. When I saw this story and I saw the picture, the thumbnail on it, I was like, oh my god, the monkeys are on the loose. It's Jumanji. It was literally Jumanji. Any minute now, Robin Williams is going to come back and he's going to be like, I wasn't dead the whole time. I was trapped in the board game. Oh, God. R.I.P. Okay. One more clip on this monkey debacle. This pandemonium, if you will.
You are not funny.
It's an awful lot of monkey business going on here in St. Louis. Have we used that phrase a few times?
Yeah.
We mean that literally, as 4 monkeys and a goat allegedly remain on the loose. The search is still going on
for the punchline.
locally, with St. Louis Health Department shifting their focus to find the monkey owners instead. Meanwhile, nationally, everybody's suddenly dialed into this. People are poking fun at our monkey emergency. Just last night, Stephen Colbert poked fun at the monkey situation in St. Louis. He spent some time on it. People.com, the BBC, the New York Times, they're all talking about it. And again, while there is a serious search for the monkeys still happening in St. Louis right now, even some of our local hotspots are getting in on the fun. You ready?
Yes.
If you get on social media right now, you'll see all kinds of memes showing the monkeys
Art Hill.
just living their best lives. You know what I'm saying? Hitting all the sights.
Station too.
And they're hanging out with the goat too. I love that the goat's included.
Oh, they went to Crown Candy.
It's like
got the BLT.
Disney.
This is ridiculous. Goat farming for dummies. Monkey tails.
Come on!
Come on. God damn it. Jesus Christ. So there you go. 4 famous monkeys and possibly 1 goat loose in the Kansas, St. Louis, the Kansasian wild. How do you fuck it. Loose in St. Louis. Honestly, I've seen no update on the story, which means they're still loose somewhere, potentially freezing cold in the St. Louis winter. You can't imagine that's good for monkey health. All right, now let's go all the way down to Florida. Talk about another runaway animal. From monkeys to emus. Body cam captured the tense moments when an emu was tracked down by a Florida officer.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come on.
I'm sorry. There's something about an emu just walking down the side of the road. Like, as if it's just too funny. Oh my god.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here.
It's just chilling.
Come here.
Come here.
Come on.
Come on.
Keep going this way. Some big old talons.
Oh my god. They do have some big old talons. That's true. Got like raptor claws, dude. Oh shit.
I'll be honest with you, I've never handcuffed
This dude's just chasing this emo all over Florida.
around his legs, and that'll keep him from kicking. And you go. There you go. Oh, look who's got you.
Oh wow. Innovation. Innovation. He's come up with a plan. A leash.
Don't do it.
He's definitely thinking about it.
Look at that.
Are you handcuffing? You've handcuffed an emu, sir?
On this emu.
Free the emu. After watching this display, yeah, I too. It's the perfect freeze frame. Oh my god, look at that. That is the perfect freeze frame of that emu. Oh my god. Free emu. Free emu. Let the emu run free. Look at it. It's clearly not pleased about having been arrested, detained. I don't hear this officer reading this bird their rights.
Illegal.
Does the Constitution not exist anymore, huh? Miranda? Miranda rights, anybody? I mean, come on. All right. From a emu on the lamb down in Florida all the way up to Philadelphia. Actually, sorry, CBS Philadelphia. Actually, in Camden, New Jersey, a new penguin chick has hatched at the Adventure Academy Aquarium. Whatever the hell that is.
Adventure Aquarium in Camden is celebrating the latest addition to its African penguin colony.
Well, the male chick hatched on November 21st, joining two other little chicks, Duffy and Oscar, born at the beginning of November. To celebrate the arrival, the aquarium is holding a naming contest so visitors can choose between Scrappy, Zero, Flounder, and Toothless. The contest ends on January 19th, and the winner will be announced on January 20th, which is Penguin Awareness Day.
Interesting. Penguin Awareness Day. Didn't even know that existed. I think, I mean, me personally, I got to go with Scrappy or Zero. Scrappy or Zero, I think, are my top two choices. Probably 1 and 2 in that order. Yeah, I think so. Looks like a Scrappy. Apparently, you can vote on it at the aquarium's website, so get on in there, space fans. Get voting. You could sway the votes on this penguin chick. Just gonna point that out to you. There can't be that many people voting in this thing. We got like 75 people watching the stream right now. All right. Now while we're talking wildlife and environmental issues, I didn't know where else to put this thing. So let's go to New York, CBS New York, from 3 days ago, where due to winter storms, a plane nearly went off the runway at Rochester International Airport.
New tonight, a plane partially went off the runway at the Rochester International Airport. The American Airlines flight was leaving for Charlotte, North Carolina, and then it slid onto the grass. About 90 passengers were on board, but no one was hurt, thankfully. After completing de-icing due to the snow and freezing temperatures, the plane did take.
Well, there you go. Thankfully, nobody injured. A near catastrophe averted in icy winter weather in New York. Now, let's go south to Chile, where very suddenly massive forest fires broke out and have now been ravaging the South American country, killing over a dozen people as of earlier today. It's the last time I around this first video is from 14 hours ago or so, and at that time the number was at 16 deaths, and the images are disturbing. apocalyptic in nature, I would say. I don't have another word for this. I mean, look at it. Here, I'll full screen it for those of you. I mean, look at it. It is disturbing. Forest fires ravage part of Chile, killing at least 16 people, according to the New York Post. Jesus, it's like oh my God. It is horrifying. Everything's gone.
¿Qué hacemos?
Que no tiene presión el...
Sí, porque hay esfuerzo. Hay que seguir derecho y está con una mano izquierda.
These images are so disturbing. The amount of devastation here is just wild. It kind of, I mean, it reminds you of like Los Angeles from last year to some degree. Almost nothing left behind. Almost worse. Somehow. See all the metal roofing just melted and twisted violently in a pile of rubble where a home used to be. Oh my God. This is devastating.
Que no tiene presión el...
Sí, porque hay esfuerzo. Hay que seguir derecho y está con una mano izquierda.
Jeez. Disturbing. Now, apparently, the fire itself, the wildfire, like the size of the wildfire, it doesn't seem to be that large, but it just happened to be directly next to a metropolitan city center, just like with fucking Los Angeles. It certainly wasn't the largest fire of the year, right? Los Angeles, we covered all the wildfires last year. Well, not all of them, but we covered. I would actually say we probably covered most of them, or nearly, at least most of the largest fires of last year and the year before it. But like, Los Angeles was not close to being the largest fire by any means, but aside from in terms of cost, because it went straight through a massive city, destroying everything in its sight, in front of it. You know, it just. It's disturbing. Like the size of this fire right now, I think it's only like 1,500 acres, which in the grand scheme of things, we had a 1 million plus acre fire in Canada last year. We have a 1 million plus acre fire burning in Australia right now. But most of those fires were in fairly rural areas.
Yo creo que hay que darle un aplauso a los bomberos.
Hace unos instantes también se nos confirmó el rescate de 10 bomberos.
El incendio sigue totalmente sin control, las condiciones atmosféricas.
The fire is still totally out of control. Unfortunately, the weather conditions are very unfavorable. We've had strong winds all night and all morning.
Mi mamá, mi tía y mi tío.
My mother and my father. Yes, they left everything behind and evacuated.
Precisamente por eso. Y lo que nosotros hemos, en todas las declaraciones que hemos tomado en el transcurso de la noche, pues... la distancia.
This is disturbing. And this guy over here desperately trying to put out the fire in the already completely destroyed home with this tiny ass hose. Ah, my God. Talk about a quixotic sort of endeavor here. I have more on this fire here. This next one's from the AP.
No,
Good God,
esto
look at
lo
it.
vivimos mal. Pésimo mal.
We had a terrible, awful, awful time. The fire started right here at that moment. Jumped over there to that side and then picked up that truck. That burned. We were trapped here with the fire last night. Had a terrible time. Everything went wrong. Everyone suffered. Absolutely everyone. It was something that came suddenly and then passed. Jesus Christ. There's almost nothing left standing. It looks so similar to what happened in Los Angeles.
Chile has announced a state of emergency in 2 of its regions as raging wildfires have left at least 16 people dead. As of Sunday, firefighters were battling 24 active fires across the country. The most impacted regions are in the south, where at least 20,000 people have been forced to evacuate. Authorities say adverse conditions like strong winds and high temperatures
Did she say 20,000
forced to
people?
evacuate. Authorities say in the south, where at least 20,000 people have been forced to evacuate. Authorities say adverse conditions like strong winds and high temperatures helped wildfires spread. Both Chile and Argentina have experienced extreme temperatures and heat waves since the beginning of this month.
En el caso de Biobío, nosotros podemos confirmar, parte de la policía de investigaciones.
In the case of Bio, we can confirm through investigative police that at least 15 people have died. And when we refer to this, these are people who have been identified. in designated locations, and measures are being taken together with the prosecutor's office to isolate the crime scene. The fire remains completely out of control. The atmospheric conditions, as predicted, are unfortunately very unfavorable. We've had pulche winds all night long. We are working with all the resources we have available, deployed in all the advancing zones of this fire, to try to contain it as soon as possible. Also, I want to inform the community that we have 10 more fires in the region where we have all of our resources deployed to try to contain this emergency. That's why I want to reiterate the call to people to take extreme precautionary measures. Jesus. It is such a similar situation. Extreme winds, low humidity, high temps. It's the exact same ingredients that existed in the LA wildfires. Oh, it's disturbing. Okay, I've got one. I just figured we would do this. This is the latest update on the situation from 2 hours ago out of Al Jazeera English. Chile declares state of catastrophe as wildfires kill at least 18. Wildfires force 50,000 people to flee. That's double the number of people that they were saying in that other video we were just watching, and that video posted from Global News 8 or 9 hours ago. So in like 6 hours, the number of people who have evacuated more than doubled. 1.5 times as many. Chilean President Gabriel Boric declared a state of catastrophe in 2 southern regions on Sunday as raging wildfires forced more than 50,000 people to evacuate and killed at least 18. According to Chile's forest agency CONAF, firefighters were battling 24 active fires across the country as of Sunday morning, with the largest in the regions of Ñuble and Biobío, where the government declared the emergency. The regions lie about 500 kilometers or 310 miles south of the capital, Santiago. In light of the serious ongoing wildfires, I have decided to declare a state of catastrophe in the regions of Ñuble and Biobío. All resources are available, Boric said in a post on X. Fires have consumed nearly 8,500 hectares. Oh, it's grown drastically. See, I read a different article, and that's grown massively from whatever article I just read, which was, I think it was from like yesterday or something. Which had it at like what did I say? 1,500 acres, from 1,500 to 21,000 acres. Wow, this thing is moving fast. Fires have consumed nearly 8,500 hectares in the 2 regions so far, threatening multiple communities and prompting the authorities to issue evacuation orders. Officials say adverse conditions, including strong winds and high temperatures, have helped the wildfires spread and made it harder for firefighters to bring them under control. Much of Chile was under extreme heat alerts, with temperatures forecast to reach up to 100 degrees Fahrenheit or 38 degrees Celsius from Santiago to Biobío on Sunday and Monday. Wildfires have severely affected south-central Chile in recent years amid growing evidence of the impact of climate change in the South American country, including extreme weather, droughts, and floods. In February 2024, several fires broke out simultaneously near the city of Vina del Mar, northwest of Santiago, resulting in 138 deaths, according to the public prosecutor's office. Yep. And considering how much devastation we've seen here, I kind of expect that death toll to go up. Sadly. I don't think that would be all that unlikely. Oh, God, they have photos, too. God, look at these photos. These are horrifying. Everything is just melted. Hold on, I'm going to make this bigger. Oh, my God. Everything is just melted. Cars, trucks, homes. Just horrifying. Can't even see the sky. It's blocked out. Everything gone. Not a single salvageable building in this entire picture. Everything is just burned to the ground. Husks. All that's left. Entire road filled with cars. It's the exact same as LA. We saw the exact same pictures in LA. Full roads filled with burnt cars, fused to the pavement. They've melted to the ground. Crying people. Another unfortunate reoccurrence here. Good God. It really does. It looks apocalyptic. Okay, now if it's not on fire, it's probably underwater. We say that a lot around here at the Galactic News Network, and it's holding true today, unfortunately. In Australia, things are getting lashed by storms, causing parts of the Australian coast to be submerged as a supercell storm hits New South Wales. Here's ABC News Australia from yesterday.
Severe weather warnings are in place after storms and destructive winds lashed parts of New South Wales overnight. Parts of the northern beaches were evacuated after life-threatening flash flooding. Emergency crews have responded to more than 1,400 call-outs from across the state, including 20 flood rescues. Heavy rainfall is continuing in areas of Western Sydney and the Blue Mountains, with up to 68 millimetres of rainfall in some areas early this morning.
The main areas have been around the Illawarra, Sydney and the Hunter area, very much around flash flooding and storm-related incidents. We did have an evacuation at Narrabeen overnight due to the rapid rising waters there and the localised heavy rainfall. So that continues around those particular areas. With the weather also moving up north, we'll see around the north eastern New South Wales experiencing some of that heavy winds.
Okay. I got another clip on this one here. Oh, actually, I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit. Past her. Some more footage I wanted us to see. Images like this. Entire farms underwater.
Meanwhile, flood warnings are still active across central Queensland as rainfall from ex-tropical cyclone Koji continues to flow through catchments. And in Victoria's southwest, the cleanup continues after last week's disastrous flash flooding along the Great Ocean Road.
We've seen the heat, we've seen the fires, we've seen the flash flooding. Thankfully, much quieter weather likely there in the coming days. We're still seeing light to moderate east to southeasterly winds in the coming days, but it's going to be dry. Temperatures in the high 20s to low 30s in the south and into the low to mid 30s in the north. No thunderstorms, no heavy rainfall, maybe an isolated shower or storm Monday into Tuesday, and then we start heating up as we get towards the latter part of this week, particularly through inland areas, and we'll be watching that closely to see if that combines with any wind later this week.
Okay, one more clip. This is also from yesterday. I think this was also ABC News. No, 10 News. 10 News from yesterday. Sydney and Central Coast lashed by flash flooding.
Good evening. First tonight, roads have been inundated, trees uprooted, drivers trapped and residents rescued as heavy rain and flash flooding thrashed large parts of Sydney and the New South Wales Central Coast. The Sunshine State also not spared. More storms also rolling through, leaving thousands without power. And tonight, more communities on the East Coast are in the firing line. Hannah Stewart begins our coverage.
A wild ride on Sydney's northern beaches as rain turned roads into rapids.
Oh, we're gonna sink, we're gonna sink.
The deluge widespread. A driver saved after his car was caught in the city's southwest, while this unlucky P-plater got stuck in the inner south, among 25 flood rescues performed by SES volunteers across the state.
The roads are extremely wet and unpredictable as well.
Slippery conditions saw a Mercedes driver take down power lines in the southwest, while further north a truck span out and blocked 3 lanes on the M1. Crews worked overtime as roads disappeared under flash flooding, sparking closures across the city and central coast. But for many, it was too late.
Oh, they're done.
Those on the waterfront were on high alert.
My landlady came over and said prepare to evacuate.
Including campers at Narrabeen Lagoon, back on site today after an overnight evacuation order sent them to higher ground.
They just said, you've got to go. So everyone in the front row, they just more or less said, that's it, you've got to pack up. So everyone did it, you have to.
My mum and dad were here last night in the caravan. I think it was a little bit of a panic last night, getting the knock on the caravan door, being woken up told to evacuate.
We kept a constant eye on it. We're up every hour or so. It was just too hard. We had nowhere to go.
While there was a close shave for locals in the remote Great Mackerel Beach.
There was a landslide that was experienced. This did impact 3 residents. Fortunately, though, all 3 residents were able to evacuate.
The landslip came as the area copped 264 millimetres in just 24 hours. Nearby Terry Hills saw 180.
Jesus.
Further south, Guatemala recorded 259 millimetres.
That's more than 10 inches of rain. Good Lord. That's like nearly a foot of rain. Good God. That's just the amount of rain we're talking about, right? On flat land. And it starts pulling. We talk about this, but diffusion, equilibrium, water goes where down the path of least resistance to low-lying areas, right? It just goes with gravity. So low-lying areas get a foot of water over, I don't know, spans of miles in some cases, all transported right to them.
Immediately, if not sooner.
A January.
Or, over time, it depends. Estuaries and other things take time for the water to disperse through them. For instance, you look at a river like this here, you can see that it winds back and forth. So it will take time for the water to actually make its way all along all of this to say down in here. But eventually, some people down here are going to get a unhappy surprise. Well, I don't know, it probably won't be a surprise, but there will be flooding downriver, no doubt. Although, actually, now I think about it, I think this river might go this way. Is this the Y River? It might go this direction. I'm trying to remember. I think... Oh, God. Sorry, my Australian geographical knowledge
And
waning.
on the northern beaches.
At Motorvale, we saw 64 millimetres of rainfall fall in 45 minutes, which is classified as intense rainfall, which is a 1 in 50-year kind of event.
Car parks turned into pools and rivers were left swollen, while the sodden soil proved havoc for fallen trees, adding to a growing list of call-outs.
We have received, just in the last 24 hours, over 2,070 calls for assistance.
This is just one of the jobs that has SES crews run off their feet this morning. A large gum has come crashing down on a woman's property. Thankfully, it missed her home, but it is blocking her driveway, meaning she won't be able to leave
It is a
anytime
huge
soon.
fucking
But her neighbour
tree.
wasn't so lucky.
We were woken up about 11:30.
No.
Big bang. Thought it was lightning. Opened our curtains and just all we could see was leaves and branches and bits of gutter.
The coast is continuing to cop a battering, but not everyone was deterred.
I'd say that's pretty sketchy to be out there right now.
Fishing out on the pier in the middle of... Wow. That is a particular level of crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Reminds you of what you went through during Hurricane Irma. Don't worry, guys. Climate change is just a Chinese hoax. To get an advantage in the so-called green energy market. All AI. Not real. Very funny, Vilmarigar. It's not a river, it's an inglipt? What the hell is an inglipt? Don't make things up. Don't just go making things up.
Illegal.
You can't do that. Alright. How are we doing on time right now? 7 hours into the stream. I very, generously have continued the stream, even though we're 3 hours past the galactic content goal timer going off. We still haven't technically completed it. We've made some progress since then, but not a lot. I think we've gone from 50% to 60% completed. Yes, okay. Done with environmental news. Let's move on to space news. ATLA5 from 4 days ago. Space fams, we
Braving the downpour
hang
to
out in space a
stretch
lot
their
together. Hang out in space together a lot. We talk about space. We talk about going to space. We talk about humans wanting to go all places, all sorts of places. The moon, Mars, low Earth orbit, whatever it might be. The great beyond. All sorts of crazy stuff. But this next story is a special kind of space ridiculous. Prepare yourselves, space fams, for moon hotels. That's right. Moon hotel reservations are being taken, with rooms starting at $250,000. With no existing building yet. Seems a little hasty.
How would you like to spend a vacation on the moon?
Well, one startup company is looking to build a hotel on the lunar surface and is even offering reservations for it. The company is called Guru Space. It announced its intent of building a hotel on the moon. You can reserve a room
AI.
for a whopping
It's 100%
$250,000.
AI.
Cost
We have a
can go up to as
demented,
much as $1 million per room. The founder of the company plans to bring an inflatable pop-up hotel to the moon and then test it out in 2029.
Okay.
It would then be launched 3 years later, Henry. The hotels will eventually be built out of bricks made from lunar soil. Elon Musk's SpaceX is working on plans to shuttle people to and from the moon, so that's how you'd get there.
I think this is like, it's a moonshot in its intent. I'll say it like that.
You know what? I definitely think there will come a time that this will all be reality. I do.
True.
I mean, just
Someday.
some of the things that are happening now, people proposed them 40, 50 years ago.
Not disagreeing with you.
Crazy. No way that's ever going to happen.
But by 2029.
Well, that part.
I don't know if anybody's ever read the book Feed by, what's his name? Kevin T. Anderson, I think it was. MT Anderson. Read that. That's where we're at now. We're literally living in the world of Feed. This is the book. This is the book cover. I have this book. Honestly, this is where we're at. This is genuinely where we're at. Feed 2002 is a cyberpunk satirical dystopian young adult novel by M.T. Anderson focusing on issues such as American hegemony. I read this during college. Should read this again. Feels more relevant than ever. They literally had moon hotels and brain chips and like all this other shit. In this, I won't ruin it all, but it honestly feels like how we're living right now. Okay. Moon hotels, apparently, possibly in our near future, space fams. Oh. All right. So more billionaires might enjoy an implosion. Potentially. But I guess, yeah. Could happen. It's a possibility. I mean, who else is going to be able to afford a $250,000 hotel room? Okay. I think what I'm going to do here, because we still haven't completed the Galactic Console. I'm going to end the stream, okay? Okay, I'm kidding. I'm not going to end the stream. I'm going to take another break, though. It's Sunday Fun Day. I think you all know that I'm a sucker on Sunday Fun Day, and that you don't have to actually complete the content goal, and I'm just going to keep it going. And that's fair. Well played. Any good news today? Honestly, I feel like we already hit a bunch of semi-good news. Or at least not doomerific stuff. We've hit like at least multiple non-doomerific things, which is somewhat out of character for this show. As a result of the fact of it being Sunday Fun Day. I'd just like to point that out to you. All right, everybody, quick break. We'll be right back. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And please do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. And without your support, we would cease to exist. I would never be seen again, floating off into the deep dark void of space. Galactic Spacecast. Over. Thankfully, we have a lot of great ways for you to help produce the show, keep it alive. Things like YouTube Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Twitch got the bits and the power-ups and the subs and the gifted subs. Prime subs. For instance, did you know that you get a free Twitch subscription for one channel a month? Every single month that you have a an Amazon Prime membership? That's right. With your Prime membership comes one free Twitch subscription every month. You could be taking money directly from Amazon and giving it to your pal StreamLord. But we have more ways, of course, to donate. We got Cash App. We got PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of YouTube and or Twitch. But, of course, we got Throne now, too, and the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars still remains Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So many benefits, I'm not even going to name them all. I'm just going to recommend to you, go onto the website and find out what lies in store. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. It is time. Time for the final half of the show. So you better get your butts back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, folks, we are back. And thank you, Columbia Regan, for the super chat on YouTube. Shh, I'm hunting. It's duck season. Be very, very quiet. All right, let's see. What do I want to cover? I think I'm going to skip a few things here tonight, save them for tomorrow's stream, and stick with more of the Sunday Fun Day valuetainment. Mostly because I'm tired, and I got stuff I need to do, and because we didn't complete the galactic content goal. We keep it less, more to the valuetainment, less to the actual info itself. More funsies, less newsies. Let's go down to Brazil for some fun day action down there. Something that was going on over a week ago now in Rio. A festival called the Three Kings Day. Apparently has some sort of religious significance, but also has dancing Grinches and other sorts of fascinating things.
My family has participated for generations. My grandfather, my father, my aunties, my sister as one of the three Marys. And nowadays we come, my son, my niece and I, also as one of the three Marys. And I think we'll keep coming from generation to generation.
Que é uma folia de resmirim, porque através da criança que vem a renovação, né?
It's a youth king's revelry group, because through children we get renewal, and through the group we can educate, show them culture, show them a good path, not the path of crime and drugs. Besides the historical and cultural knowledge of the king's revelry, the group can guide them to be men and women of good.
I got one more clip on this Three Kings Day thing. Oh, I just remembered these are duplicates. I totally forgot. These are basically duplicates. Okay. It's been fun. Have a good night. Well, good. It's been fun. Yeah. Have a you too, Mike. Good having you. Always good to find new people showing up to our stream. Even if you stayed in vertical chat all stream, not, you know, engaging with no one. I mean, I guess technically you're engaging with me, but there's like, you know, just a bunch of people all over the place. Uh-oh. Quaximus is back. You've been seeing me in your algorithms lately. Figured you'd say hi. Great. Glad to be in people's algorithms. That's always a good sign. Even better when people decide to click. Honestly, ever since being back on YouTube, now that we have the channel back, we've grown by a significant portion. By more than 10%. We've grown the subscribers. Down for 3 months. Now we're back. Better than ever, baby. We just crossed over 1,250 subs on YouTube, by the way. And 1,000 over on Twitch. Kind of a big deal here at the Galactic News Network. I don't know if you've heard of us. We're doing things, making things happen. Columbia Rican Super Chat has caused some sort of an avian war in the horizontal chat on YouTube. Stay your blade, duck. Put down the beak. Let's not have this thing get out of control. All right. Yeah, I'm going to save this for Monday, too. Actually, I'm going to skip way ahead to this one. You hang around and listen sometimes when you come across my live. I always collect the thumbs up and subscribe as soon as you found out which side I was on. Great. That's great to hear. Thank you, Tia. Apparently there's other lurkers in the vertical stream. I mean, apparently, there's been thousands of lurkers, actually. I think the vertical stream got like over 5,000 views already. And we've had, like a dozen chatters over there. It's always much quiet. For some reason, people seem less inclined to chat on vertical stream than they do on horizontal stream. I don't know what it is about vertical that sort of disincentivizes people from chatting. I need to spread the word to Brandon on the discourse. I need to spread the word to Brandon? About what? Or another call? Oh, about the channel? Another call into the majority report could be fun. Although lately, I mean, the phone lines are so busy over there. Hard to get in. Hard to get on the line over there at the majority report. All right. Let's go all the way to Europe. To Switzerland.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Switzerland, yeah. Let's go to the Matterhorn. A huge, dangerous mountain in the Alps mountain range. Many people try to climb it every year, but very dangerous, yeah. This is true. Let's go to DW documentary news from 5 days ago. Death on the Matterhorn. Why climbers underestimate the danger.
Since the first person ever climbed the Matterhorn, there have been 603 deaths recorded. It's the world's deadliest mountain. No other has claimed so many lives. The mountain itself is a labyrinth. You get tired, your concentration drops. At some point, you just want to go home.
Last year we had a lot of deaths. A father with his son, 2 colleagues, a woman climbing alone, a man. Just how often it was happening became a problem for the team.
The Matterhorn isn't a mountain you can just climb casually, even if you're very skilled. It's been a year now. That image will probably never leave my mind. That person just falling, silently, with his backpack on.
No mountain guide, no experience, the wrong equipment. Many of them just shouldn't be up here.
Will
you look at that? They might as well have left their rope at home the way they're climbing. It's no wonder there are so many accidents. To look at, the Matterhorn is simply one of the most beautiful mountains in the world. In the mountaineering scene, the Matterhorn will always be one of those must-haves on your list. My name's Anjan Trufer. I'm a mountain guide here in Zermatt and the head of rescue operations for Air Zermatt and the Zermatt municipality.
Anjan has led over 200 guests safely up the Matterhorn. On top of his mountain guiding work, he's been part of over 100 rescue attempts on the mountain, but many ended fatally. Today he's with Air Zermatt. The helicopter team is getting the mountain ready for the next season.
Okay, everything's in the green.
In early June, the 4,478-meter summit is still completely covered in snow. For now, the crew can only access it by air. It's still far too early to scale the peak. Over 3,000 people try to climb the Matterhorn every year. The standard route follows the Hönli Ridge. Fixtures and ropes are installed along the way.
2, 1, contact.
They're there to make the ascent safer for climbers.
We're unhooked. You're free.
Copy, hoist up.
Part of our job each year is to check the equipment. That should be fine. We just replaced it last year. We've put in anchors at various spots. Some are just small expansion bolts.
Honestly, this is this is a wild story thinking about all this. Like the, like the logistics that go into rock climbing something this large. I've personally done a little bit of rock climbing in my life, more, mostly in gyms. Certainly nothing on this big, but I can imagine what it would be like, and it's just wild the amount of preparation necessary to go through such an endeavor.
You can clip a carabiner or a rope onto. Farther up, there are really thick fixed ropes. You can hold on to them or pull yourself up. If we didn't secure the route like this, there'd be even more accidents. If even with these in place, you can't make it up the Matterhorn, you're definitely in the wrong place.
I don't like walking to my mailbox in the winter. These people can't wait to climb a mountain. Fuck all that, says Christy.
Mid-July. Conditions on the Matterhorn are now ideal, and it's full speed ahead for the climbing season.
My name's Melly Ruthenach. I'm from Saas-Fee, and I'm very passionate about being in the mountains. My kids know it's my passion. I'm extremely happy when I'm in the mountains. If I haven't been for a while, they'll even say sometimes, "Hey Mom, time to go climb a mountain." The Matterhorn is always one of my favorite mountains. I really love going there.
1 year ago, Mealy witnessed a fatal fall on the Matterhorn. She's returned to the mountain for the first time since then.
Hi, Melly. I'm glad it worked out.
In the end.
Finally back at the hut, even under the circumstances.
No, it's nice.
My name is Edith Lenner.
Wow, the view from there is something else. What a place to have!
Even
What a
under the
place to have a
circumstances.
bite to eat. Oh my God!
No,
Just-
it's nice.
Just wild.
My name is Edith Lenner.
And you can tell from
Hot.
like
Even under the
looking at the railing, like the railing like extends out over the mountain. It must be wild to be right there. I feel like I've seen this exact spot before. Somewhere in a video. Wait, is this the place where the little... Is this the place where the little dancing... Do you know what I'm talking about? Little dancing... Little dancing kid? This almost looks exactly like that. I don't know why I'm doing this right now. I don't know why I'm doing this. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Am I the only person? Am I the only person who knows what I'm talking about right now? Like, this was such a meme, like everybody... I feel like everybody knows this meme. Like, this little kid right here. Doesn't this kind of look like the same exact place as this? Why isn't this loading? There we go.
Believe me, that is the wickedest sound that
Isn't this looks at... Oh, wait, it's too hard to see with this.
along with all massive.
It's too hard to see with the freaking effects that are put over this. That is not helping. That is not helping this important investigation that I'm doing right now. It kind of looks like it.
Circumstances.
No, it's nice.
My name is Edith Lenner. I am 59 years old. I've been warden at the Hörnli hut for 7 years, along with my husband Martin.
Most climbers spend the night in the Hörnli hut, then begin their attempt at the summit early the next morning.
Shall we start? Are you coming? We're starting. I have a very positive relationship with this mountain. I fell in love with my husband here. We climbed the Matterhorn together. I'm very grateful that we're serving as hut wardens on such a famous mountain.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna skip past some of this. Get back to talking about the dangers of climbing. Not the soups of climbing. That's not what we're here for.
It's been a short night. Most climbers set off at 3:50 a.m. Meili is also climbing this morning. She's on the Hörnli Ridge, heading for the summit.
Schön, huh?
1 year ago, a Ukrainian climber was on this same route before his fatal accident.
A year's passed, and I'm curious about what it will do to me now. I want to pay a final tribute to the climber I saw back then, to revisit that spot and remember him. No one except us two knows exactly where it happened. I can still see him before me. It's about consciously going back there now, not just rushing past the spot. Really returning. And yes, honoring him again. It might sound strange, but I just want to think of him once more. This is where he was standing. They were doing something here with a rope. Then he stepped over here. He was actually standing right here. Then they kept working with the rope here. And later he was standing even farther back here. I'm someone who will chat a little if I have time. I told him to be careful, not to step too far back. I asked if everything was okay. We spoke English. He said, yes, everything's fine, it's a nice day, and that he was turning back now. That this was as far as he wanted to go, that he didn't like it anymore and that it was difficult. I still remember him clearly. He was standing there like Charlie Chaplin with a big ice axe, leaning on one leg, and he was very, very friendly. He actually did turn back and wound up coming down more or less behind us. But there were others descending behind us too. Then things got a bit crowded, just like he'd done for me. Out of politeness, he took another step back to give them space to pass. We were farther down already, but we were also waiting on other climbers. I looked up to watch what they were doing up there. Then he took another step back. Just a tiny step, and lost his balance.
Yeah. Climbing mountains is dangerous, as it turns out. You go way, way up, and, you know, unfortunately, doing things like this come with risk. It's a balance in life you gotta find between you know, risk and safety.
You get mentally fatigued, your concentration drops. At some point, you just want to go home. A lot of accidents happen on the way down, not the way up.
Hello guys. How are you?
I'm very good.
Very good.
Powerful.
Super.
We didn't expect to be in this condition.
You feeling good?
Yes.
Happy?
Happy, good. Without any, you know,
No problem.
with headaches or stuff like that.
Yeah. You are well acclimatized.
Probably yes. What do you think? It's a good way to continue or not? No?
I don't think so. When you look at the weather forecast
Yeah, I looked and I saw that that's
and
1 p.m.
What just happened? I just lost sound. What just happened?
11 o'clock.
Thank you so much.
No problem. With pleasure.
We'll take care and...
Yeah, you do that. You know, the mountain is not moving. You can always come back.
These two actually listen to me. That's pretty rare. They have no idea how to work with the ropes. You can tell by how they're trying to rappel.
Where is it, Ricky?
I don't need this.
That's not how you're supposed to do that. That is not how you're supposed to do that.
Say anything, do I? Pure comedy.
Oh, boy.
Comedy pur.
Oh, God.
We're officially still missing a total of 20 people on the Matterhorn. Many of those are far down the east face. There's a huge crevice down there. If you fall into it, it's practically impossible to get you out again. The terrain is also extremely split up. Someone can just disappear into a rock crevice, something like that. Even if you can reach them, the bodies are sadly not in good shape by then. You can't always find a whole body, even a whole body part.
Eesh. People are willing to go to great lengths to climb mountains, whether it's the Matterhorn or Everest or Yosemite, whatever else. So they can say that they too climbed great heights, made it where many others could not. Unfortunately, sometimes you wind up becoming one of those others that could not. All right, while we're in Switzerland, I'm going to might as well talk one serious story, which is on our list. And that is the World Economic Forum Summit at Davos, a tiny, sleepy Swiss mountain town where Donald Trump and his acolytes are planning to invade. Not literally. But to get a vibe of what the plans are, I suppose the best place to go to talk about the World Economic Forum and Donald Trump is one Fox Business News from 2 days ago. Breaking news. Donald Trump to storm Davos with America First messages and largest ever U.S. delegation.
President Trump set to crash the World Economic Forum in Davos next week, and he's bringing his America First message directly to the people who need to hear it most. He is leading the largest and most senior U.S. delegation ever, including Marco Rubio and Scott Bessent. The president laid it all out on Truth Social, talking about record financial numbers, hundreds of billions in investment, no inflation spike, and adding that, well, maybe tariffs aren't that dirty word that economists once thought it was. So, Bonson, I want to come to you because it's interesting.
He's such an idiot. Oh, my God. What is wrong with this man? I think you mean what is right with this man. Okay, what is right is the question. Great financial numbers were released today. Our country has never done better. So many people ask me the reason for this, and I tell them just one word: tariffs, all caps. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars. Virtually no inflation. So very good and also great. All right, Fox News business people. Tell us the important businessy things about all of this. I'm sure you're all completely capable of doing that. There's no way you're going to get distracted and start talking about something else. You're Fox Business. This is
Larry
the World
Fink
Economic
is
Forum.
sort of the co-chair leading the charge. Trump's going. I thought I read that Jamie Dimon, for one of the first times in recent memory, is actually going to be speaking up on the official stage. Does that help bring more relevance to have real business leaders there instead of some of these globalist talking heads that really, I think, people in America really struggle to relate to?
A what now?
I don't know. I mean, I suppose the cosmetics of that are.
I don't know, he says. Yeah, and I'm not sure if he doesn't know because he actually doesn't know, or if it's because he doesn't want to point out that for the longest time, I mean, it's kind of hilarious. I could have sworn, and I could be wrong, but last time I checked, Jamie Dimon was on the list of the globalists. Alex Jones, Jamie Dimon, over at Chase Bank, JP Morgan, the globalists. I could have sworn that he was one of the globalists. Now Fox News, Business News is saying, actually, Jamie Dimon's one of the good ones. Not a globalist, actually, just a regular business guy doing regular business stuff.
Outside of my skill set, because I don't think a lot about how it looks, and maybe I should think more about it. I think the president is very good
yes.
at kind of reading the
think
room
about it.
and having a feel for what's going to help his brand and whatnot. To me, I'm just intuitively surprised he's even going to Davos. But in terms of
intuitively surprised. Oh, that sounds intelligent, and yet it doesn't really mean anything, does it? Intuitively surprised? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Intuitively surprised. Inherently, this man is just surprised all the time. I'm confused. Intuitively, intuiting. He intuits it. How do you intuit surprise? What?
Could you jump up?
Like, it sounds smart if you don't know what the definition of intuitively means. But when you think about it, it makes less and less sense. He's intuitively surprised? The shit are you talking about?
Intuitively surprised he's even going to Davos. But in terms of having business credibility around him and whatnot, I know the president's always wanted that and always liked it, and I think he cares a great deal. I know some of the people that he has on speed dial. He values the opinion of a lot of leaders. But in terms of what it kind of looks like in a midterm election year, when he's struggling with, I mean, we talk about like inflation
just a
didn't
weird way
blow
to
out
say
this
that.
year. It's 2.7%. It was 2.7% the last 5 months of Biden's presidency. So I'm amazed at the
Yeah, that is true. Now, he just said something very true. The inflation rate is just as bad as when Biden was in office.
narrative has changed, like, oh, now we have low inflation. It's the same it was at the end. That's not bad, though. It's not getting worse. But my point being, I think he has messaging he needs to do that is going to be tough to do at Davos.
Like, I was just forced to like look up the word intuitively because I felt like I started feeling dumb. I was like, am I the stupid one? Am I the dumb one? And no. Intuitively means understanding something through instinct or gut feeling. How can you have a gut feeling that you yourself are surprised? It just doesn't make any fucking sense. Surprise is in itself a feeling. So you have a gut feeling about a feeling that you're having? It doesn't make any... It's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. It sounds smart, but it's just inherently stupid.
There is some messaging he plans to do at Davos. I want to play this thought from Kevin Hassett this morning about unveiling a new 401k/home equity plan. Take a listen.
We're going to allow people to take money out of their 401ks and use that for down payment. We're still talking about the mechanics of it, but suppose that you put 10% down on a home and then you take 10% of the equity of the home and put it in as an asset in your 401k.
What are we talking about?
Your
Why are we talking about 401ks with Kevin Hassett? The title, I read the title of this video. This is from Fox Business News on YouTube from 2 days ago. Trump to storm Davos with America First message. Largest ever U.S. delegation. And we're talking about 401k plans. What does that have to do with Davos or the World Economic? Nothing. And honestly, they just keep talking about this for the next 10 minutes. I don't understand. Fox Business News all of a sudden gets like distracted or something. Completely lose the plot. follow over on Twitch. Wasn't me. I'm pretty sure it was you, wasn't me. It was you who just followed. Just checking. Yep. It was, in fact, you. It's weird. Anyway, thank you. Hope you're enjoying the show. All right, one more clip on this Davos situation. On the ground in Switzerland, where protesters marched through the streets into Davos Plaza, highlighting issues of climate change and global inequality before all of the billionaires and government people arrived.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I'm just going to skip through some of this stuff so we can get a sense of what all was going on. I wish I spoke German right now because I have no idea what anybody's saying. Why can't you guys speak French? Doesn't Switzerland speak French too? A sign which reads, "The science is clear. Why are we ignoring it?" And I think this is Climate Rebellion. The activist group. I'm trying to figure out who all the people on this flag are. I'm fairly certain the middle one's Trump. I think this is Netanyahu. I think the one on the far left is Elon. It's hard to tell though. Not a ton of detail on the flag. to say this is the Prime Minister of South Korea? It's hard to tell from the caricatures. Okay. Anything else I wanted from this? I mean, people just marched and yelled in German a lot. Into the night. That sign stayed up on that roof, as you can see here. People waving a Swiss flag with it.
Doch die Realität übertrifft leider jede noch so haarsträubende Geschichte. Die USA treten Völkerrecht mit Füßen, entführen nicht genehme Präsidenten in Nacht und Nebel.
All right, that's all we got on the Davos summit here for you folks today. Now, let's go down to Africa. Talk about a couple of things down there. We've been following an election in Uganda for the last couple of weeks. Bobi Wine, the opposition candidate who's been growing in popularity, posted a video. And this is after the government of Uganda turned off the internet in the country before the election.
Help! I'm being repressed!
No, I'm sorry, the video is... Did I say after? This video was posted after. I think I said after. Hopefully I did.
My wife and I have been under house arrest since the 15th of January when we had elections. And yesterday, our house was raided by some police officers together with a number of other unknown individuals in plain clothes. They used ladders to climb over our fence. They cut off our electricity, they cut off our cameras, and they were being assisted by a helicopter that was hovering in the sky of our compound and providing them light as they were doing what they were doing. I want to say this to you, fellow Ugandans. First and foremost, we reject whatever is being declared.
There we go. Bobi Wine saying that he'd been on house arrest for weeks and that his home had been raided. His son posted this message a day later.
I have received some information that amidst the raids, my father and presidential candidate Kyagulanyi Ssentamu was able to escape from the military as they were breaking into the home and destroying all the property. But currently, at this moment, my mother, Barbara Kyagulanyi, is still under house arrest. No one is allowed to come in. She's not allowed to get out. The situation is still very unsafe.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it looks like Uganda's about to get a dictator. Because the president seems to be attempting to block democratic will in the country. You don't arrest the opposition leader and turn the internet off if you're trying to have a free and fair election. That's my opinion. All right, now from Uganda to Kenya for a Sunday Fun Day story about a man giving haircuts with a very strange implement. A shovel.
What?
I'm a barber content creator, but I'm also into storytelling. Yeah, I just use unconventional tools to cut hair, and I would say I'm motivated by African culture, African stories, and I really think there should be someone out there that is big on social media, is a very big content creator, not based on the Western culture, but based on who we are, like Africans.
Nilikuja last year hapa kwa Safro, which hata mimi kuconnectiwa.
Came to Safro Faves last year through a referral, and I saw pure talent, from his shaving techniques to his styles. If I compare him to other barbers, his talent is next level. There you go, people. A barber who uses an iron, a razor, and a goddamn shovel to get you that tight fade for your hot date. Kind of terrifying, I'm not gonna lie. A man wielding a shovel anywhere near my head. You really gotta trust that man. All right, now from Kenya to Iraq, to a channel I've never seen before, called Lyle Forever. Strange young man. Who seems to do mostly IRL content. Bush Sr. said that he didn't give a crap about climate change because he would be dead before it happened.
At this juncture.
There's an old saying in Tennessee.
All right, let's see what's going on with this strange green individual by the name of Lyle Forever. Hanging out in Iraq on the streets.
I went to Baghdad, Iraq to walk around as a gecko. I played flute with a man on the street, got beat up by children, got in a bubble gun fight, and made a lot of new friends. The US government has a level 4 do not travel advisory against going to Iraq. On their website, it says that if you choose to go, you should leave DNA samples with your family so they can identify your body in case if you die. But on Reddit, I saw people say that it was chill. I also saw that they have Burger King there, meaning it couldn't be that bad of a place. I want to see the world before I die, and I have never been to the Middle East before. So I decided to fly to Baghdad with my friend Elijah and walk around in my gecko suit so I can see for myself what the city and the people are really like. Before I arrived, I made an Instagram story asking if anyone who follows me lives in Iraq. Through that, I met a very nice guy named Muhammad, who was down to show us around Baghdad for a few days and help translate for me as we talked to locals.
Illegal.
I hit the illegal button before I saw the kids pop up. It was perfect timing. You just got a group of children just watching this grown man undress and then dress back into a gecko. Oh my god.
It's crazy that you made it.
It is kind of crazy that I made it.
But let me tell you, it's legendary. Like, just seeing you walk up around here, legendary.
I've been trying to think about what if people ask me why I'm dressed like this, what I'm going to tell them. And I think I'm going to just tell them the truth, which is that it's fun.
During my research for the trip, I saw this cool-looking monument that I wanted to go see in person. So we took a taxi cab there, and we found out that it's currently closed for renovations. But the guys that were guarding it were down to chat with us.
What's your name?
My name is Lyle.
Lyle?
Yes, sir.
And I'm Hasanabi. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Shukran. This is one of the coolest monuments I've ever seen. This is sick.
Is there another name for furries who are lizards? I guess scalies? Maybe? I just came up with that on the fly. But it seems fitting. Rather than fur, you got scales, so why not scaly?
Muhammad told me that when people pat their head like that, it's a gesture called ala rasi. It's a sign of welcoming and respect that translates to something like, I have so much respect for you that I would put you on top of my head. I thought that was a very kind offer to give to someone you just met.
Is reciting a song that says my life after you is misery. It's a song. I love you. I love you. Salam alaikum. Hello, habibi.
I'm making a video.
This large bipedal gecko is spreading love in Iraq. Fascinating. I'm just gonna skip ahead and see what else is going on in this video. Honestly, I have not watched all of this. I'm not gonna lie. I just looked, I watched little pieces of it and I was like, okay, this is a Sunday Funday action. You got a random dude running around Iraq as a gecko. Why not? Why not? Might as well.
في الحداده كانوا يعطونا يوميه جزئيه من 7 ل4 العصر تعب يكربون عليك ما يقولون هذا شايب هذا كبير هاي لا يعني حالي الولد العمره 14 سنه يشغلوك فكنت مجبور اشتغل يعني بس هذه قلت لك على اساس عيني ما اقدر بعد الحين ما اقدر هاي لزمت هاي الشغله فيها ربح اكثر من الحداده هسه شو وقت اروح من الصلاه اروح من يصير وقت صلاه اروح ما شاء الله الى ثاني يوم بالعشره بالتسعه اطلع للشغل تأمر علي ولا واحد يصيح علي ولا ابدا 10 مو قديه هاي صح مو قديه.
Can I get on your scale and you tell me if you think I'm fat compared to most of the people that get on your scale? If you look at the scale and you're like, this guy needs to lose some weight, you can be honest with me.
يبغى يكون صريح وياي إذا صعدت وكان لازم أخسر شوية وزن قل لي.
على الملي.
He's like on the millimeter. I'll tell you. I'll be very direct.
Okay. Shukran.
ونص.
شو رأيك سمين؟
والله هذا الوزن دائما هو يجيني هذا الوزن.
صدق؟
والله 80 بس أفضل واحد جاني 123.
Okay.
What's the verdict, Muhammad?
The verdict is that you're in the safe zone. He's like, this is the average point of weight.
Bro, if I'm considered average weight in Baghdad, I'm moving here. Shukran.
أهلا بك.
من هونك.
هنا هذا بيطلع فين؟ راح يكون.
وين بيت القرار؟ يلا بنروح.
تعال خلينا نسوي فيديو. No.
Where the fuck did this fox come from? All of a sudden, out of the ether. Actually, it's not a fox. Is that Jerry? Is that goddamn Jerry? just out of nowhere. He just shakes his hand and keeps walking like nothing. Oh my god, Riz meter just went like through the roof on this freaking mouse over here. He's like, yeah, what's up? And just keeps walking. And he's just stuck here like watching him walk by. Oh god.
No.
We went into this coffee shop called the Shabandar Cafe, which Muhammad told us was the oldest coffee shop in Iraq at 108 years old. We got some tea and smoked a little bit of hookah.
That's a real cloud.
That's a real cloud.
As we continued walking down the street, I decided to buy a flag of Iraq to commemorate my trip.
Hello.
You speak Arabic?
No, that's why I got this guy. How long have you been running the store for?
He was thinking he was the only weird thing going on that day. Exactly, Mike. Exactly. This guy's like, I'm the weirdest thing happening in Iraq. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, like a foundling.
15 years. He was like, he was like, not much. 15 years.
Right.
Yeah, I think people compare time in a different way here because of how old this place is.
Right.
So 15 years is literally nothing compared to the history of like.
Right. Oh, I wear this costume because it makes it easier to talk with people because more people want to come up and talk to me.
بالعكس احنا نحبهم، احنا بشكل عام نحبهم كسياح ضيوف، احنا نحبهم.
اكيد.
هذا 5 عمره.
We love them as guests, we love them as tourists, we love them regardless of costumes.
سواء لبس هذا الزي ولا ما لبس هم مرحب بهم.
Whether they wear costumes or not, they're welcome. They're more than welcome here.
Wait, so you're telling me I didn't even have to do all this?
يقول يعني انت تقول لي مشانك وداعي اسوي هذا كله؟
What do you figure this guy has gotten these tiny cups? I see a bunch of these cups over here on this desk. What do you think? It's espresso? What do you figure? All right, let's keep going through the adventures of the gecko over here. Geckonian adventures.
So this is the old part of Baghdad. This is the old district. These buildings were all administrative buildings back then at the time. So this was the governorate of Baghdad. So the municipality of Baghdad. You would find all of them around here. If you look at the buildings and the design with the domes and everything and the brick walls, that was the Baghdadi design with the sort of. Thank you.
Shukran. Oh, sure.
You know, I am very well. I am very well.
شكرا.
اكو ناس متفهمه الحياه وتحترم جميع المجتمعات. اكيد. واحنا بشر وكلنا على شاكلته. وما حد يعرف السراير سراير ربك وما حد يحاسب.
He's saying that we are all people and we shouldn't be judgmental and we should be as who we are and we cannot judge people for being whatever they are. They can represent whatever ideas, ideologies that they have. That's all acceptable.
الشارع ملك الجميع، دي اختك واختي وامك وامي. اكيد. انا اشرب ما اسوي ادب على نفسي.
على راسي.
بس اكون مؤدب بالشارع. واحترم قوانين الشارع.
He says that the street is for everyone. For example, he had a few drinks, but like he would still be respectful to everyone who's coming by. He would share joy and be respectful to himself as well.
You understand?
This guy's a legend. This guy's a legend.
How long have you been playing the flute for?
So I should get the.
Every single person
45 years.
Oh. What made you first want to learn?
شنو الدافع اللي خلاك بين تتعلم العزف؟
لأنه هذا هو الوحيد الآلة الحزينة بالعراق. أحب الوحدة والحزن. لأنه ما ألقى صديق يفهمني.
So he loves loneliness and being alone because he doesn't find anyone who understands him.
منفرد دائما منفرد.
Always. He's a lone wolf. He's a lone wolf.
Have you been a lone wolf for your whole life?
حياتك كلها يعني هيك يعني مشيت وحدك خلينا نقول أو يعني معتمد.
لا كنت بالشباب اختلف. difficult كنت بالشباب. بس بعدين من كبرت اتهمت الناس عبارة عن وحوش كواسط تمشي بالشوارع.
So no, he wasn't. During his young years, he was way more social. But as he grew up, he understood that people are just monsters walking on the streets.
Why do you believe that people are monsters walking on the streets?
ليش تعتقد أن الناس مثلاً وحوش إذا يمشون على شارع؟
أنا أقول لك. ممكن تمشي في الشارع أنت مستقيم عادي وتجي يعني أطخ لك واحد إيش هنا لا هاش بيك لك
قبل
ما يقول لك
He's right. Like he's talking about this house in Iraq that people are always on edge. Like for example, if you're walking in a straight line right now and you by mistake you touch someone, they would immediately like have this anger reflex and be like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Or like, "What are you doing?" Or like, you know, they wouldn't be like, "Oh, sorry, excuse me." Like they wouldn't be. They're always on edge. That's where it roots from. That's why he thinks. Okay. He wants to gift you a flute.
Oh. Why do you think that things changed from when you were younger to older? Like why you became more social?
ما كان عندي العقل واتهمت الوضع. من كنت من صرت شاب اتهمت هذا سيء وهذا أسوأ وهذا أنقص وهذا طيب. فكنت بساعتها كنت إنسان.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna skip past this drunk flautist here. Keep going through what else is what else they got. What else these guys are doing on the streets. Oh wait, we gotta see the gecko play the flute. Gotta see some gecko flute music.
Push to you.
Oh. Shukran. 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 Shukran.
You're crazy, crazy.
Here, so wait, tell him I want to.
I just realized he can't actually play it because his fingers are cloth, and the air can go through the cloth. Oh. It was gonna be good. It had potential. Whoopsies. There we go.
Hello. Hello. I am Muhammad. I am Muhammad.
You're Muhammad?
Muhammad.
Lyle.
I am Ibrahim.
Rahim.
I am Jashim.
Jashim. Jashim. Nice to meet you.
I am
Rahim?
لا لا I am شنو؟
شنو?
اسمع تعالوا للعراق. God 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 God.
Oh, wait. Wait.
محمد.
He got jumped. I love how that one kid immediately jumps from behind and just bear hugs him. Just koala bears him. One gecko versus 3 children.
It's a 1v3.
Oh my god. He's just running around being a complete idiot. But honestly, I mean, people in Iraq seem to be nice. Seem to be fun-loving people. Alright, I'm gonna skip to the end of this video.
Safety place, okay, and you see it, right? The media, social media, showing you the just dark side from the country, okay? But if you search on YouTube and Instagram, if you search how I go to Baghdad and what's Baghdad look like, you'll find a lot of people just like you. I mean, who's visiting a lot of country, he's enjoying in Baghdad, okay? It was good, right?
Yeah. No, when I look at, well, it's funny because when I look at the government website, it says things like, leave a sample of your DNA with your family in case if you die so that your body can be identified.
No.
And I'm like,
that's funny. Lunars, punk. That's what happened to DC. That's what happened in DC to Big Balls. It's true. That's true. Big Balls was brutalized by a group of children no older than that. And that's why the National Guard was called to Washington, D.C. Overrun by children. Brutalizing Doge employees.
I'm being repressed! I'm here, it's like, hey, have some coffee, come see some art. Have a bottle of water. Meet Kermit the Frog. Thank you for having me at this gallery.
Of course. Please, enjoy. Habibi. Welcome Baghdad.
Habibi.
Habibi.
Thank you, man.
Actual therapy gecko?
Yeah. Wait. Oh shit. Wait. What's up, man?
You're the first one to
You're the first one to recognize me in all of Iraq.
I've been on Twitch, so.
Oh, cool. Wait, what's your name?
Abdullah.
Abdullah. Nice to meet you, man. How's it going?
What are you doing here?
Hanging out.
What the fuck are you doing here?
Just, you know.
Gecko, what the fuck are you doing here? I mean, he's hard not to recognize. It's like you see a gecko walking around, you know it can only be one gecko, right? Like it's very you're gonna have some people are gonna recognize you. It's just you can't get around that. Very, very recognizable. The big ass green gecko with a beard. At least a 5 o'clock shadow.
Really? Never in my life I would have imagined seeing you here. Like, what are you doing here?
Never in my life would I imagine coming here and having someone recognize me.
Many people would recognize you. You just have to know where to go, actually.
Really?
Yeah. You go to internet cafes, where people who play.
Will the Portland Frog join him on his adventure? Good question. They could collab. They could collab. Lyle and the Portland Frog. One lizard, one amphibian. Going around the world.
People who watch Twitch, I think they would recognize you.
That's so crazy to me, man.
Yeah, you're pretty famous here.
That's in Baghdad?
Yeah, I mean, no, it's like a high percentage, but many people know you. I was coming and I was like, really? Like, am I dreaming or something? Like, yeah, that's insane.
How do you like life here?
Okay. Well, there you go. That's basically the end of the video, I think. Oh, wait, actually, no, it's not. Why do I think it's the end of the video? Oh, because he did like an ad. He did like an ad read in the middle of it. When the shit is this? TherapyGeckoTour.com? Therapy Gecko. I just accidentally clicked TherapyGeckoTour.com. God damn it. God damn it. Click here if you don't see your city. Oh, fantastic. Oh, he's going all over the place. Therapy Gecko 2026 tour. San Diego, California, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Portland, Seattle, Vancouver, Madison, Wisconsin, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Charlotte, Detroit, Bloomington, Chicago, Atlanta, Nashville, Washington, Philadelphia, New York, Boston, Toronto, Ann Arbor. He's just going all over the place. My God. Lansing, Michigan, Grand Rapids, Montreal, Las Vegas, Salt Lake City, Denver, Phoenix, Austin, New Orleans. Gecko is going everywhere, apparently. This guy's how big is this dude's channel? I know nothing about him. Like, literally, this is the only thing I've ever seen from him. I got randomly recommended. I got this recommended to me. I was like,
half.
I had to click it. I don't know why.
Group gecko therapy session with the audience.
Not that good, but I'm good.
Okay, cool.
This is my channel's name. Zizo Plays MXT.
Zizo Plays MX.
What's his main Fortnite skin?
Surfwitch.
Surfwitch.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about Fortnite, Elijah?
I know a lot. What's your game mode?
My game mode reload, like I play with the squad.
Build or no build?
Build, of course.
Everyone watching this, go follow this guy on YouTube. He will be the next big Fortnite YouTuber.
Look at this guy giving shout outs to random kids on the street.
Aren't I a good guy?
right. That's enough gecko action for tonight, I think. Let's keep this thing moving. Alright, let's go north. Kind of northwest-ish, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Whatever, I had to put it in some kind of order. Let's go to Czechoslovakia, to a strange bit of cinematography. Krabi, 1976.
Walking and chewing gum at the same time. You've heard that phrase, right? The ability to multitask, to be able to...
That is not the video I wanted. Sorry, I'm skipping Medi. Going here. Sorry, Medi. Czechia? Not in 1976, it wasn't. Would have been Czechoslovakia at that point. Am I wrong? Futurama copied this? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's really freaky, though. It really is. Like, it's very avant-garde, this... What just happened? Stream unavailable. Stream suspended for policy violations. Oh, no. Is that copyrighted? That makes sense, I guess. I didn't think about it. Was just trying to have a Sunday Funday going here. I just got taken down on the vertical stream just now. You think it might be counted as nudity? You think? I guess maybe you're right. I mean, I guess... I mean, it's a drawing of the man's backside, I guess. I mean, that's the lowest bar of nudity I can imagine, but I guess. Stream's still suspended. Weird. Looks like the shorts chat might not be coming back. Ay, ay, ay. Hold on, let me see if what I can do about this. Just gonna follow on Twitch, El Jefe Mitch. Thank you for the follow. Oh, it's back. We're back. Okay. That's good. Yeah, I guess we crossed the line somewhere there. I actually don't know what it was, because I guess it could have been two things. And I didn't really think about it. I didn't watch this whole thing. I just thought it was super creepy. All these robots replicating from in this 70s animation from Czechoslovakia. Sort of a dark, very dark film, and I was just feeling the vibe of it. It just felt like it was the weird thing for us to watch today. Did not consider the ramifications of, I guess, that. Yeah, there's a lot of things to navigate as a YouTuber, and sometimes I don't think of every single possible place I could fall awry. Sunday Fundays, I feel like, get me in the most trouble. Because I'm just sort of like, I'm just trying to, like, you know, bring, like, it's like, it's complicated, but I feel like because of, like, the new, like, on the new stuff, I pause stuff way more, and like I interrupt it, and I'm like adding a lot of commentary and stuff. But on Sunday Fundays, when I'm trying to bring the valuetainment, I think I try and let things play more have less of me chiming in. I think that winds up presenting problems like that. I think it could have been a number of things. Either way, I should watch myself more now that we have the channel back. Yeah. Should be smarter than that, I guess. But it's back. Vertical's back. We're back. Everything's fine. What's the name? The name of that film is Krabi. C-R-A-B-I, or just The Crabs in Czechoslovakian. I think if you just search Krabby film, it should come up. That's on YouTube. And that's the other thing that sometimes throws me off, because technically you can get in trouble for watching videos that exist on YouTube. And I know that. But honestly, we're going back decades, and I was thinking to myself, maybe you'll be fine. Maybe this won't be a problem.
Booty hole waxed down.
Okay. All right, let's go from Czechoslovakia to Georgia. And no, not the state of Georgia. The country in Western Asia. I guess it's almost Western Central. I'm trying to think of it. Whatever. You know where I'm talking about. This is a Sunday Funday one. Let's talk about a strange Georgian winter tradition, which is done every New Year. This is Reuters from 5 days ago.
With the swift strike of a match, this Georgian Christmas tree is set ablaze. But it's not to combat the winter cold. The practice marks the celebration and welcoming of the new year. The trees are known as chicholaki and are designed to look like the beard of the 4th century Saint Basil, who was known for caring for the poor. They are crafted by locals like Mariam Guladava.
It's made from hazelnuts and walnuts. Hazelnuts, as you know, are a symbol of prosperity and well-being. And from them, hazelnuts and walnuts, an incredibly beautiful snow-white chicholaki is made.
Popular in western Georgia, but found throughout the country, chicholaki are traditionally put on display in homes on Georgian Orthodox Christmas on January 7th. They are then burnt on Epiphany, which falls.
Honestly, they're quite beautiful, and there's something about them that does, in fact, feel like sort of wintry. I don't know what it is. I think it's partly because they kind of look like Christmas trees, even though that's apparently not what they represent. Like big
on
white,
January 19th,
little white Christmas trees.
Symbolise the shaking off of the previous year's woes. Local plant shop owner Zura Shevardnadze
Oh, look at them all with the
chicholaki
lights.
in the hopes of keeping the traditions of his.
The lights, they look so cool. Like magical. Look at that. The light just sort of like, just like emanates through like the little, little crevices between. Oh, man. That's a vibe right there.
Sells the chicholaki in the hopes of keeping the traditions of his ancestors alive. There is no new year without chicholaki, he says.
Oh, okay. There's no new year without them. That's, wow, high bar. They look like ghosts. These things fuck. They look like Japanese ghosts. Interesting. All right. All right, this isn't really a fun story at all, but like Sunday fun days are days where I try and where I have the opportunity to discuss things that aren't necessarily news, but are, you know, interest pieces, I guess you might call them. Special interest pieces. And this is a special interest piece in a country you might be familiar with called India. Kind of big. Got like 1 billion people there. And this story we're going to cover next is kind of a tough one. But this is regarding an entire group of people, millions, that in India are seen as a permanent underclass called the Dalits. Or the untouchables, part of India's caste system, something that stretches back thousands of years in India's history, which has been repressing people since ancient times, still kicking today. TRT World on the story.
From dangerous work to pollution, Europe is setting a plan in motion not just to cut greenhouse gas emissions at home, but to stop them being sourced elsewhere too.
It's going to be bloody hard.
And despite laws meant to protect the most vulnerable in India, some people are still being pushed into life-threatening work, coming up the ancient system that continues to separate people by class and put lives in danger.
Any society in the world you think about, there's someone at the top and someone at the bottom.
Caste has shaped lives for generations. We examine how this system of segregation now collides with the climate crisis.
We have the documented reports like how many sanitation workers are dying, but there is no political will.
Just 2 degrees is on. Now,
what exactly are the circumstances for sewage workers? Are they forced to do this?
Caste is in the society in every space.
Some parts of the world, the sport of cricket is loved and cherished. In India, it would be fair to say it's an obsession, adored by hundreds of millions. But before a ball is even bowled, someone has to stitch it by hand. That takes long hours for little pay. A lot of that work is done by Dalits, Indian communities historically pushed into jobs others consider unclean. So even as the entire nation celebrates the game of cricket, the hands that make it possible are still looked down and frowned upon.
And that raises a centuries-old question. How much of your life is decided before you're even born? In India, a person's last name can still influence the work they're expected to do.
It's really a millennia-old question. I think it goes back to like 5000 BC, I think. Long time ago.
Where they're allowed to live and how they're treated in a crisis. And for some communities, that means being forced into one of the most dangerous jobs imaginable, cleaning human waste. So what exactly is the caste system, and why does it matter in a warming world?
When people hear the word caste, they often think of a centuries-old tradition that modern India has left behind. But caste is a living social system, a hierarchy, that shaped where people sit in society from birth, who has status, power.
This is one of those things that I've always found just so inherently wrong. Ever since I first heard about it. And I heard about it when I was really young. I remember reading Siddhartha when I think it was like 12 years old or something like that. And they touch on like the caste system in the book. I remember us like getting into it in school, talking about it, and just thinking to myself, how is this a thing? How is this ever a thing? You just you're born one way, you can't ever change. That's ridiculous.
And who's pushed to the margins? For example, the 2023 film Origin shows how hierarchies shape lives far beyond India, even in the US today.
Any society in the world you think about, there's someone at the top and someone at the bottom.
Caste is a system of dividing hereditary classes of society into different social groups, traditionally tied to ideas of purity or pollution. Certain groups are seen as higher and others as lower or impure. In practice, caste has often dictated what work a person is expected to do, who they can marry, where they can live, and how they're treated by institutions, from schools.
You highly recommend the book Shantaram. I'll look into it. I mean, I only have so much time. These days I have not been doing very much reading aside from like news articles. I have not really like picked up a book in a while. Actually, that's not true. That's not true. I read part of 1984 recently. I didn't get through the whole thing. But my bookshelf is getting very dusty down in my Earth apartment.
Schools to police to employers. And at the bottom of this system are people historically labeled untouchables, today commonly referred to as Dalits, for whom caste discrimination can be violent and life-changing. Bant Singh is a musician and considered an untouchable. He was savagely attacked after confronting men from a higher caste over the rape of his young daughter.
Jesus.
That is so despicable, how you could treat a human being like that. Like, this man is desperate for answers over the rape of his daughter, and you brutalize him, to disfigure him. I can barely fathom like the depravity. Like, that is just so inherently fucked. Like, everything about that sentence, every single word.
Caste is most closely associated with South Asia, particularly India, Nepal, and also caste dynamics affecting communities in Sri Lanka, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, often taking different forms, depending on religion, ethnicity, and local history. Even where laws prohibit discrimination, caste can remain deeply enforced through community norms and informal power structures. India's constitution explicitly outlaws untouchability. Article 17 states that untouchability is abolished, forbidden in any form, and its enforcement is an offence punishable by law. On top of that, India has multiple laws aimed at preventing caste discrimination and violence against historically oppressed communities. So the law rejects caste discrimination, but that social reality hasn't caught up everywhere, according to human rights reporting. For generations, certain communities have been pushed into sanitation labor, especially the most stigmatized work involving human waste. Human Rights Watch has documented how manual scavenging, the handling and cleaning of human excreta, has been sustained by caste-based discrimination and coercion. But this goes beyond cleaning toilets. In many places, it extends into hazardous sewer and septic tank work. And
it's so fucked up. Ah, God. Systemic oppression of, like, the highest order, pretty much. Something that's gone on way, way, way too long. And the laws really aren't doing enough to address the existing inequality, right? Like, that's the thing. Is like, sure, you can say, oh, the caste, you can abolish the caste system by law, but those people are still viewed in a particular way by society, and still are living in like in and under an incredible amount of adversity and deprivation, and like clawing yourself out of that just because somebody declared that you're no longer, is like, it doesn't actually change. It doesn't change the societal views of you and or those conditions, those material conditions, which leave you effectively unable to improve your situation. God, I feel real stupid. I feel really stupid for making that mistake. I feel really stupid for making that mistake with the stream on that video. I've been trying really hard not to, like, wind myself up in hot water. I thought that one was going to be okay. It's like, give me, like, agita over here. Anxiety. Even though, like, the stream's back, I was like, oh my God, what just happened? After what happened in September, I think it's fair that I have a little bit of anxiety over all like any sort of, even the minorest of infractions over here. I'm worried. I've been going through all of the old videos and, like, removing, like, errant copyright claims and other things like that. So I'm just worried about, like, anything else going wrong around here. Trying to keep it clean. I'm just going to skip ahead here. Sorry, I'm, like, thinking of multiple things right now. Where does this kid start talking? Around here? I think so.
3 sanitation workers died while cleaning sewer and septic tanks between 2019 and October 2025, despite the practice being outlawed.
So, like, Indian societal system is like based on this Brahmanical like hierarchy. So there is this kind of like the hierarchical structure called the Brahmins, like who are the upper caste people.
Yeah, and just so you're all aware, Brahmins are, at least to my understanding, essentially like religious. What do you call it? Like, honestly, if I'm not mistaken, the caste system is like derived from religious whatever. But Brahmins, I think, are like, what do you call them? Like, almost like priests, I guess, almost. Like, exactly. Thank you, Violet. That's literally exactly what I was thinking. Yes, the priest caste. Exactly. I couldn't think of the word. My brain is like, is getting foggy over here. I've been going 9 hours.
And then like all these peoples like Kshatriyas and Shudras and the Dalits. So Dalits are the most like the oppressed and like on the like in the hierarchical triangles of Dalits are the lowest like community people.
Right, they're the closest to God, exactly, because it's all derived from religious like doctrine, essentially.
So basically, this happens because like this so-called like the scripture, so they somehow like told that like the Dalits like who are at the bottom of the hierarchical structure, so they are only supposed to do these works like the sanitation works, like the human waste works, and like all the dehumanizing occupations or like other works.
एक दलित अगर चमार के नाम से चले जाए तो वो जिंदगी भर जूते घिसते रहेगा, चाहे वो कोर्ट में हो, चाहे वो
If a Dalit goes to a bank or a... Wait, hold on.
The idea of having toilets in each and every house. This is very important. Idea of
Hold on. If a Dalit goes to a court or bank for any work... God damn it. If a Dalit goes to a court or bank for any work and uses his lower caste last name, the higher caste have an advantage by virtue of their birth itself.
of having toilets in each and every house. This is very important. Also we have linked problem of cleaning night soil by untouchables. So we want to end both the practices, and therefore we have organized this just to make aware to the people of this country.
Is this something the government wants to or can really control?
Yes, the government has laws.
Honestly, in my opinion, the caste system is maybe one of the most systemic forms of inequality, aside from just plain old capitalism that exists. Like, I mean, like it's so ingrained, and it's so troubling to me. Like, I don't even know how you address it. Like, it's existed for so long. I honestly don't understand how it's lasted as long as it has. When I think about it here now in the 21st century, I constantly ask myself, how did we get here? How? How is this possible? It's 2020. Yeah, 2026 somehow, and this exists. Like, it's so utterly blatant. It's incredibly frustrating to me.
The laws banning the manual scavenging, but what is actually missing is a political will and the enforcement, not the capacity. So we have like everything. We have the laws, we have the court orders, we have like the Dalit activists are like continuously fighting. We have the documented reports like how many sanitation workers are dying like under this like the septic tanks like because of the toxic air. So we have like everything, but
Oh
there
my
is no
God.
political will because of
Jesus Christ. That was horrifying. I can't believe what my eyes just saw. Good God. Okay, I think that's it for India tonight. Suffice to say, caste system probably shouldn't exist, and a great deal of effort needs to be put into solving that situation, to dealing with the systemic inequalities created by that system. Now, let's go not too far away to China.
China.
South China Morning Post. This is from the beginning of the year, 2 weeks ago. Let's go to a community in China, which is representative of a growing trend. Women-only communities.
This co-living space in the Chinese city of Hangzhou caters to one particular group. The communal home is a safe space for women.
我自己个人来说是长期在一个高压的工作环境里面，我
Personally, I worked in a high-pressure environment. I hope to have a space where I can fully relax when I had the idea of creating this space. They felt that maybe lots of women are in the same predicament. So they would also need a place like this.
Is free from social pressures that women often face.
For example, within the family, women often have a stronger issue of responsibility when it comes to taking care of elders or children. At work, they also need to shoulder their responsibilities in different work environments. Beyond these responsibilities, they need a place where they don't have to play a role, where they can just be themselves and only themselves.
But women now living here say they had a range of reasons for seeking refuge at the space.
Being in an unfamiliar environment, the all-women environment makes me feel safe. Also, women may have more resonance when talking to each other about certain topics.
Proponents of the concept say demand for female co-living spaces has grown as women in China achieve higher education levels and economic status.
The more they focus on themselves, the more they begin to recognize their own needs. Once they see these needs, some women will begin to take action.
Offer more than just emotional support. In Beijing, Lilith Jiang organizes cultural activities in an all-female culture space she opened.
I realized that sometimes, simply by gathering together, women can discover new job opportunities, pass on valuable work experience.
By societal views about aging and growing old alone.
These things are all latent, but all women co-living spaces with elder care should be a solution to this problem. Well, there you go, ladies. That might be the solution to the pressures, the undue pressures put on women by society. All women's spaces. Women's only spaces.
China.
All right, from China to Australia. First with a Writers' Festival gone awry. This is Al Jazeera English from 5 days ago. And apparently an Australian Writers' Festival has been cancelled after a Palestinian author was not allowed to participate.
Now, Top Writers' Festival in Australia has been called off amid controversy over the cancellation of an Australian-Palestinian activist and author. The organisers of Adelaide Writers' Week announced the event could no longer go ahead following a wave of speaker withdrawals and board resignations. The walkouts were prompted by the removal of Randa Abdel Fattah from the lineup. The boycott swelled to 180 writers, including a former Greek finance minister and New Zealand's former Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern. Abdel Fattah has called her ban insulting and racist.
Okay, Jacinda.
Well, joining us to talk about this from Sydney is Hannah Ferguson. She's a best-selling author and the Chief Executive Officer of Cheek Media, which is an independent news commentary platform. Hannah, thank you for your time. So you're one of many writers who've withdrawn from the festival in Adelaide. First of all, can you tell us what made you decide that you no longer wanted to participate?
Oh, thank you so much for having me, Folly. Last week on Thursday, I had already agreed to 2 sessions at the Adelaide Writers' Festival next month, and I received a letter and formal statement from the board of the Adelaide Festival informing me that Dr. Abdel Fattah had been removed as a speaker. Now, to my knowledge, he's one of only 2 Palestinian authors that were featured at the event, and in the statement there were clear conflations made as to her being culturally sensitive and linking her presence at the festival to the Bondi terror attack whilst also noting that she had no part in that. And it felt to me that a Palestinian author was being conflated as culturally sensitive in her identity with this event in proximity to the Bondi terror attack that Australia's just experienced. And to me, that felt all wrong. It felt like an act of censorship and racism that I immediately withdrew from the festival.
Okay, so you withdrew as an act of solidarity with Randa or as a protest?
I mean, it is honestly just disturbing that they would conflate the two. They would conflate the writing of one Palestinian writer who said nothing of any sort of inflammatory nature. Certainly nothing extremist. And they're conflating that with the terrorist attack, the horrifying Bondi Beach terror attack. Something that they had nothing to do with, I would point out. Like, zero connections whatsoever, aside from it happens to be it's a Palestinian. It is disgusting.
Against how the festival handled this.
Oh, absolutely both. I think the immediate reading of the statement, that conflation of a Palestinian author with the Bondi terror attack as being culturally sensitive, immediately raised alarm bells in me as an act of censorship and potentially an act of racism again against her personally. And so it felt like the only right thing to do to stand up in solidarity with her, but to also send a clear message to the festival that that's not what I'm willing to participate in as an author.
Just to clarify, what do you think is a real reason why Randa Abdel Fattah was disinvited? I mean, the festival's board said this was not about identity or dissent, but about cultural sensitivity following the Bondi attack. Do you believe that explanation? And if not, why do you think they did?
No, personally, there's no other way to interpret it than...
I mean, I love this claim because of how absurd it is. The existence of Palestinians is somehow insensitive to who?
The board being pressured by a Zionist lobby or something of that nature. A lot of major institutions in Australia are facing significant pressure to silence Palestinian voices that are criticising the genocide Israel is committing against Palestine. So it's really difficult to interpret this as anything other than further suppression of those voices.
2 years ago, Hannah, Randa Abdel Fattah publicly supported calls for Jewish author Thomas Friedman to be removed from the festival's program. Friedman wasn't removed at the time. Do you think there's a risk here that this looks like selective free speech for those we agree with, but not for others?
Absolutely, and we're seeing this equivalence drawn between Randa's work and what those comments Friedman made, when actually Friedman was making clear statements that were linking Palestinians to be vermin that needed to be eradicated. Like, when we're looking at that, that's significantly different to the comments that Dr. Abdel Fattah has made. And so I think that there is something false here that's in that comparative that's being made by a lot of media outlets in Australia and abroad. And I think that there's a real concern here, exactly as you've suggested, that there is selective censorship happening and being applied to Palestinian voices and advocates.
But what do you say to those who say that this is a bit hypocritical? I mean, why is disinviting a writer unacceptable now, but acceptable then?
Well, they're completely...
Yeah, it's such a weird framing. Sometimes Al Jazeera gets big time, like, mainstream media on it, but, like, what is that? Like, what? Did you hear what you just said? This other writer was calling for genocide, the elimination of an entire people. My understanding, honestly, I'm just realizing who the story is about for whatever reason. Like, earlier when I was going through this, I did not hear. I was listening to it at like 2x. I didn't recognize the name, but I think I know who Abdul Fattah is. He's like a historian. And I would be utterly shocked if he was calling for anybody's genocide.
Different comments. The nature of the comments and the criticism is different. And I think what has happened in uniquely selecting Dr. Abdel Fattah out, and in the statement linking to the Bondi terror attack, an extreme event, the mass killing of 15 people targeting the Jewish community, but in the statement linking to Dr. Abdel Fattah as a Palestinian woman is entirely problematic. And it is censorship and it is racism.
So the festival, Writers' Week, has now been cancelled entirely. What message does such an act of solidarity send, do you think, to similar institutions and event organisers?
I think it sends a clear message that writers in Australia, that members of the arts in Australia are unwilling to participate in events that engage in acts of racism, that attempt to suppress voices, that aren't interested in platforming and putting at the forefront of the event freedom of speech. So I think that this is actually a really strong message by a lot of Australians across the media landscape from different sides of the political spectrum too, that we will stand in solidarity together in support of Dr. Abdul Fattah.
Well, there you go. 180 writers, speakers boycotting this writers festival that was to be held in was Adelaide, I think it was, in Australia, including Jacinda Ardern, the former Prime Minister of New Zealand. Oh, shame on you, New Zealand, for kicking her out and putting that right-wing creep in charge. But yeah, certainly a great moment of solidarity happening here in Australia. Amidst the shameful action taken by this festival. The whole festival's canceled now? Is it? Yeah, see, that was from 5 days ago, and I haven't done any new research since then. So, interesting. That's an interesting development. Thank you, Violet Quinlaw, a Australian galactic viewer. All right, and our final story of the night is also in Australia. It's a Sunday Fun Day story. And you may remember this one. Well, technically, this is really sort of a, what do you want to call it? How do I frame this story? Well, I'm fairly certain everybody here knows and remembers Australia's performance at the 2024 Olympics in the breakdancing category. If you don't, somehow, I do have a clip for that.
And look, I'm as ready to applaud someone having a go as the next person, but that doesn't mean that every child must win a prize. I mean, all credit to our magnificent Olympian team that's bringing back a record swag of medals, but a dud performance is a dud performance. There's no point pretending otherwise. I mean, breakdancing was one of those new sports introduced to us at Paris. At best, it's a cross between dancing and gymnastics. I mean, what you can see there is some brilliant people at a recent Red Bull competition. That's what it's supposed to look like. Unfortunately, our competitor, Rachel Gunn, a 36-year-old university lecturer who wrote her thesis on gender in Sydney's breakdancing scene, well, she got precisely 0 points in 3 rounds of competition. But anyone who says that she's a pretty ordinary performer.
I love how Sky News has to pepper in. She wrote her thesis on gender. Gender. Did you hear that? Gender. That's clearly disqualifying. I don't even know how she got to this round. Sorry, that was a bad Australian accent. I tried my best. But, fucking, I should have picked a different one. Point is, Australia's breakdancing. Australia's breakdancing performance led to some amount of embarrassment for the country. I thought it was, honestly, I thought it was innovative. Okay, sure. Was it as impressive, perhaps, as others physically? No. But it represented, it represented Australia to some degree. At least she was trying. You know? Nobody else was doing themed dances. It was daring. Did it work? No, it was a bad call. I think we all can agree on that. But she tried. And dance is, of course, an interpretive medium. I would point out, okay? It's a creative arts. Even if it's competition. I just got another Melania. I just got another Melania documentary ad every goddamn time. Oh my god, it's hilarious to me. Okay, so many of them. Oh my god. All right. Now, in the wake of that, you might think that Australia would just give up on breakdancing entirely. However, Aussie breakdancers are attempting to redefine the country's image in the breakdancing arena. ABC News Australia, yesterday.
It's a sport unlike any other.
Really just breathtaking, to be honest. Like, when's the last time you see someone spinning on their hands, on their head?
Breakdancing is having a breakthrough in Australia.
It's definitely growing over now. Definitely after the Olympics as well, since it had such a big exposure to the world.
After the Paris Games, the words Australian breakdancing brought one performer, in particular, to mind. Ray Gunn made international headlines, but it's time for the spotlight to shift.
We're seeing that breaking is still alive, it's still well, and we're moving forward in a way that showcases all of our athletes and their own individual personalities and flavours.
And they've had the chance to do so on an international stage at the World Breaking Dance Sport Festival in Brisbane, which has attracted breakers from 33 countries.
The motto I train and live by is to train like an athlete but think like an artist.
This is perhaps the most important event before the Brisbane Olympic Games committee make their decision to include the new sports.
Breakdancing didn't make the cut for the 2028 Games in Los Angeles, but these competitors insist their skills are worthy of the world's largest sporting stage.
Just being able to represent Australia at one of the highest sporting areas is such an honour and such a privilege. It's a sport and a dance form that you cannot cheat. You can't take the easy road. You have to put in the hard work and effort to be able to see the right results.
The official lineup of events for the Brisbane 2032 Games will be finalised later this year. Lucy Loram, ABC News, Brisbane.
Well, there's still the 2032 Games, possibly. But Australian breakdancers refuse to give up. The phase of national embarrassment, they are doing everything they can to prove that Australia can in fact breakdance. All right, people. I hope you were value-tained today. On this here Sunday fun day, that was, of course, the final story of the night. It was truly a pleasure having you folks here. We'll be moving along to the late night after hours galactic chill stream momentarily. Wait, no. Yep. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Kelly Brading, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Mowanoib, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Wheel in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, and Glitchmaster. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.